What made you straight up nope out of a relationship? I had a very long and toxic relationship with an ex. I had wanted to leave for years, but he would threaten to kill himself, and I would end up staying. I finally got the courage to walk away when I was diagnosed with several benign liver tumors and was told by the doctor that it was very important with this type of tumor to immediately and permanently stop taking hormonal birth control. I researched it on my own and confirmed the single most important thing I could do to avoid further complications was to stop taking hormonal birth control for good. I told my then husband about the appointment and he said, so calmly, well, that's going to be a problem. I was like, what do you mean? I'll go to the gyno as soon as I can get an appointment and we can just use condoms until then. Nope. Condoms were unacceptable because we were married. And not having sex until I got to the gyno was also unacceptable. What really made my blood run cold though was when he suggested that I should continue to take birth control as normal and just not tell the doctor. He'll never know, he said. Then he went on to suggest maybe I could go on and off birth control, so I'd be off of it before any follow-up appointments with this doctor, to ensure that he'd never know. I was totally stunned, and I just looked at him and said, you understand this could kill me? This isn't about placating a doctor, this is about my life. He just shrugged and said he wasn't using condoms and I needed to figure it out. I did figure it out. I left him more than a decade ago and have never been happier. My husband of 5 years choked his sister and lifted her off the ground by her throat a couple nights ago. I'm not sticking around to see it happen to me. Either. He was drunk and she smacked him because he was being verbally abusive to me and getting in my face. He turned around and tried carrying her up our stairs by her throat. After that happened I was crying, grabbed my purse and started walking for about 20 minutes before I called Mill Police. He stayed the night elsewhere and now wants to go to therapy with me. I've been trying to get him to go with me for months, and now that this has gone public and he could lose his promotion, he's finally decided to go with me. I told him I want a divorce yesterday, and I'm working on things I gotta do today for that to happen. Edit 2. Thank you all for the kind words. I'm trying to read through all the comments and reply when I can. For those saying it's fake, my video evidence suggests otherwise. I'm running around today doing what I can to get out, and I have a wonderful group of friends and family ready to help. And thank you guys for the awards, they're my first. As far as Mysel goes, she's 18 but still lives with her parents for now. She's trying to get out as well, but her mother bullied her out of giving a statement to the police and pressing charges. Her mom cares more about my husband's career than her daughter's well-being. Biggest nope of my life. Update. He's frozen my cards and now I have $100 to my name. I don't think I could hire an attorney if I even wanted to. Not romantic, but this guy is a residential assistant at my university, a student who works with security to help with issues on campus, and had been my friend since first year. When I first met him, I got bad vibes. I'd be mid-sentence talking about something I liked, and he'd pat my bed and ask me to sit with him. My flatmate told me to give him a chance, so I simply did. In second year, we went for a walk, and he spent the whole time insulting my outfit. It was a little different to what I normally wore, but I'd bought a new hat and was excited to wear it. He told me the hat didn't suit me and would suit him more. He took it off my head and wore it instead and just trashed my outfit. We get to a forest area while on our walk, and he tells me something along the lines of, if somebody assaulted you, you'd be completely defenseless. I told him that my chunky shoes would protect me as I could kick them, and he swept my legs out from underneath me to prove that I couldn't defend myself. He said, your shoes didn't help you there, did they? Later, while I was back home with my parents, he called me around midnight. He did a lot of fishing for compliments. Then he said, if you could have sex with me, you would. I'd told this person about my sexual trauma, so this hit pretty hard. I spoke to my mental health advisor at university, and he told me that that was sexual harassment and physical assault and I should report him. But he's an rap. He's the person I should be reporting these things to. I just avoid him now. Edit. Okay, I've read through some comments. I have a meeting with my mental health advisor who works with the university to talk about it more. It was good to hear from other as too. There is unfortunately only one other currently, a good friend of mine who defended his behavior in my first year, so I'm not comfortable talking to him. We have limited staff on my campus as it's the rural campus for my university, but we do have security, so I think I'm going to speak to someone higher up soon. Thank you to everybody, the comments have been a real kick up the butt. Edit 2. I told a couple of you guys that I was going to get some pepper spray or something similar, just in case something like this happens again, but after researching it, they're actually illegal to carry in the UK. Update. I just spoke to someone on the accommodation team and they are going to pass it on to the wardens for me. Thank you everyone for your advice and support. Wouldn't really call it a relationship as it was only 3 dates, but I had met this girl at a wedding. She was a friend of a friend and we shared numbers that night. Texted for a while and then had a date. First date was probably a big red flag, but I shrugged it off. We had connected on Facebook and she noticed that she went to college with a girl I went to high school with. No big deal until I found out she had been messaging that girl and asking her all these questions about me in high school. Who did I date? What car I drove? Etc. Anyway, third date rolls around. I wasn't really sure how long we would be together, so typically I wouldn't have taken her to a really nice restaurant so early in a relationship, but I was in the mood for steak, so I took her to a pretty high-end steakhouse. I have never been more embarrassed by someone's behavior in public in my life, and I have a 6 and 3-year-old at home now. She sent 3 martinis back because they weren't made correctly, while being extremely insulting and rude about it. She ordered a steak medium and then got pissed because she insisted she ordered it medium rare. Both the waiter and I told her she had ordered medium. She was making comments about what other women in the restaurant were wearing, and not very subtly. Then, despite me trying to get out of there without buy her dessert, she got a dessert menu and expected them to make her something that they didn't have on the menu. They had cheesecake and she wanted chocolate cheesecake. Another outburst at the staff. On the way out the door she made a point to stop and complain to someone loud enough other customers could hear. When we got into my car I was so embarrassed I pretended I had left my credit card on the table so I could go back in. I gave the waiter an extra $20 and apologized, telling him I was dumping her as soon as I got to her place. He laughed and told me he wished he could see it. I didn't really give her a chance to say much. She called me a loser and stormed off. Haven't seen or heard from her since. When my so could not be happy for me in my success after 5 years of busting my ass to achieve my dream career, and me finally achieving it. Dragging myself through my depression day after day, to fight against application rejections, isolated in a house I couldn't afford to leave, and do anything meaningful due to where we lived, as I worked on my craft, indoors, at a desk. We didn't go out much. He never wanted to do anything when he got home from work, but drink and play games. Despite claiming to support me as a strong woman, his support flew out the window the moment I was finally becoming happy. I tried to bring him with me to the new city, since he hated where he was. I offered him a beautiful life together, and change of pace he desperately deserved, especially for emotionally supporting me through my hardship, but all he gave me back was snarky jealousy of my position, entitlement, demands that I leave my job, negativity toward my new good friends, belittling my success as just my first job in this career, and refusal to come with me out of pride. He kept using his depression as a shield against taking responsibility for being a jerk, claiming it made him do it, but not doing anything to work on his depression. I left him 6 months into the new job when he truly didn't understand that I did nothing wrong in my happiness and he needed to handle his issues without taking them out on me. He admitted in the end that he didn't appreciate me and blamed me for his problems, but still refused to change his behavior. So I explained to him calmly why I could not continue and left without looking back. Nobody should have a cement block tied to their legs while swimming. I've been incredibly happy since. Was dating a beautiful and intelligent woman from the Caribbean who had a daughter. We were so good together the first 6 months, even with all the external racist bullshit that comes with an interracial relationship. We were talking about getting a place together, somewhere a little more progressive. I was already helping her with her rent and had given her a credit card for emergencies, since her finances weren't great, so it seemed like the logical next step. One Friday night we were at a reggae concert, and the lead singer of the opening act singled us out, basically taunting me and complimenting her. Afterwards he slides up with his friends and attempts to hand her his number. She was smiling and beaming but then declines. I was expecting her to be a little more forceful in her ejection, after this guy basically sheet all over our relationship. The next day she asked if I could watch her daughter for a bit while her and the girls went to lunch. Her friends show up while I'm in the shower, and one of them leaves her 2 kids as well. I come out to the living room, and there's now 3 kids and nobody is answering their phones. I was already upset about her dismissive attitude with the reggae thing, but then a few hours turns into a 14-hour babysitting marathon because they didn't get back until 2 AM. She was super drunk and passed out while she was on top of me. Pretty bad Saturday night. I left and went to my house. I grabbed the pile of mail, since I hadn't been there for 4 days, and sat down to check through it. I opened my Chase credit card statement and it's almost $3,000. She used it to pay for her car insurance in full, new tire/repairs for her car, a shopping spree at a clothing store and various smaller purchases, all within the last month. I went to her house the next afternoon and she's trying to deflect everything. She suggests we drop her daughter at her friend's house, go to dinner and talk about it. I have no idea why I agreed, but there we were sitting outside a restaurant. I told her I expect her to repay everything she's charged to my credit card. Her response was the final nail in the coffin. I'm not paying anything back. If you want to be with a girl like me, you need to be paying for everything. I told her I didn't want to be with a girl like her then. She launched into a tirade of insults and told me that she still won't pay for the charges. She started basically bragging that I actually paid for her and her friends to party last night, since she charged it all to my card too. I start my car and she gets really upset. What about dinner? I said she's welcome to go in alone, but I'm leaving and I want my card back now. She said it was at her home, so we went back. I packed up the few things I had there, and surprise surprise she refused to give me back the card. I warned her that it was a terrible idea to keep it, but she basically shouted me out of the apartment. Monday morning I contacted Chase and told them none of the charges were mine. A few days later she calls me, I'm assuming to apologize, but no, she's accusing me of stealing a CD. Seriously, a CD? I didn't hear from her until about a month later, when she was fuming about her insurance being cancelled. She was less happy when I told her all the other charges were considered theft as well. Chase basically covered or reversed the charges, so I paid nothing. Her insurance was cancelled, and I like to think she had to repay all the other charges to Chase or the shops. About a year later I was in my car and opened a CD case. Inside there were 2 CDs, including her missing CD. TLDR, X went from dream girl to gold digging trash in the course of a weekend. Ran up thousands on my CC and refused to return it. Got a free CD for my troubles. Met this girl on Tinder. I should preface by saying I wasn't thinking with the right head. I found her super attractive and we hit it off. About 2 weeks later, I invite her over on a Friday night to come chill with me. We chill, have a few drinks. It gets late and I ask her if she wants to stay the night. She agrees. I had a bit too much to drink, so in my head, I didn't want to try anything with her, because if I was feeling faked up, this smaller than me woman definitely was too. Go to sleep, wake up, she's still here. I wake up early, so I just hang out for a bit until she wakes up. I don't have a car, but I offered, hey, let me know whenever you're ready, I can call you an Uber. She kinda brushed this off. We are talking for a bit, and she brings up for the first time how she doesn't have the best family life and isn't looking to go back home at the moment. My dumbass feels bad and lets her know she can stay another night if she wants. This happens. I give her space, since my sober attempts at flirting seem to have gotten shot down. One more night turns into damn near a week. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like I felt bad, but after a few days, it started feeling like she was taking advantage and my attraction for her slowly started slipping. The kicker. When she ended up leaving, it was at like 3 AM. I woke up to see she was about to leave with a hoodie I let her borrow. She was wearing my underwear and socks, since she hadn't brought more than a change of clothes. I groggily asked her with a half smile, "You about to steal my hoodie?" She answers, "Oh, you didn't want me to steal it?" When I tell you I could feel the half smile on my face drop. It's crazy because as we were texting before we met, we were full on flirting back and forth. I really thought we were just gonna kick it and leave it at that. Maybe make it a consistent thing. Nope. She never messaged me after leaving. I was fine with never talking to her again tbh, but I told this to my older brother. He told me to at least message her and let her know that I wasn't interested because I wouldn't like it if someone did that to me. I messaged her. She blocked me. End of story. TLDR, don't put your dick into crazy. First date through a dating site. We had been chatting for a few weeks. I lived in Antwerp at the time and I invited her to a great jazz bar, D Muse, for anyone interested, to start off the evening. She knew a restaurant and would take me there afterwards. First of all, she was late. Not can't find parking late, but I have not left yet at the meeting time late. She asked me to order her something and she would arrive shortly. There I was with 2 red wines enduring the waitress looks of she stood you up. First thing she says is not sorry I'm late. It was I don't like your shoes. I usually wear very generic black leather shoes, the kind that really cannot be ugly or beautiful. In any case, she finishes 2 red wines like lemonade. She talks about her exciting day as a clothes shop manager and we leave for dinner. At this point I have determined that I want to keep it short, but I was hungry as well, so I decide to stick it out. She could not find the restaurant she knew while roaming the streets of Antwerp. All of a sudden she yells, "Here it is." I have an inkling she was relieved to find a place that was labeled restaurant to save face. The place was brightly lit, tablecloth was plastic and the food was made with powder and hot water I think. The wine was apparently good, since we emptied a bottle. I had 1 glass. Finally I could go home, only to find out we were parked near each other. So we walked to the parking spot. We passed an erotic shop and she pointed out some stuff that, while designed for human orifices, looked terrifying. She said next time we can go there and buy each other a gift. Upon arriving at my car I said goodbye and went home. I logged on and saw her online. Relieved that she did not crash her drunkenness, I blocked her. She was smoking hot though. This was back in January. She was a tenant at my house and we stayed decent friends. But this was above and beyond anything I had experienced with her. Let's call her Brit. She read some tarot cards that said this was the season of moving. She informed me of this and I said, "Okay, so, are you going to move?" She said, "I'm not sure. I definitely want to move before Mercury goes into retrograde, and I want to do it soon." So she gives notice to move out in April. Fine. Then she gives notice for March. Then she asks if she can leave next week. You know what? Fine. Whatever. Sure. Move next week. I'll help you GTFO. Then she changes her mind and wants to move in April, then March. I told her to make up her mind. She finally decides she wants to leave in 2 weeks. Okay, fine. Let me help you move out. She then decides that moving means vacation and that she wants to go to Hawaii to relax on the beach. I tried to tell her that there were plenty of beaches where we lived, West Coast USA, and she could relax there. Nope. She wants to be on a beach in Hawaii. Now, a few things to keep in mind. She is a broke single mom that is completely irresponsible with her money. She'll blow money on a whim and never has anything saved. It's a poverty mindset. Why save when there's always an emergency? I'll just deal with it when it happens. Now, there's nothing wrong with broke single women. I get it. Being a single parent is hard. But it's that she decides to dump her kid off with her ex, take the STEMI check and use that money to book a plane ticket to Hawaii, and say, "Yo, I'll be back in 6 months. Landlord, can you hold my place for me at the house? I don't want to pay rent during this time, but can you hold it until I get back?" I told her no. She gave notice. I already posted an ad. She's leaving. In other conversations I had with her, she expresses that she misses the freedom of not being a parent and wishes she could take back being a mom. She then informed her child that she would be gone for up to 6 months, but wasn't sure when she would be back. Her child was, understandably, devastated but took the news best he could. During the last few days at the house, I went over to do some normal maintenance housework. While there, her son was in my way. "Move. God, you're always in the way," she shouted at him. "Sorry," her child said sheepishly. He moved and I continued about my work, but he was in my way again as I continued to work. "Hey. Yo, you gotta get out of his way. God, you're so slow at everything. Jesus, would you move?" He didn't reply and sulked off to his bedroom. I was thinking, if she's like this when I'm around, what is she like when I'm not around? After moving out completely, her son went off to his father's place while she booked it for Hawaii. When she reached Hawaii, she texted me that she was sorry for being so hasty in coming out, but hoped we could remain friends. I told her to fuck off and never contact me again. I assumed things were over. Nope. Within 2 weeks I got a request from 2 different landlords asking me for a rental reference for her. Like, is she insane? So she told everyone she was going to Hawaii for 6 months, then stayed there for 2 weeks and came back. What the actual fuck? I told the 2 landlords that I refused to give a rental reference and that I would not rent to her again. She requested a 3rd rental reference from me from yet another landlord. When that landlord asked me for a reference, I told him, "Could you kindly tell her to fuck off? She won't listen to me, but maybe she'll listen to a stranger." I never heard from her again. This is gonna age me. I had been dating her for about a year. Things were going great. When we started dating she had mentioned some friends of hers and there was one in particular she talked a lot about, this other guy. It kinda made me jealous, because she'd hang out with him quite a bit, but whenever I was around he was always busy or working. So after a bit I said something to her, and she told me I was being crazy. Then one day on AIM, he messaged me, and was like, "Hey man, I just want you to know nothing is going on between us, we're just friends." After that he messaged me every now and then and always say we should meet one day, but there was always some reason I couldn't meet him. After a while I just got used to it, and didn't think anything of it. Now a year later I'm at her house and a freak snowstorm came in and basically trapped me there for a few days. One day I wake up first, go down and get on the computer, and go to sign on to my AIM. There it is, his screen name saved on her computer, and there's no password. I sign on thinking I'm gonna find some evidence they've been hooking up, but what I discovered was even worse. Click here to get the JK. No really, I signed on and the only faking name on his friends list was me. I was the only person he had talked to and for a second I was baffled and didn't understand what that meant. Then it hit me, she was him. She had made up her best friend from the moment I met her and made up all these stories. The reason I couldn't meet him, because he was my girlfriend. So yeah, I got catfished by my girlfriend for a year before catfishing was a thing. I confronted her, she broke down in tears, and admitted she made up a friend because she didn't have any real friends and didn't want to seem weird. I told her we were done, but I was faking trapped there by a snowstorm. So in the next 3 days she convinced me to stay with her, and then later I tried to marry her, but found out she was cheating on me. We had only been dating for a few weeks, but it was intense, and felt like there was a strong bond. I was away for a week, but I called her every day to see how she was doing. When I got back home, we were both very excited to see each other, so she came over with her dog. The dog, a pug, had apparently never been in anyone else's house. Nor had she ever house trained her dog. I later learned that she had a full empty room in her apartment with pee pads all over the floor for the dog. So the dog is sniffing around my dog's bed and just peeing all over it. At first she was embarrassed, and I was a little bit annoyed, but didn't make a big deal about it. I grabbed a towel and tried to wipe it up. After the 3rd time, I said something like, "Okay, it's time for dog's name to go home." So we left to head back to her place. Fast forward a few days, and we are at her place. The dog is just being crazy and so hyper. I offer to take him for a walk, and she rejects it. Instead, he goes into the 2nd bedroom to pee on a pee pad. I'm silently judging the situation, but don't say anything. We go to bed, and she talks about the idea of getting the dog neutered. I said I thought it was a good idea, because it would mellow him out and maybe help his marking instinct. She exploded in anger, saying that she couldn't believe I was so mad about him peeing on my dog's bed, and that I totally overreacted and just laid into me for a solid 15 to 20 minutes. I realized then that this person was potentially dangerous. I jumped out of bed, put my clothes on, and headed towards the door. I said I'm sorry that things didn't work out and was about to leave. Her response was, "That's it?" And then she went back into her room and sulked. I tried to talk to her more, but she continued to yell at me and berate me about the dog and how I was such a shitty person for overreacting. I told her that I really did have to go. I never saw her again. I was born a woman, but I consider myself agender. I was in a relationship with another woman, and through it, she had experimented with her gender identity from non-binary to trans man to demigirl and many other things I don't remember. I honestly didn't care. I loved her for her. I stayed with her and supported her, but when I even suggested that I may not be a cis woman, she said that she didn't want to be in a relationship with me because she wouldn't love me if I wasn't a woman. I told her I was hurt, but I wanted to remain friends. She didn't understand why I was hurt, and when I said I stayed with you when you experimented, she clammed up and got defensive. Instead of fighting, I asked for us to have some time apart so I could recover. She then accused me of manipulating and abusing and neglecting her. Despite that, I consistently told her I want some time apart and we would not be talking during this time because it was hard on me. I finally, after way too many red flags, broke up with her. We broke up late 2018, and I checked her social media after 2 years because I was curious, and she posts about me a lot even still. From talking shit about me to posting old stories I wrote for her during our relationship, and talking about how sweet I was, and posting endlessly lost posts/threads about me. TLDR, I accepted her gender experimentation. She didn't accept mine. She then acted toxic because of it. I worked at a big toy store in 2010, before it went under. We had a new coworker whom I thought was super cute. I asked her phone number, which at that time, I'd never done before. She was excited. We talked, flirted, and exchanged numbers. I thought it went so well. I was on break, and she was just getting off work and heading out. About 5 minutes after she left, she texted me asking why I hadn't texted her yet. I thought she was teasing, and that it was great she was so interested. We got to know each other better, but she would always reiterate she got annoyed when I wouldn't text back. No biggie, I've always been a bad texter. I got a little spooked when she said her father was a police officer and that I should come over when he was working the night shift. This is where she got a little more aggressive when I said I didn't feel comfortable coming over. All of these signs should have added up, but I was just an easygoing 18-year-old kid. One time while I was working, she was blowing up my phone, but I refused to take out my phone because I was at the service desk. All of a sudden I hear her voice behind me and I froze. I couldn't believe she would just show up to scold me. I turn around and she's standing there with her sister, who looks very uncomfortable. She introduces me to her sister and I feel very awkward. She says something about how she wanted me to meet her and all I can think is, why now? She says I came to pick up my check. I feel a bit of relief and think, oh great, she's not here being crazy. I gives her the check and she leans in and starts laying into me about how she's not gonna waste her time and I need to put more effort in and text her back when she texts me. I tell her I'm obviously working. It's the busiest time of the season and can't have my phone out. She lets out a big sigh and says I need to figure out my priorities. I tell her sister it was great meeting her, but I gotta get back to work. They leave. My manager overhears and says this is not okay and I need to text her that this isn't working out. She moves my shifts to times when I won't see her. After a while she quits. Oh, and this all took place within a week and a half of meeting her. For a while, after I was nervous whenever someone walked up to the service desk behind me. He would argue with me about the stupidest things, then announce the next day that our plans for insert thing that required advanced planning were off because he wasn't sure about our relationship. He had the opportunity to do that exactly once, causing me to lose $150 in non-refundable tickets. because mysteriously it was his idea to go, but my job to plan and pay for it. We had a discussion about how that wasn't okay, but sure enough, a month later he did it again for a weekend trip he had originally suggested. The only reason I didn't lose money on the weekend trip was because I saw this bullshit coming a mile away and never booked anything. And sure enough, we got in a ridiculous argument about whether the Justice Department discriminated against minorities. Yes, he cancelled a trip over that, and when he was like, "I'm not sure about our relationship," I said okay, it's over, and removed my relationship status from Facebook. I know. Then he spent the next month making creepy remarks and trying to inappropriately sexualize the conversation. For instance, "Good morning, what are you up to? Oh, just finished masturbating." Seriously? Who does that? Until he asked me straight out if I wanted to get back together. I told him, no. Hell no. I have standards. You do not meet them. We dated a total of 6 weeks. And get this, we are in our 40s, and he was pulling out that middle school shit. I have never seen someone try so hard to torpedo a relationship he supposedly wanted to be in. He's been married before. Holy shit. Honestly, I held on for a while. Mostly out of fear of what she would do to me. She threatened to take my livelihood and my son. This was a woman I was married to for 10 years. At first we were very much in love. Then I joined the army, so I could afford to give us a better life. I went away for training for a year, came back to a completely different person. She cheated on me constantly, told me she wouldn't have sex with me because I was gay. I'm not gay, but she decided that was her narrative and held on to it. She would tell me I was useless, stupid and worthless. And then for a little, while she calmed down, started being nice and even having sex with me again. Made it all seem like a mental health crisis. Turns out she had faked a few guys without condoms and wanted to keep her security blanket in case she got pregnant again. And she did indeed become pregnant. I was excited. I always wanted 2 or 3 kids, so the idea of a second child excited the hell out of me and made me temporarily forget all the bad stuff. Then she miscarried. And it was a bad one. Blood all over the bathroom and puke on the walls, and then I had to sit with her for 10 hours because the doctors lost the ultrasound and couldn't confirm the miscarriage. I have never felt so helpless, and it faked me up for about 4 years. In that time she started hitting me, telling me all her pain was my fault, and bullied me into a very one-sided open marriage where she could fuck whoever she wanted, but went into a jealous rage anytime I found someone interesting. So finally it's Christmas 2014. I'm damn near suicide at this point. Seriously considering my options and how I would do it while causing my death as painlessly as possible. A few days before Christmas I drop her off at the local mall to buy gifts. I ask her again, as I had for years, to please take some time to talk to me about the miscarriage and how I've not been able to sleep without flashbacks for 4 years, and how I wish she would consider couples counseling. Just like every time I had asked before, she tells me to get faked and that I'm the only one with a problem. I'm thinking, okay, well I guess this is my last Christmas. Then she says the words that change everything. I wish you'd grow a spine and stop being such a bitch. That baby wasn't even yours. It was like a light switch had been flicked. I asked her why she would keep that information from me and let me suffer for 4 years, knowing that maybe there was a slight chance that confessing that lie might give me peace. Her response, "What's done is done." I couldn't believe my ears. And on that last sentence she turned and walked away to buy me my Christmas present. My Christmas present was a Big Mac meal, by the way. She spent the majority of the present money for me on a $40 glass bong for the local drug addict that she was faking. So anyway, right after she left my thoughts changed from suicide to escape. I'm not sure why it was that the final bit of info she gave me changed my whole outlook. Why that one sentence was more effective than the cheating, the lies, the hitting and the verbal abuse. It's been 6 years and I don't have that answer. All I know is that at that moment I decided that I was done and needed a way out that didn't end with her getting 0 consequences, my life insurance and a lot of sympathy. I decided though that I would wait until after Christmas so my son could enjoy one final Christmas with his whole family together. So I waited. January 5th, 2015, D-Day for my marriage. My wife had been at her drug addict boyfriend's house for a few days now. I get a phone call from her asking that I please take her and her boyfriend to the local courthouse that was a 30-minute highway drive away so he could answer to charges of assault and theft. At first, I thought, why on earth would I do that? Then it struck me. Every time I had ever mentioned divorce in the past, she would scream at me that I was a worthless piece of shit who needed to take my head out of my ass, throw her wedding ring at me, and run off for a few hours until I felt bad, and then she'd come home and forgive me for thinking so negatively about our marriage. This gaslighting happened a few times and most of the time it worked. I'd always be left trying to figure out how I came out looking like a beach. So this time I decided I would break up with her in the car. My son was at school and I was on leave. She had nowhere to run while the car is zipping down the highway at 100 km per hour, so it was a perfect time. So we get about halfway there and I casually tell her I'm done. I'll help her find a place, give her the kid 5 days per week, and give her child support immediately. It was effectively cheaper than daycare, and I had to save myself before I could save my son. I have 100% custody now, but that's another story. Anyway, she's caught completely off guard and agrees to everything because A, she thinks she's getting a pretty good deal, and B, she doesn't have any other options. So she says, okay, if that's what you want. I tell her I do, and that I'm tired of fighting. She asks me if there's anything she can do to change my mind, but I knew that would just be inviting more lies and abuse, so I tell her what's done is done. Mic drop. I drop her off at the courthouse and start driving home. On my way home I call my mom and in a huge emotional release tell her that I'm separating from my wife. My mom's reaction? Thank God. My previous long-term partner refused to pick me up to take me to the hospital after I received a phone call telling me that my nan had suffered her third stroke in 2 years. The chances of her surviving the night were extremely low due to her already deteriorated condition, so in a panic I called my girlfriend at the time at about 11:30 p.m. asking for a lift or to at least meet me there for moral support, and she straight up refused because she had work in the morning. A shitty part-time job, not even a proper career. Needless to say, I felt absolutely betrayed by the one person I was supposed to be able to count on, who was basically family at this point. Our relationship was 5 years long. I had some choice words to say on the phone to her and her mother, who she tried to put on the phone to explain why she couldn't be there the one time I actually needed her, and hung up. I then called my brother's wife's sister, who lived further away than she did, to pick me up, and she did despite the fact she had a full-time job and had work the next morning. She must have had 2 hours sleep that night for helping me and didn't complain once or even question the act of helping in that scenario. The sad part is, after my nan and granddad's passing, I actually went back to her for a brief time, and in hindsight I think this was purely my subconscious mind trying to seek comfort in old routines or previous behaviors, as my head at the time was faked. I can safely say that today I'm much better off in every way possible after learning some hard lessons on those nights. I was dating a woman for 3 months. We are both lawyers, so given our schedules, dating at that point usually consisted of staying at one another's place during the week and going out for dinner and drinks on the weekends. One day she tells me that there was a complaint that she was drunk in court and that there will be a hearing to determine if she can continue being assigned indigent clients by the state. For a solo practitioner, this was a huge part of her practice. I get a call from a doctor who asks if I've ever noticed alcohol being a problem for her. I said I had not. Perhaps we'd closed down a bar on a Friday night, but nothing problematic. Later that day, she calls me and asks to attend the hearing. I get there, and it has nothing to do with retaining clients. It is a civil commitment hearing. Apparently there were multiple complaints by both other returners in the courthouse and her clients. Now, clients often complain that an attorney isn't spending enough time in their case. But when clients who are not paying for your services because the state is picking up the tab complain, that is a red flag. A judge that she argues in front of regularly hears, reads the formal complaints, and sends her to the state hospital for up to 6 months, with a rehearing in a month. She gets sent away immediately to the state hospital and asks me to look after her cats, as she suddenly won't be home for months. At first I feel badly for her, thinking the court must have gotten something wrong. I drive the hour to the state hospital a few times a week to visit her during no-touch visits supervised by a nurse. Because I'm a lawyer, the nurse had to stay outside a glass room. By the time she gets let out 3 weeks later, because COVID had hit in the interim, I had realized that all those times that we went out a little bit too late, it was because she wanted to continue drinking. I also realized that whenever she got lunch between court hearings, she was really getting vodka sodas. I pick her up the day she gets let out. On our drive back, I make a comment about being nominated for the Ex-Boyfriend of the Year award. She looks at me and says, "So you're breaking up with me?" Yup. Sorry, sweetheart, but after only 3 months getting sent to the state hospital against your will for any reason is sorta a deal breaker for me. Way back in high school, when I was kind of a weirdo geek and an involuntary outsider, I had a class with a girl 1 grade ahead of me that was one of the most popular kids in school because she was the star basketball player. For whatever reason, she liked me too, and we hung out a lot, and I think we led each other on. Her other popular buddies gave her a really hard time for evidently liking me for whatever reason, and she kind of coldly cut me off and ghosted me after that. About a year or so later, when I was close to high school graduation, she messaged me on AOL AIM again. This is how far back this was. She had gone to a local college on a basketball scholarship for her freshman year, and it wasn't really working out, and she couldn't make many friends. I was friendly with her, but I kind of noped out of her invitation to call her or to come visit her at her school. By that time I was in a fairly serious relationship with another girl from her class, and I was pretty settled in with her and didn't want to revisit the past, especially when she already killed my self-confidence the last time. Flash forward today, and I just celebrated our 15th wedding anniversary with that other girl from her class, so I guess that worked out pretty good. The other girl, that was a basketball star, did pretty well too. She ended up becoming a high-achieving healthcare professional, and from what I've seen on Facebook did an amazing job making a difference this last year. She's also married with 2 kids. I'm glad to see we are both doing well on our different paths now. Now that we are older, I probably would take her up on that invite to hang out, but I'm glad it would be just as old friends. My first girlfriend in high school. Dated her for around 2 years. She was my first everything. First girl I ever kissed, cuddled, did the thing with, etc. She was super clingy, which is fine, kind of overbearing, but I could deal with it. I had a very close childhood friend pass away halfway through my senior year. He was actually my first friend I met / had since moving to this city in early elementary school. She didn't know him well, and this was the first time I was dealing with death on this intimate of a level. He passed on a Wednesday night. I found out the next day after school. Skipped school that Friday to morn. When I found out about his death, I asked for some distance that weekend so I could mourn and just be around people that really knew him so I could get through it. She complied, or so I thought. That Sunday, a couple days after his passing, and a couple days after not speaking with her again, mourning his loss, I get a text from her. These are the exact words that text contained. "Do you even love me? You're too busy mourning over your stupid friend to hang out with your girlfriend." Those words are permanently etched into my brain at this point, over 4 years later. I dumped her though, text on the spot, blocked her on everything, done. Couldn't even grant me the courtesy of letting me mourn alone. She spent the next month contacting me through newly generated numbers, trying to guilt trip me back into the relationship through suicide threats and the like. Went to finally visit the home of a girl whom I was told by both my friends and hers had a bad crush on me for years, but whom I was just trying to be nice to. We shared most of the same route home from school anyway, and it'd be rude to refuse to walk with somebody and then walk the same path as them to get home. I'd also asked her to be my date to a high school military ball, JROTC, once because I wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend while in school, but thought I could at least have a platonic date there. We danced and took pictures, but didn't kiss or anything, besides on the hand of course. I thought we had a swell time. Went to visit her house and her very traditional Mexican family greeted me like a long lost family member, even though I'd never met them before, and promptly tried to force feed me all the foods. That was cool, and although my stomach disagreed. Anyway, while I was being polite and trying my damnedest to clean my plate and declining more as best I can, needed her brother to translate as they don't speak much English, and I'd failed Spanish twice. I happened to look up at the mantle. There in the living room for all to see, mounted right along with pictures of the family and great grandparents, and dead in the center was a picture of me and her from military ball. I found out later her parents were actively encouraging her to date me and get married / be knocked up by me, since I was deemed by her parents to be successful and smart. Because I'm Asian, I was her average B to C+ student in school. I refused to have my picture taken without any males also present, or only females 4 years after that. Not as bad as most responses here, but my family was also very traditionally minded, and the wrath from my family had made me afraid for all too long. I'm a lot better now, obviously. Went through my rebellious manho phase when I got away from them after a while, before meeting my amazing wife and never wanting anyone else but her. TLDR, a woman I'd started dating got rip-roaring drunk, vomited on the floor of the bar, and accused me of rapping her to my coworker. In '96 was a bartender, dating a girl who was borderline alcoholic. I didn't know her quite well enough to be sure yet. On her birthday night she and her friends ate and drank at a Mexican place, then came to my bar to pick me up after my shift. I was the early shift. The next bartender, a sketchy prick who I think had designs on seducing her, gave her a pitcher of Red Devils, so of course we don't leave. I couldn't drink at the time because I wasn't yet medically controlled with my epilepsy, so she went to work on it herself. She was already tipsy when she walked in, and she wouldn't listen to me begging her to leave. Then she throws up in the bathroom. Now, I'm off my shift, so it's technically not my problem, but the next bartender nopes out of cleaning it, saying it's your girlfriend, dude. I can't describe to you what it's like to clean up burrito / Red Devil vomit. Your imagination truly can't make it much worse than reality. So then she's feeling horrible about herself, weeping all over the place. I walk her home. She lives about 10 blocks from there. The whole time she's refusing to continue, sitting on people's stoops and wailing that she doesn't deserve me and to leave her there. I'm obviously not leaving her alone in this state. A 10-minute walk takes an hour. I get her up her stairs, put her in bed on her side, sit for a bit to make sure she falls asleep okay. I consider staying, but I don't have my epilepsy meds with me, which sets me up for a seizure. So I leave, going to a nearby bus stop, and I wait and wait. No bus. It's pre-Uber and pre-cell phones, so I go back to my bar to call for a car service from there. I walk in, and the bartender looks at me like I'm the biggest piece of shit walking the earth. I can't believe you just walk back in here after what you did, he says. As sketchy as he is, he's not confrontational, so I'm taken aback. I ask for clarification. He says that the girl called him and told him everything, how I walked her home and forced myself on her. She must have awakened and gotten angry that I wasn't still there, and that's how she took it out on me. I don't know. We never had an in-depth conversation about it. I broke up with her over the phone. I wasn't mature enough at the time to bring it up or to suggest that she get help. I just called her at work and told her it was over. Epilogue. There was a low-level mob guy named Cookie that was a regular of mine at the bar before and after this. Although he could be a bully, he could be a nice guy too. He was just one of those guys you had to deal with. Well, he stopped coming in at one point, and I didn't see him for months. Then he came in and said, "Hey, Mr. Limp Richard, we gotta talk." He always called me Mr. First name. Turns out he started dating the same woman, and she told him what I did. He stopped coming back into my bar because if he saw me, he would kill me. Then one night she told him to meet her at a local bar, known to be a cop joint. He went up to her and tried to get her attention by touching her elbow. She turned around, screaming at him about not touching her. The cops pulled him out of the bar and told him they'd kick the shit out of him if he ever returned. And that was the last he'd heard from her. So he wanted to come and apologize, I suppose, for believing her story. She was a faked up unit, and something terrible must have happened to her to make her like that. I still wonder how she is. Can't search for her on the internet, as I had long forgotten her last name by the time social media was ubiquitous. Not a relationship, but a crush I had. We met through mutual friends and we really hit it off, and I thought she liked me. We started to become close friends, and had some flirty moments and everything looked good, but I quickly learned she hadn't got over her ex that broke up with her half a year earlier. Nothing too crazy, so I tried to be supportive, since we became close. It only got worse. Every single conversation led back to her ex. She told me he'd ask for nudes, he'd get super jealous anytime she was with me, and he was actively faking other girls while stringing her along. I tried to tell her she was just getting used by him, and she got real annoyed with me, so I just let it go and kept trying to be a good friend. Then the time comes I need a good friend, and I had just got her off a long 10+ hour shift and drove another hour out to see her cause I really needed someone to talk with, since I was having a really hard time. I get there and start trying to talk about how I'm feeling and how I'm not sure if I have depression or not, and if I should go get help. She was barely even paying attention, was on her phone texting him, and then without missing a beat starts complaining about this guy again. I could handle that she didn't like me that way. I can handle that she was having a hard time, even though the guy was clearly an asshole using her. I could handle that she didn't like me calling out his bullshit, but to be there for her countless times, only to have her not even give one fuck when I needed a friend. That was it. I told her I had to leave early, and I never spoke to her again. A mutual friend introduced me to a woman his girlfriend knew. We went out to dinner and to watch a DVD back at my place with our mutual friends. We were all 18 at the time, kinda broke, couldn't afford both dinners and movies at a theater, so this was the compromise. Date goes okay, but I didn't really hit it off with her. But I asked for her number anyway and agreed to a second date, cause really, a few hours doesn't let you really learn enough, and it's not like she was terrible, she was just kind of shy. I figured maybe we'd go out a couple more times and we'll see how it goes. I drop her off back at home. She lives about 20 minutes from me and my buddy's apartment. Go home, in the back door off our parking lot, and head to bed. I guess I forgot to lock the door on my way in. Around 3 AM I'm awakened by this person and her friend standing next to my bed in our dark apartment, while our mutual friends were also asleep in the next bedroom over. I very loudly freaked the hell out. My buddy woke up to me yelling at these two women in our living room. When he asked what was going on, he was equally disturbed. We both then told them to GTFO, or we were calling the police. She was all teary-eyed about it, and I was like, look, let me put it to you this way. How would you feel if you woke up in your bedroom and the man you had been on one date with was standing over your sleeping body with another unknown man in the middle of the night? You'd have them arrested. You need to leave. Never saw or heard from her again. And my buddy and his girl also never heard from her to my understanding. She just, like, vanished. I was in a super toxic relationship with my ex for years, thinking I had to stick out the bad times to deserve the good. Boy, how wrong I was. She was incredibly manipulative and mentally abusive. I put up with this for years because she said she deserved this relationship, and I had to work hard to show her how much she did. I finally noped out of there after 5 years when her deluded logic became even more deranged. She said she deserved to be treated like a princess, and I had no problem making her feel like my one and only. Over time she would get more and more upset at me having female friends, even ones we had both known. She kept telling me she was only friends with a lot of girls I knew because she had to make sure they weren't going to try and sleep with me. Her logic was that she could trust me, but not any of the girls I was friends with, and I just didn't understand because I wasn't a girl. I went on vacation to an Annan convention, telling me that she couldn't wait for me to come home from my stupid trip. I love anime, so she could be taken on a real vacation. She then told me there would be rules to follow on the trip, which I didn't know we would be taking, which were: I can't talk to females unless it was an emergency or with her permission/approval, because it could lead to sex. I can't look at other females unless they are employees of the establishment we are in because, again, it could lead to sex. I had to tell her how beautiful she was if she saw another female and talk down about said female. I couldn't talk to any friends because this was our time and I already had my time with them. I couldn't talk to my family unless it was an emergency because, again, this was our time. I couldn't drink because I may get drunk and forget that I'm not allowed to talk to females. She then demanded I come home early, end Sunday evening with a party Sunday night and a trip home Monday morning, but she wanted me to leave Sunday morning. I, feeling defeated, agreed and hung up the phone. My friends, knowing what I put up with from her, got me drunk to cheer me up, and I decided to nope right out that relationship once she texted me the list of rules. Met a girl that night and we've been together 10 years, married for 5. Best nope I ever noped. Edit, I've been editing my bad grammar, sorry. It had been toxic for a while, mostly with jealousy and a bit of a controlling streak from her end. Finally I got fed up. The straw that finally broke the camel's back happened when I was seeing my grandfather, who lived in the same city as her, which, for the record, was only 20 minutes from where I lived. Now, this girl and I had been together most of the summer and were getting ready to go back to university, where we lived in the same dorm. With the move-in date being in only a week, I told her that I had made a series of plans through the week to see family and friends before the semester started, but that she was more than welcome to join any of these get-togethers. While at my grandfather's, she texted me asking me to come over, but I reiterated where I was and that I had plans to be with some friends in an hour to see a movie and that, again, she was more than welcome to join. I can't believe you won't make time for me. You're right down the road. Me, I told you about these plans like 2 weeks ago. I can go and pick you up, but I'm not blowing off my friends before I'm gone for the next few months. Is Jane gonna be there? Me, well, her and her brother are my best friends, so yeah. I don't want you going. Finally, I blew up via text and told her she was being unreasonable, jealous, and childish, that I was tired of her attempts at controlling me, and that I had never given her reason to distrust me despite her brush with infidelity months prior, when we were working on defining our relationship. Well, she didn't take that well. All throughout the movie, District 9, I think lol, she kept calling and texting me, and I just finally ignored it. At some point I told her I was done with her, and that I wasn't going to respond to any more of her tantrums. And that was that. Funnily enough, Jane and I did end up dating within the next year or so, a scenario that I was not anticipating, and was not on my radar in the slightest. A few years ago, I got a call from a friend I hadn't seen in about 2 years. He didn't sound right. Said he was in a resort area of the state I live in, with his new wife. I didn't even know he got married. We had just started talking, and I could suddenly hear a woman talking loudly non-stop in the background. I did some quick thinking, and realized he was in some kind of trouble. Told him I was going to come see him. He started hemming and hawing, said I couldn't come, and that he had to do this and that. I just kept on insisting, and I kept moving the goalposts on him. Finally, after a pause, he said only tomorrow would work. Probably thinking I couldn't make the 4.5-hour drive on such short notice, I said yes, and that I'd be there tomorrow afternoon, and hung up. I then got in my car and drove there, right then and there. When I got there, he and his wife were putting the last of their things into a small U-Haul. He was a shell of himself, emaciated, bruised and mentally spent. I immediately ran up, gave him a big hug, put him behind me, and faced a woman that was half devil. She tried acting friendly, but was seething underneath. She knew who I was, and she tried to engage in small talk. I ignored her, and asked where my friend's stuff was. She then got pissed, and starting posturing, and said he didn't own shit. I put my friend in my car, and started going through the U-Haul, and grabbing anything I thought might be his, while keeping a close eye on the woman. Mainly I got his 2 good guitars, some clothes and shoes. Come to find out, his call to me was the last straw, and it almost didn't work when she walked in on him in the lobby of the cheap motel they were staying in, calling from the motel phone. By the time I got him, he was basically her slave. She regularly beat him and berated him constantly. She had told him she would kill him if he tried to leave or if he told anyone about them. He probably weighed 135 pounds on a good day, and when I got him, he was probably about 110. The whole dynamics of their relationship, how it began and evolved, is a story unto itself. However, he said until about 2 months before, this whole abusive situation seemed normal to him. It wasn't until she started pushing her loaded gun into his face regularly that he started seeing the nightmare he was in. When he first gave her an inkling he wanted out, she beat him so badly, he became unconscious. She would then put so much fear into him, on a daily basis, that he could barely hold a rational thought. When I got in the car and drove off with him, after rescuing him, he just cried for a couple of hours. He told me he was sure she was going to kill him pretty soon, and he only called me because he had come across my office number on a piece of paper in a book he was putting into one of those little free library boxes outside the motel office. We mostly drove in silence because he was completely drained. He stayed with us for a couple of months and then left for his home state. It took him a year to get somewhere close to normal. Thanks for the award. That was very kind of you. She wanted to marry as soon as possible for a green card, but she didn't want to stay in the USA. We decided to go on a date to Hot Pot in a city where we both live. The day of the date comes, she tells me she's 30 minutes away and wants me to come get her to take her to this hot pot place about 5 minutes away. I have a few red flags in my head, but English is a second language, so I chalk it up to her not fully understanding. But I tell her no. She insists that she wants to go to that hot pot place because her family owns it, or something. I hold firm. I tell her we are going to a hot pot place where she is, because I'm not spending 2 hours in the car for a date. That should be a 20-minute round trip. I also had no idea how expensive hot pot was. Jesus. After dinner we walked around downtown, and she talked about future plans and how she wanted a green card in the USA so she could then go to Australia or something. I knew then that this relationship would be for the wrong reasons. I politely made it through the rest of the date. We chatted a bit through an app, but I told her it wasn't going to work and I wasn't interested. This woman would not take no for an answer. Again, I think it was the language barrier. I decided to delete my profile from the texting app. We were off the dating app this time and had moved on to one of the few international texting apps and deleted the app off my phone. I also think I unmatched her from the dating app to just in case. I still wonder if she got the message I wasn't interested after that. My best friend from high school, we were both in town after I was done with college. Kinda reconnected. There were 2 moments that hit me. She'd been on meth when she was out of town, moved out of state to stay with her dad when she was 17, but she stopped when she moved back in 2016. I moved downstate after a few months for a job, but we still talked, and I'd visit every time I was back home. She had a kid the next year with this guy who dated her stepsister in high school. Summer 2019, I saw her for the first time in 6 months, and she was obviously back on meth and talking about how she had to be on the right amount of drugs to take care of her daughter. I couldn't handle that. I just ghosted. Should I have called CPS? Her baby daddy wasn't okay either, and I wouldn't be there or the fallout or to help was is my place. My grandma died next May. My ex-best friend sent a letter, care of the funeral home. I was feeling like shit, and I missed her, so I opened the letter. I got through about 2 lines of how hard her life had been in the last few months, and I put it back in the envelope. It's 5 feet away, a year later, and I still haven't read it. I don't doubt her life had been shitty. She did a few months in rehab, but Jesus. She sent it to the funeral home. I haven't heard from her since. She follows me on Tumblr, but I'm not sure she remembers it's me. She turned it into a cam girl account. Every time I go through my followers for bots, I scroll past. I guess I'm waiting for a third cheaty thing before I block her. I have 2 instances. First, one of my childhood dogs had an emergency while I was over my girlfriend's house. Got the call from my mother that they were headed to an emergency vet which was about a mile from my girlfriend's. I however didn't have my car and asked the girlfriend to give me a ride. She wanted to wait until her show ended when the show just started 5 minutes prior. We argued for a moment before I just said see ya later and walked to the emergency vet. Took her 2 days before she messaged me, and when I didn't respond she called me. No asking how the dog was doing or anything. I told her to just get faked and leave me alone. She still tried really hard to reason why she couldn't give me a ride and even had the balls to say that it was just a pet. Fine. Argue more on why you are a piece of shit and reinforce my decision to leave. Second, I was over my girlfriend staying the night. I get up in the middle of the night and use the restroom. When I'm climbing back in bed I hear her phone vibrate. I'm not one to usually snoop on someone's phone, and I had no reason to suspect anything. But my subconscious would not let me get back to sleep, and I felt one little look to simply see who had texted, or if it was some other notification wouldn't hurt, so I could relax and get back to sleep. So I peek and see it's a text from her ex. I had been with her for about 5 months at this point, so it was odd he was texting, especially at 3 AM. Well, I could see the first part of the text without unlocking the phone, and saw you up. Wanna foo, and it cut the rest off. I'm not stupid, and knew exactly what the rest of the word was, and instantly I was fuming. I had to know how long it had been going on, so I opened up her phone, and saw their conversation was empty other than that MSG. So now I'm thinking that he's just an idiot, and try to go back to bed. I still can't get back to sleep as I'm thinking I missed something there. So back into the phone I go and get into the background, where I can see the MSG receipts that still show, even when you delete a MSG. I really hated that I knew how to do that, and I ended up seeing conversations, really just a line or two of each text, because that is all the receipts show, between her and 4 other guys that were sexual in nature. Noped out her there, and didn't talk to her for a few days. She got a ride down to my house by her brother, as her car was broken at this moment, and thought she was doing something cute by surprising me. Well, I told her what I saw, and told her to never to speak to me again, and she denied it all, and even tried to act as the victim, because I went through her private phone. Well, yeah, I shouldn't have, but at the same time I saved myself from getting even more attached, and finding out down the line. Dodged a bullet there. A few months later I heard from a friend she was now pregnant, and didn't know who the father was. Also found out she had to do paternity tests with 3 of the guys, and did figure it out. She called me shortly after I found out she was pregnant, bawling her eyes out wanting sympathy. I just told her to get sympathy from one of her many fake buddies and to leave me alone, and I hung up. Never heard from her again. A few years later, and I ran into her brother and learned she now had 2 kids with different dads and another on the way from the current boyfriend. He said she was devastated when we broke up, and he thought she began sleeping around after we broke up to deal with the heartache. He even said he was angry with me just ghosting her like I had, and was tempted to confront me about it, but apparently she stopped him from doing so. I had to correct him with what actually happened, and he apologized and said he was disappointed in his sister. We were dating for 6 months. He kept breaking and pushing my boundaries. I was already on my last straw. For me, my diary is huge. It's a way for me to get out my most traumatic thoughts in a safe place where there will be no judgment. It lets me vent and helps keep me sane. From the very beginning I made it clear that my scribbler that I used for the diary is not to be touched. Moving it's fine, but I mean looked through or used for paper, and that I use it to house things that have happened to me that I'm not ready to have people know about. He said he understood, but as time went on and boundary breaking went on, I started to get a feeling that he was reading my diary. He was an extremely jealous person. I couldn't be friends with people of the opposite gender, even if it was always fully platonic. So I knew to catch him all I'd have to do is make a short and vague entry about a friend of mine, and that he would snap lol. So one day I write about an old friend who I missed and want to reconnect with. I said they were a great person, and I'm lucky to have even known them. This worked perfectly. He started a fight a day later, and while all hell broke loose, and he threatened to pepper spray me as well as tossed me around, he admitted to reading my diary, and in that moment I told him we were done and never getting back together, because that is the last straw. He continued to harass me for months after but eventually quit after I moved on. The guy was insane. I'm so glad I'm out. We dated for a month or so. I hesitate to say dated because he lived 3 hours away. I traveled to him for a weekend once. He traveled to me for a weekend once. Then he got weirdly possessive of my time. If I wasn't at work, school or the gym, he expected me to be video chatting with him. He wanted my best friend's phone number once when we went out to a bar just to make sure we were safe. I was obviously really creeped out by all of this, but I was 21 and really liked him otherwise. The last straw came about a month into dating. I was getting real sick of him demanding I video call him faking constantly, so I just left and went to my friend's house. I didn't tell him where I was going, I just left. About an hour later he called my friend and asked if I was there. I was pissed. How can someone 200 miles away have this much control over me? I told him to leave me the fuck alone and we would talk when I got home. He knew I was going to break up with him. He called me something like 75 times in the next hour and left me 40 plus voicemails. I had to leave my friend's house and drive home and break up with him. He cried and said he would kill himself. After another hour of trying to talk him out of hurting himself, I realized he was saying that just to keep me on the phone. So I told him to do whatever he wanted to do and never contact me again. Then I blocked him. I heard from him every few months from different numbers for another 6 months or so, always apologizing and begging me to take him back. It's been almost 8 years and I haven't heard from him since. I was young and stupid, and it took me a month to see these as red flags. Don't be like me. If someone starts being demanding of your time, immediately run. We had been dating for about 4 months pretty seriously, staying over at each other's places and spending most of our time together. She had a drinking problem and would drink pretty much every night after coming home from work. On her birthday, we went over to her parents' place to celebrate. She got a bunch of gifts from her parents and her brother, and we had a pretty good time with them. On the ride home, we were talking about her parents being significantly old in their relationship and the foreseeable future of their relationship. My girlfriend started to get upset thinking about her mom losing her memory and her needing to take care of her mom because her dad was super self-centered and wouldn't be the one to do it, especially when he could no longer care for himself either. She got super mad at me on the ride home, telling her it would be okay and it wasn't her problem right now to worry about. She wouldn't talk to me after I said something I can't even remember now. She drove straight to Walmart, bought 2 big bottles of vodka, wouldn't talk to me the whole way back to her place, and when we got back she poured herself a tall drink. She headed out to her patio as I was still trying to calm her down / comfort her when she slammed the back door closed in my face. I stopped in my tracks and decided enough was enough. It wasn't the first time she took her problems out on me and resorted to drinking, which inevitably led to her being verbally, emotionally, or physically abusive. I just grabbed my sheet, got in my car, and drove home. She freaked out and apologized and tried to get me back, but the next day, I told her I was done. I was sick of being treated like a punching bag when all I did was try to support her, and I was not happy anymore in our relationship. She kept trying to manipulate me to getting back with her, so I blocked her number and whatnot. A week later a box of my sheet was left at my front door, and we haven't spoken since. It's been 4 years. I think about this a lot, and almost want to reach out to her. I don't though, because I feel like, if the alcohol is still controlling her life, nothing good would come of us reconnecting in the long term. It's been hard though. A girl I had been dating for 6 months, but talking to for around 10 months, was slowly pulling out of our relationship emotionally. Though, I suppose that is fine, as I was beginning to notice a few red flags, mainly with drinking, something I suspect she gained from her parents. One day I came over after having not seen her for a weekend where she was ridiculously quiet, and she said all she did was clean her place and see her sister. There was something crazy like 6 empty 24 packs of beer. On Halloween we went to a party for her 2 daughters, but neither her son, 14ish, nor I wanted to be there. Her son asked about going home, and I said I'd be happy to stay at the house with him. So she dropped us off and went back to the party saying she would be back home in like 2 hours because she was really didn't want to be there either, and this was for her daughters to socialize. 6 hours later, around 2 AM and 0 texts later, nor did she answer her son's phone call, both of us worried. She finally shows up. She smelled like smoke. She was supposed to be stopping and was obviously drunk, which means she drove her 2 daughters home drunk. I made a passive question about drinking, and she said she had like 5 or 6, which was the hash of beers I took for us, but I suspect she had more. I don't recall exactly what happened, but I made some sort of face to her response I guess, and she flipped her sheet on me about how it wasn't my place to question her, and that she was an adult. I should have ended it here, but we had plans a week later to go on a trip with my mother. It was a birthday thing my mom wanted to do, and she had offered to pay for the hotel room, so I felt kind of stuck. The moment things ended was after a trip, which was 100% not planned. We got into a huge fight driving down, and then the following 2 or 3 days were actually really good, and I thought we actually made some real progress. The trip was really rough, but driving home I felt relieved. Once we were nearly home, she had a lot of conference calls to take on the drive home. I told her I was willing to give her some space, which is something she had asked for recently. My only request was that we still spend the holidays together. She flat out refused. I spent 10 months of my life on her, and she just refused to letting me spend time with her and her family on the holidays, and with everything else I had finally hit the wall. When we got back to her place, I grabbed my stuff and said it was over. She stood there waiting for a hug and I started walking away. She was like, "Is that it? Yeah, what more do you expect?" She blocked my number and all my other social media. TW. Rap started talking to this man. I think he must have been the same age as me, maybe a year or so older, 20 to 21, because we were interested in learning each other's languages. Exchange numbers. He's in a different city, but the same country, and is very adamant on meeting. So we do in my city. I end up paying for all our drinks even though I didn't even want to go out in the first place. He starts massaging my shoulders on a bench outside, which I found weird, and proceeds to take me to a closed mall to force his tongue down my throat. I kind of laugh it off and push him away even though I was mortified, and he continues to try and get me to take him to my house. Mind you, I still live with my parents. Basically announces we're together now and heads back to his student dorms. The following days/weeks were super weird in terms of texts and calls. One day we are supposed to meet and he bails, but I say it's NBD because I'm sick anyway. Then I suddenly get a text that he's in my city in a bus to my house. I tell him again that I'm sick and won't be going anywhere, but he can come watch a movie if he wants. I only allowed him in because I felt bad for the time and money he spent coming here. Worst decision of my life. I end up getting repaired. Mind you, I was a virgin at the time, and he also lied about using protection. Gotta say that was a pretty big nope for me. I was so shocked I truly wasn't even present anymore. He dragged me into the shower and made me clean myself, and then after wanted me to buy his ticket home and bring him to the station. I had to buy Plan B the next day with the neck black and blue all over. Was extremely sick for a good week after. Still not over it after a few years. Fun fact, he tried to play it off as consensual sex when he texted me a few times after. Now I may be dim, but when someone says number 700 times and actually punches you, I don't think that could mean consent to anyone. He said he'd see me to apologize, but instead just ghosted. Until a year and a half or so later, when he suddenly messages me on Instagram with this girl, as if we are old friends. Called him out for being disgusting and blocked him. So many red flags, you'd have thought he was digging over a gas line on a golf course. First date. Dude asks me to meet him in the city after work. We've been chatting on OKC for about a week. We get along well, and he seems nice. But I don't like the city, especially at night. And parking is insanely expensive. I tell him that, and he makes up some dumb excuse about loving the lights or something, and tells me he will pay for parking. I agree. I show up, and this dude is way too well known at both bars we went to, like, beyond regular status, and not just by the staff. It's a little eerie, but I shrug it off. Maybe he's a popular guy. He asks to take a picture of me. Not with me, not that it would have been much less creepy, honestly, but of me. As soon as we sit down, he starts going on about how his friends would never believe he was with someone as hot as I am. Then he starts calling me the unicorn, because I worked as a junior engineer, play video games, and love horror movies. It gets obnoxious fast. Like he doesn't use my name, just refers to me as Ms. Unicorn 5 minutes in, and he asks to kiss me. We haven't even gotten our drinks yet. I decline. He introduces me around the bar, to everyone, as Ms. Unicorn. I wonder if he has forgotten my name. He asks to kiss me several more times. At one point, he goes to get more drinks. He comes back, and presses weirdly close to me, when he drops my drink off. Instead of setting it down in front of me like a normal human being, he kind of leans around me and presses up against me in a thinly veiled attempt to feel me up. I feel his erection against my leg. I'm repulsed. I try repeatedly to end the night early. He has excuse after excuse. Waiting for someone who owes him money, wants to see the score on the game, blah blah blah. Eventually I shrug and say fine, and just leave. He races out and catches up to me on the sidewalk to walk me to my car. When we get there, he gets in the passenger seat. I ask what in the actual fact he thinks he's doing. He explains that he can't drive right now because reasons which certainly aren't getting his license suspended for a DUI. He tells me I need to drive him home since he didn't get what he paid for, stating that he meant the expensive parking, implying he meant me. I grimace, but whatever. I agree to drive him home. When it comes time to pay for parking, he does not have nearly enough cash and no card. I'm forced to pay. He lives almost a faking hour away. He most definitely did not tell me that. Too late now. On the ride home, he tells me he's in love with me. Dude has spent a grand total of 2 hours with me, including the awkward car ride. I tell him he needs to stop. He insists. He says he just knows, and that he can tell I have a beautiful soul. I vomit in my mouth a bit, metaphorically speaking. Eventually we arrive at his creepy, rundown house. I pull into the driveway and tell him goodnight. He tries to kiss me. I push him away and tell him to get out of my car. He starts to cry. I repeat, get out of my car. He goes on a sobbing tirade about how his heart just gets in the way and he falls in love too soon. He proceeds to start punching himself hard in the chest and legs. I tell him again to get out. Suddenly the porch light pops on and an older woman comes out. He gasps, sorry, I live with my mom. I didn't tell you in case you wanted to come in. Snot muffles his half-assed apologies. Get out. Now. He starts begging me to give him a chance. I roll down my window as his mother approaches. Please get him out of my car. She opens the passenger door and tries to pull his arm. He swats her away, then slaps her hard. Come on, name. You can't be doing this to girls all the time. Come on inside now. She is undeterred by the slapping. He is still in my car. If you don't get out right the fact now, I will call the police. That seems to snap him out of it. Or maybe into it. He stops crying and lets his mother drag him from the car. I pull out at lightning speed and catch a glimpse of him running after my car in the red glove tail lights. Nothing in the world would have made me stop. We got in another argument. I think this one might have been about her wanting me to come with her to her class on campus, even though I had made plans with my roommate. She was an toxic combination of controlling and lazy, and I'm fairly laid back but also people pleasing, which lead to me doing a lot of things for her that were her real adult life responsibilities and giving her pretty much all of my free time. This time I held my ground and said no, I'm staying here. She stomped out the door crying and yelling at me in fully toddler tantrum, and I tried to lay the groundwork of future peace by telling her, babe, I love you. As she left, she whipped the door back open and screamed at me, you're not allowed to love me right now, and slammed it in my face. In my mind, that was the moment our relationship immediately ended. I knew I was done being her doormat, and that it was going to be very easy to tell her, because I was already free of her. The problem was that she didn't know yet. I thought I was going to have to pedal miles way up to campus and actually meet her at her class, like she demanded, so I could tell her we were done. But nope, because she made it super easy. A few minutes later she called me sobbing and accused me of wanting to break up with her. I would have ridden my bike that whole way to end it in person like a man, but I was not going to lie. Then she got pissed at me for dumping her on the phone, and I'm like, you faking asked. We were both in our early 20s, but the emotional age gap was some shit even Evil Knievel wouldn't touch. Strap in folks, this is gonna be a weird one. So about 10 years ago I was dating this girl who seemed normal enough, but had weird tendencies. She would actively look for small animals, get up in people's pets' faces, and even once tried to steal someone's pet bird. She would also be super sensitive to things others said to her, and I just thought she just had a bad past, since she never once mentioned her parents. After the bird incident, I started to think about cutting ties, but wasn't sure, since I didn't want to make her do something to herself, until I came over to her house one day and saw something horrifying. A little background: it was our 3-month anniversary and I wanted to surprise her by bringing her favorite type of chocolate, so I hadn't called beforehand. I come in and hear what sounded like a cutting sound and the hearing of flesh coming from her room. I walk in and I shit you not see her cutting small animals in half, not dissecting them, straight up cutting them in half with a bone saw, looking at them for a few seconds, then putting them in a trash can before moving on to the next one. We just stared at one another for a few seconds before I noped out to there. She tried calling me over and over, and even showed up at my house and work once, but my mind was set. We haven't talked in years, but I later found out from a mutual that she had some serious mental issues. Who old guessed? Moral of the story: call before you make plans. There were plenty of things that piled up over 5 to 6 years that should have noped me right out sooner, but I was a 15-year-old girl during a time when Twilight was big who got all googly-eyed when he told me he loved me and wanted to spend his life with me. I was lonely, naive and easily manipulated, and he knew it. Nope flags like. He was 11 years my senior, meaning I was 15, he was 26. The very next night after the relationship was official in our minds, he wanted to fondle me, claimed to be Christian, but had no problem sneaking into my bedroom at night to ask for a blowjob on countless occasions. Tried to pretend our relationship wasn't all about the physical stuff, which he asked for/forced every chance he got, and his pleasure was always the focus, not mine. He was very good at placating me with flowery words and lies about our blissful future together. The fact that he demanded our relationship be kept secret. He forbade me from texting him when other people were in the room because he was afraid they might look over my shoulder and get wise to what was happening. I could call him out for being a child molester and throw his ass in jail. We even created fake emails with fake names for instant messaging. When our relationship went long distance, there were very few Skype sessions that didn't end with me pulling off my shirt so he could jerk off and then fall asleep. He was wishy-washy as shit, constantly breaking things off with me because he had an attack of the conscience. But then, like clockwork, not even a week would go by and he'd beg for me, aka my body, back. And like a naive little idiot, I fell for it every time. One night while video chatting with him in my college dorm room, after about 6 years of this, he pressured me to take my top off, like usual, and I refused. Very unusual. He threw a temper tantrum a 2-year-old would be proud of. That, for whatever reason, was the beginning of the rift that finally caused me to cut him loose, which I had never done before. I finally took off my naive glasses and saw him for what he was, a lonely old pathetic loser of man who could do no better in the relationship realm than take advantage of an inexperienced girl. This guy screwed me up. Almost 10 years later, and I'm still working through this sheet. I've placed an excessive amount of emphasis on my physical appearance in subsequent relationships, thinking very toxically that if I'm no longer attractive to this person, they will leave me. If I reject enough sexual advances, they will leave me. He taught me that my worth was mostly in my body and how I used it. If I'm not the perfect little submissive sex toy girlfriend, I will be disposed of like trash. The good news is I'm successfully working through all my garbage and have an amazing relationship with the love of my life, my husband of almost 4 years now. Through many painful conversations, he has helped me understand that attraction is complex and multifaceted, that yes, my body is part of the equation, but there are plenty of other more important things that he prioritizes for a mate and the future mother of our children. I have been pathologically terrified by the appearance of little wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. I have been terrified of getting old and having my body become less and less attractive, therefore decreasing my overall worth as a human female. I now know this fear is irrational. When my husband says he wants to grow old with me, he has no delusions that my 26-year-old body will last until I die. This body that contains me is only a small piece of my existence that he loves. There is plenty of intangible stuff that is much more important in the long term. I don't know where the molester is, nor what his life situation is, and I couldn't give the slightest flippity flip. It's taken a long time for me to be free of him. I hope when he stands before Old Testament God on Judgment Day, that he falls on his knees in futility, because he will receive no mercy. If you've read this far, thanks for that. I encourage everyone to find someone they trust to talk through traumas. Journaling helps too. Be kind to yourself as you work through stuff. Peace and love to you all. I've got a degenerative condition, and have known, since my late teens I'd end up eventually as a wheelchair user. I'd always been very clear about that really early in relationships, and said if that's not for you, no hard feelings, but let's not waste each other's time. Things with my ex were hard for a lot of reasons, but I cared enough to stick around, and try and make it work. I loved him. Part of me still does. We were together for 5 years and the first 3 were amazing, but towards the end my health took a major dip. He'd known what my future looked like, and had reassured me that whatever it brought we'd face it together. He could be really sweet about it, but at other times I was made to feel like a huge burden. After months and months of poor health, sheetloads of pain, little spiteful obelisk comments ECT point I was reaching my limit, but I still wanted to try and get us back on track. I'd noticed I wasn't getting invited along to things as much, plus his friends were complete drunken holes, but I honestly thought we could get past it if we were both invested enough. Then one day we were walking somewhere with a friend of mine, his brother and his friend, and I found I was getting left behind. For each step I took they could take 3, and not one person looked over their shoulder to see where I was at. I stopped fighting to catch them up and just went at my own pace, but I realized that day that I'd be better off walking alone than always being 3 steps behind. I saw that this would be my future if I keep these people, and more importantly him, in my life, and that I deserved so much more than that. A few days later I told him I was done, and dumped the friend too. It was a small thing, to be a breaking point, but I discovered I had more dignity and self-respect than to be begging for the attention and support of those who apparently cared about me. Best thing I ever did. Pretty mild reason to nope out compared to many, and I've put up with a hell of a lot in both this and other relationships, but this is always the one that sticks in my mind. I dated this girl back in 2016 for about 6 months. During the relationship she told me the following things: her name and what she was doing at that time, studying, how she has an alcoholic abusive father who would for no reason hit her and give her the military style punishments like standing outside the house the entire night. She had been raped by her ex-boyfriend and his friends back when she was in high school. She was raped by an unknown taxi driver. The guy had apparently just barged into her house and raped her. She was diagnosed with stage 3 leukemia and was slowly and painfully dying. She called me during one of her chemo sessions and made me hear her scream she got pregnant because she was constantly sexually abused by this stranger. I found out that all, except the first point she ever told me, was a lie. She got really jealous if I gave anyone except her any kind of attention. My brother met with an accident and she decided to fake a rap attempt the very same day. She sent out her own nudes to specific mutual friends and later told the culprit had snatched her phone and stripped her clothes off and sent it to her contacts. Typing this makes me feel so fucking stupid, but in my state of mind I would believe anything she said. She's been doing the same things to many guys who she had previous relationships with. I did a lot of background checks on her through common friends, and turns out she was double dating during the first 2 months of our relationship. I confronted her and spoke to her parents about all the lies she's been telling me and our friends. Their solution was to pack her stuff up and make her move, to let the situation settle, and then blame me for being toxic. Beach, I cried like a baby every time anything bad happened to her. Anyways, I'm glad I ended it, even though she constantly threatened to kill herself and blamed me for it. I stood my ground and told her I'd take her to court with all of our recorded conversations and chats. Kind of long and, ultimately, uninteresting, but good cautionary tale for someone. Easily one of the hottest women I'd ever dated. The sexy times were like a born shoot. Barbie doll party girl. Big drinker. I found it hard to keep up, but I kept her happy by going out every night and getting basically blotto. We both had kids. I had my own place. She was living with her mother. I had my 2 young kids every free son. Her daughter lived with her ex's mother, and she rarely saw her. She eventually moved in with me, and when she did, I surprised her by having a room all set up and ready for her young daughter. She asked why, which I thought was strange. Our lives were very different. I had a decent career job. She had lost her part-time job at the finish line that she only had because a relative was the manager. Was no angel, but it was important of me to see my kids much as possible. She just liked to party. We had very different lives. But boy, did I think I won the lottery. Because blue-eyed blondie doll was a hottie. Everywhere we went, people stared. Felt so lucky. Like a douchebag. So, yeah, we had very different lifestyles. She had compromised with me by staying home on weekends and having her daughter with us, which she always claimed she dreamed of, but never had a proper place for her, and I brought her out drinking every other night of the week. Got to keep that hot party girl happy, and we would get absolutely wrecked. I was having a tough time keeping up and remaining responsible, but I kept at it. Hey, she was a hot. The last straw was when she told me she wanted me to take my kids less because she couldn't handle having kids, including her daughter, every single weekend. When I found myself considering it for a moment, I had become a drunk for her, and it had started to affect my thinking. I realized it was just not going to work. I told her she shouldn't ask me to choose between her and my kids, because she would lose. She couldn't believe it. She said she would be willing to take her daughter every other weekend and just go out and drink by herself on the weekends I chose to keep having my kids. I told her to start packing. To this day, years later, I still can't believe I had considered seeing my kids less just to hold on to her because I was so enamored by her hotness. I thought I was lucky. Today she still works sheet jobs and she never again ever had her daughter with her overpass. She continued that lifestyle. As you can guess, she ain't so hot anymore. Still a skinny large-breasted blue-eyed blondie party girl, but the years have not been kind. Ever hear the phrase rode hard and put away wet? Well, she now looks like what you'd expect. Overtanned, druggy teeth, 40-year-old drunk who acts like she's still 18. Her life is, and has always been, a wreck. The Bufflers still love her, though. On our 3rd date, first time we slept together, he was going to spend the night, since my place was closer to his work. We had a great time together, sex was great. We go to sleep, and I'm thinking this guy is really affectionate and loves to cuddle, because he held me super tight to him. I noticed the middle of the night his grip was getting tighter and tighter, so I had to tell him to let go. I couldn't breathe, so when I get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, he grabs my wrist and says, "Where you going? Where's your phone?" I told him it's charging on the nightstand, and he proceeds to let me go to the bathroom after making sure I had nothing in my hands. Then in the middle of the night, I wake up to him jolting up and sitting on top of me, grabbing me by my face really hard and telling me have I faked any of his friends. I tell him I've never even met his friends. Then he puts his face on my shoulder breathing really hard and tells me he had a dream I was faking his friends. Then while still grabbing my face pretty tight, proceeds to kiss me very hard and sloppy and says to me while still holding my face, "If you ever fuck any of my friends, he'll lose his mind and there's no telling what he'll do." He gives me a little slap, kisses me again, gets off of me, proceeds to cuddle me very tight, tells me he loves me, and says the dream felt so real He's still so mad, and he feels like kicking his friend's ass. Tells me he loves me again, kisses my shoulder and literally passes out in like 5 seconds, and is full on snoring. I look at the clock, and I'm thinking I've got 3 more hours of this shit. He got up in the morning, made me breakfast, kisses me like we've been married for 12 years, and said he would see me later. As soon as he left, I let him know that he made me feel scared, and I wasn't interested anymore, and then blocked him from everything, and I never spoke to him again. It's been 2 years, and he still shows up randomly. I never answer the door, and sends me flowers 2 times a week. The last card said, I have a girlfriend now, but you will always be the love of my life. Around late 2015, I wasted a few months dating this girl. 3 months in, one day, I got sick, and was totally feverish, dizzy and all of that, so spent the whole day in bed. Didn't go to university, of course. She, at the time, lived very near me, and even her university was near my own. We were talking via WhatsApp at the moment. Of course, I told her how I have been feeling, and that I stayed home for the day. She told me she had a lot of homework to do, so she was gonna go straight home to study. I was okay with that, wasn't gonna ask her to come see me if she had stuff to do, no problem. When she got home, she hit me with a weird message. She says, I saw you walking through the street with a faking open palm emoji, like saying oops, caught. I was baffled. I said, I've been dying in bed all day though. She insisted she had indeed seen me walking a few blocks away from where I live. Suddenly I began wondering if I had a doppelganger. I insisted that I've been in bed all day and that maybe she got confused. That's when she said something that instantly made me explode. I was walking from the other side of the street. I know it was you. Okay, so you're telling me you saw your boyfriend on the other side of the street and you didn't even greet him? Of course I asked her that, and she answered, I thought you were going to a friend's house, so I didn't bother you. I know I'm making a lot of emphasis on emojis, but she always used them to express herself, and those emojis were of course like UHH. Excuse me? My women intuition is telling me you're totally wrong. So I told her, you know, if you want you can come to my house to check for yourself. I've been here all day long. I'm still in my pajamas and my mother can confirm I haven't gone out. She answered, nah, it's okay. I believe you. I snapped, said, fuck you, and blocked her. Haven't spoken with her since. Girl I met in college. I knew she had an interest in me since the first day I met her. Let's just say that it was pretty one-sided. Firstly, she had this vision that her love life must be something akin to that of a Korean drama. She was constantly acting overly timid and shy, and kept putting me in situations where I was supposed to be the dependable and confident hero figure. She was extremely clingy, glomping onto me if I was anywhere within a meter radius from her, and expected me to do everything and anything that seemed "gentlemanly" to her. I'm a nice guy, so she was probably under the impression that I was doing it for her. Every week during our 2-month relationship she would message me about how our zodiacs are so perfect for each other, or how she's thinking of me. We had pretty much no shared interests between us, and our ideologies were completely different, in the bad way. It got to the point that she would get flustered or mad if some other female even looked at me. I have many girlfriends, and she was trying to get me to ignore them for her sake. I do something simple like fix the chain inside a toilet so it flushes properly, and she immediately starts boasting to her friends about how smart of an engineer I was. I'll be honest, I do feel pretty bad for her. I never stated that I'm her boyfriend, or that I consider her my girlfriend, and I even reminded her so every now and again. She obviously never had a relationship with anyone before, and probably dreamed of having a strong and gentle protagonist of a boyfriend. I just went along with it in the hopes that she would realize that we weren't compatible, and I was perfectly fine in being her test subject. Better for her to practice and fail on someone that wouldn't work than on someone that would. Wanted to date me, but not officially and in secret. Not because I'm ashamed of you, but because I don't know if I want people knowing I'm into you. I went with it, since I was head over heels for her. After months of being love bombed and then destroyed emotionally, I found out that she was talking shit behind my back to literally everyone she knew. saying I was a stalker and caused so much drama in her life, and how she was just putting up with me because I'm a little bit slow in the head. I talked to her about it and got stuff chucked at me, cornered and threatened, the whole package. I stuck around because I knew she would fulfill the threats she made. She had proven that previously. Another month later, found out she was cheating on me for half the time we had been dating. And to top it off, she had tried to make me and this guy besties over the summer by hanging out with us together and suggesting we get to know each other. He was a cool guy and I don't think he ever found out that he'd been played. At that point I tried to talk to her about how we could amicably separate, because while I cared about her, I was really hurt by all the stuff she had done. I got huge paragraphs about how we were never actually a thing, and I was a placeholder she could kick around like a small animal. There was a bunch more, but anyway, I jumped ship after that and just tried to minimize the damage she had caused with the people in my life. She had told most people we knew that I abused her, and she was too scared to leave. When I broke up with her, she posted on social media a bunch of end domestic violence posts and linked abuse survivor stories to her profile with messages like, "We are in this together." I had wanted to be friends with a guy she knew even before we had been dating. She said that he kind of hated me and thought I was weird and gross. At the time I believed her wholeheartedly, not to mention he avoided me like the plague. It turns out she told him that I was stalking her and tried to rap her and whatnot, so understandably he wasn't a fan. About a year after me and this girl parted ways, I wondered why the guy hated me so much, so I started talking to him once in a while. We hit it off, and a few months after, we started dating. It turns out that the reason my ex had told him all that horrible stuff about me was he thought I looked friendly, but she liked him, so she did her best to polarize us. After I left, she ruined his 3-year relationship with his girlfriend. Manipulation, of course. He realized how toxic she was and left. And then we connected later that year. Me and that guy are still together and have been for years. So I suppose it worked out in the end and gave my partner and I mutual trauma to bond over. Anyway, yeah, so that happened. Moved out to Arizona and got married. Way too fast. Only knew her for like 4 days. Around 2 months into the marriage I was at her parents' house and they asked if I could go get their mail. I did. Why not? But when I got it, I noticed their mailbox was crammed with mail that had to have been a few weeks worth. Now, I wasn't snooping on their mail, but it's hard to miss a couple dozen letters with big red final notice written across them. When I got back, my mother-in-law told me they had been dodging collections for months. They lived in what I would call a small mansion, with yacht, swimming pool with a waterfall, indoor pool room, etc. I found out over the next few days that they essentially would live like royalty until the money caught up to them, and then skip out and move when they couldn't outrun the bills, and do it all again somewhere else. Fast forward another 7 months. I literally saw my wife throw a full-on tantrum fit on the bed, laying on her stomach, kicking her feet, and slamming her fists into the bed, screaming and crying her eyes out. What was it about? She was wailing on about how it wasn't fair, that she had to pay bills and take care of responsibilities first, and then do the things she wanted to do, like go shopping, play games, eat out at 5-star restaurants, etc. I stood there in the bedroom watching this half-hour-long tantrum and just thought, oh fuck, this is not going to be a good thing for our lives. At the moment, the last few months of experiences came together and I realized she was just like her parents, and if I stayed, that was probably going to be us. I noped out of that relationship real quick, divorced, and on a plane back to Texas all in the span of 3 days. The marriage ended as quickly as it began. Made plans a month in advance with my girlfriend to spend Thanksgiving with my sister's family. The day before Thanksgiving, she says she wants to spend it with her best friend. We compromise and agree to spend a few hours in the early afternoon at her friend's, then spend the later afternoon/evening with my sister. She stayed the night at her best friend's so she could spend the morning helping her prep and cook. I had no issues with her wanting to spend time with her friend on a holiday. On Thanksgiving I helped my sister prep, then around 1200 drove to her friend's. She was completely wasted when I got there. Then more guests arrived. She never once introduced me to anyone as her boyfriend. She got really flirty with one of the guys right in front of me, touching his arm, putting her arm on him, and talking way too close for anyone's comfort. I pulled the guy aside and politely let him know I was her boyfriend, to which he apologized and said he never got one indication from her about it. I pulled her aside and told her what she is doing is not okay and she needed to stop. I reminded her that my sister is cooking us dinner as well and to stop drinking because I was not going to take a sloppy drunk girlfriend to a family dinner. The time came for us to leave and she refused to go with me. At this point I'm done trying to reason with her, so I leave. I come back after dinner and she is sitting right next to the same guy as before, oblivious to the fact that I'm even in the same room as her. All her friends are just dead silent looking at me, waiting for me to lose my cool. I just turned around, went home and shut my phone off so I didn't get any drunk calls. She ended up getting in a fight with her best friend and walking back home because she was too drunk to drive. I had about 15 voicemails of her crying for me to come pick her up. The next day I did go see her, but only to tell her to her face I was done. I dated a girl for 2 years. Everything was fine, was a normal, healthy relationship. I lived on campus and she lived nearby in an apartment with her sister. Her sister was moving out because she was graduating. My girlfriend asked me to move in with her. I said I wasn't ready for that kind of commitment. I had plans to go back home for the summer, only 90 minutes away, not like we were doing the long distance thing. We still would have seen each other a lot. Also, we both only had 1 year of school left, and I said I was happy to revisit the idea after graduation. She completely changed. She started drinking heavily almost every day, which was something she never did. She was rude and passive aggressive, and started to get hurtful and mean. Then one night at a party we were playing cards with some friends and she punched me in the side of the head totally out of the blue. Everyone around us went silent. I asked her why she did that and she answered I felt like it. We spent the night in my room on campus and the next day I told her we were done. It was a long fight with a lot of crying and she begged me not to dump her. She said my decision not to move in with her really upset her and she wasn't dealing with it well. After a lot of talking I agreed to not dump her, but I told her I needed some space and didn't want to see her for a little while. We spent almost all our free time together up until this point. She agreed. That night she showed up at my room completely trashed, like falling over drunk. No idea how she got there. I took her in and she was climbing all over me trying to kiss me and take my pants off. I told her no, got her to my bed and tucked her in. Thinking she was out cold, I got a glass of water for her and put it beside the bed. I turned to leave my room and the glass shattered on the wall in front of me. It just missed my head. She said something about me being a loser and passed out. I spent the night in a friend's room and when I got back in the morning she was angry. She accused me of cheating on her. I didn't. I played video games with a friend, then slept on his floor, then broke down crying after throwing up and started all over with the apologies. I sent her home and told her never to contact me again. She tried a few times, but I ignored her. I don't know why she changed so drastically and wish I knew. I really loved her and saw a future with her. Rubs hands. Okay, so matched with Karina on Tinder. She's attractive, was great to talk to, we had a lot in common, and she was super DTF. After talking for a little bit, we are both super swept up in how much we are into each other before even physically meeting. So we plan to meet. She says I can come to her place. She lived with her parents, but more on this later. I've met girls at their parents' house before, so no biggie. I greet her at the door with flowers and right away she plants a kiss on me. I'm thinking how awesome it is to be so in with someone so quickly. She takes me into the house and introduces me to her parents. They greet me very warmly, like it's not glaringly obvious I'm there to sleep with their daughter. That should have been a red flag, but whatever. We go upstairs and once we're in her room she gifts me with presents as it was coming up to my birthday. I know this was meant to be a sweet gesture, but considering this was our first time meeting it struck me as a little odd. Maybe I'm alone on this. Fast forward to us making out like crazy, shirts off, hands going places, etc. There's a knock on the door. It's her dad asking if I wanted to stay for the weekend. Girl thinks this is a wonderful idea. I'm hesitant at first, but she whispers in my ear what we'll be doing during my stay, so my second brain takes over and enthusiastically agrees. I shall bullet point the events of my stay. She pretty much plays tonsil hockey with me on a high street every 5 minutes on the way to her local pub, telling me how happy I make her, and how happy she was that we were finally together. We go to her friend's birthday party that evening where her now ex-friend Sakura, who I became friends with later on, asks me if I'm her boyfriend. She shoots me the biggest puppy dog pressure eyes I have ever seen, so I collapse under my social anxiety and say I am. On multiple occasions she starts making out aggressively with Sakura, while her boyfriend Blake, and I have no choice but to watch. During the night out, a guy who she knows and was having a conversation with takes her outside and kisses her. She immediately calls me and tells me. I tell her it's not her fault and we get on with the evening. Back at her place, I start asking her about this guy and what his deal was. She doesn't want to answer and performs various acts to stop me asking questions. She then takes her phone, leaves the room, and doesn't come back until I fall asleep. The next day she leaves me with her dad and little brothers while she goes to a party with her mom. That evening we have sex in the living room while eating pizza, not even seconds after her dad leaves the room. When I ask if he's coming back, her response is I don't care. The day I leave she is crying while I'm waiting at the station. I'm feeling like a goddamn sociopath for not feeling nearly as strongly, but I reassure her I'll see her again. Now, I didn't know what love bombing was at this point, but it was happening in spades that weekend. You'd honestly think I had drugged her with some kind of Harry Potter love potion. This kind of thing I'd understand if you'd known the person for years, but to be like that with someone from Tinder is a big red flag. Flash forward to our next meeting. It's my hope that she's calmed down a bit. I'm wrong. After some fun at my place, during pillow talk she's telling me how much she can't wait to spend the rest of her life with me, and how she's told all her extended family about me. I decide it's time to rip the band-aid off before this girl decides my skin would make a lovely coat. She's devastated but eventually accepts, and soon after we cease all contact. Flash forward a year and a half later. I'm happy in a relationship, in a great place with my career, and have moved in with my friend. Sakura drops me a message asking if it seemed like Karina was really intense while we were seeing each other. I say yes. Turns out she had been sleeping with Sakura's boyfriend Blake the entire time I was in the picture, before, during and after. It emerged that he was the guy she went off to talk to the night she was kissed. Blake dumped Sakura for Karina, convincing everyone Sakura was a cheater/abuser. Turns out the whole friend group knew Blake was cheating on her and were all secretly hoping he would get with Karina. Karina also tried to get Sakura to stalk my girlfriend because Karina blocked her because, and I quote, she couldn't stand to see you with someone hotter and more successful. I don't even want to imagine what Karina would have turned into if I stuck around. I'm just glad I didn't stay to find out. My ex, who I had 2 kids with, gained 150 pounds in less than 2 years, blamed me, stopped showering but once every 2 weeks, stopped wearing deodorant, stopped cutting fingernails for various BS reasons, cried to me when his coworkers started leaving deodorant on his desk, expected me to make doctor appointments for him, go with him, and tell doctor what was wrong, monitor his medications, and make sure refills were taken care of, otherwise he would beach non-stop. Did literally nothing around the house. I took care of his car, the lawn, the trash, bills, cooking, cleaning, babies, etc. He would sit in a pile of trash playing video games whenever he wasn't working or sleeping and avoiding me. Told marriage counselor I'm happy I shouldn't have to compromise. I think she's depressed, just give her meds so she shuts up. Suggested he quit his job as it barely covered daycare, not do anything around the house, and oh, by the way, kids should still go to daycare. He wanted to sit around the house all day playing video games and not even contribute to supporting himself financially. I gave birth to an 11-pound baby, and the same day he popped his MRSA-infected boil on his face. See #2 above, and hosed bathroom down with MRSA pus and blood, where my 3-year-old was potty training, and expected me to clean it despite having given birth less than 8 hours ago, never thinking that might be dangerous. Finally told him to GTFO. He's been physical with me several times since lived with mommy and daddy for 13.5 years now, hasn't worked in 3.5 years, spent 6k to argue not paying me 3k in child support, constantly tells kids I don't love them and I'm a terrible mom because I work so much. I guess I should let his parents support my kids. I dunno. Sucks I've had to continue to deal with his BS for 13 plus years and 3 more to go, but clearly he was an anchor. A friend I had who was my mom's age told me I'd have no idea how hard it would be to be a single mom to 2 kids before I separated from my ex more than 13 years later. I can 10,000% say it was a hell of a lot easier than being married to that dickwad. Once dated this girl who was absolutely crazy. We started dating for a couple weeks before having sex. She was a diehard Christian and told me she was saving herself for marriage. I thought that was strange, since she had told me before that she had sex with a lot of different people in college. She was Rain Man smart and had a big personality, so the intense religious thing felt like something I could move past as long as she didn't try to convert me. Anyway, she was head over heels for me and I really liked her when we first started dating. So the first red flag was when I wouldn't text her 24/7. She would send walls of text all day long, total stream of consciousness. I didn't have time, being busy with my work, and I told her as much. She came over to my place and pitched a fit. Screaming, throwing shit, the whole works. I'm your girlfriend, I'm entitled to your time. I told her I grew up in an abusive household and that I wouldn't tolerate that, and if it happened again the relationship would be over. Should have ended it there, but I wanted to give her a chance to show she can learn from mistakes. We all deserve that. A week later, we had sex. She initiated everything. We both had fun. I even had to get stern with her because she wanted to keep faking into the night. It was extremely late. I had work in the morning and she wouldn't accept my no. The next day, we wake up and she starts talking about marriage, kids, and moving in together. We had only been dating a couple weeks. I told her that I really liked her, but that we should slow things down, and she cried and locked herself in the bathroom and called me an asshole. I had to leave for work, so she let herself out. After that, I got really busy with work, then went on a long trip to a farm where I had no internet, so I was only able to text her intermittently. She got upset about that again, but the next time I went over to her place, everything seemed fine. She went into the bathroom and came out top/less and came on to me. I told her no, that we had things to talk about. This is probably the 3rd or 4th time I told her no to sexual activity. She goes back in the bathroom, comes out dressed, and starts sobbing. I go to hug her, and she starts rubbing my dick over my pants. I tell her no again, and she loses it. Starts ripping sheet off the walls and smashing it on the ground, screaming, swipes all the glassware off the table breaking it, starts rolling on the floor in the broken glass, and grabs a piece of it, points it at me, and starts accusing me of raping her, and just plain psychologically abusing me any way she can. I put my hands up, inched sideways out the door totally terrified that she was going to stab me, slipped out and avoided ever seeing her in person again. Came to learn later that she did that to a lot of different guys, just a ton of batshit crazy manipulative tactics to get people to pay more attention to her, and always trying to get straight to kids and marriage. The police showed up after I left that night. She smashed everything and she sent them away, and then she texted me the next day saying she didn't remember anything from the night before and trying to make up with me. I told her there was no chance and she went to a mental ward for a few months after that. She went on to marry a very unlucky bastard after dating him for only a few weeks. She's the reason I'm wary of rap accusations that aren't made to the police. Not my proudest moment, but I was in a very toxic relationship with a girl who was extremely manipulative, violent and unbalanced. I took out over the 3 years we were together and should have found a reason to leave a lot longer than I did, but I eventually found my revealing point. She cheated on me, and I had a suspicion, but couldn't prove it. After about 3 weeks of prying I finally got her to admit she had been seeing her ex behind my back while I worked. I managed a bar, So I was at work till 6 a.m. on weekends, while she was working a 9 to 5 during the week. After finding this information out, I was obviously mad at first, but for some reason I let her convince me to give it another chance and really work at the relationship. The only catch was she wanted to continue to see her ex as well. She wanted to see me during the week and him on the weekends. We lived together at this point, by the way. Needless to say, that was the best thing she ever did for me. It's sad to admit, but not until that exact moment did I realize I was wasting my time and needed to get fo. I moved out in the middle of the day while she was at work. I left everything except my cat and my bed my parents got us for Christmas. It was worth starting over. I never felt more free in my life. Hands down the best thing that ever happened to me. I should have walked out of that relationship a long time ago, and I kept making excuses for her. I met my soulmate 6 months later and have never been happier. I spent a lot of time in toxic relationships and never thought anything like this was possible. To anyone out there, don't cheat yourself. Stop making excuses for your so toxic and cheaty behavior. A healthy relationship will change your life in the best way. I was with my ex for 4 years, where I should have backed out. He made me drop out of college when I got pregnant with my oldest, told me it was for my health. Since it was my first pregnancy, he already had an ex-wife / another child previous marriage, getting fired from a part-time holiday job at Amazon. He told me he quit. Got us kicked out of 2 places we were living because he didn't pay rent. Since he kept quitting jobs, he didn't want to pay child support. Threatened to kill me and take my daughter when my parents kicked him out. When we stayed with them briefly and his family out of state was willing to let us come up, I didn't want to go. Obviously I did, because I believed him when I thought I'd lose my child. I got pregnant again and miscarried. I was extremely traumatized by it, and I told him I didn't want any more kids. I got pregnant again a month or 2 later because I didn't need to grieve so long. And I didn't mean what I said about no more kids. Accusations of cheating non-stop at this point kept me / my kids locked inside the house 24/7 unless I had permission to go be social with his family. Gave me an STD, told me I got it from the doctor's office toilet seat. I truly wish I was kidding about that. Caught him sexting another chick who turned out to be his then 17-year-old sister's friend. Told me that his sister was asking for his help to catch the friend as a cheater. I'm honestly not too sure or remember the stupidity of the excuse, but yes, he sent dick pics. Caught him sexting again, this time with a coworker at a gas station they worked at. I was pregnant again with our third, and this was the worst / most fragile pregnancy. I went to the station when he wasn't working and called her out in front of everyone in the store. She texted me saying she had no idea I was still with him. He told everyone we were spilt and gone. I texted him about this, and he came home and got physical with me, trying to take my phone. Ran outside screaming my head off trying to get someone's attention while he was trying to yank me back inside. He let go, and I almost fell forward off our porch that was a foot or so off the ground. If I hadn't caught myself, I would have fallen on my belly / baby and lost her. Made me walk a block to the hospital in labor. Didn't visit after delivery of my daughter. I finally left when my youngest was about 4 months old. My middle daughter was about 1.5 at this point and still wasn't talking and was terrified of my dad. Wouldn't let him hug her for months. My oldest tried calling the ex several times, but I found out a year later, a few weeks after we left, he moved in with another chick. Never called except 2 years later, threatening to kill me again if I tried filing for child support against him. Where I'm at now. Getting married in November to a man who's completely changed our lives 180. World's most amazing father. We had a son in 2019, and he's a spitting image of his dad. My girls call him daddy. My ex's oldest daughter is insanely smart, and already as a sophomore in HS she has so many credits completed for college. Can even graduate early if she chooses to. She's a great kid and I keep in touch with her. And the ex-wife, where's he at? Got another girl who's 16 or 17 years younger than him, pregnant, and she's paralyzed from a car accident from several years ago. He was the son of my dad's friend, and I had babysat for his sibling a couple times. Always thought he was so charming and handsome, and all my friends completely agreed. We dated a couple months and he would regularly text and ask where I was or what was I up to, but in very innocent sweet ways that made it seem like he was just attentive. But I got them every day, multiple times a day. Still, I was young and thought maybe this was how relationships that were more serious went. Then I realized he was everywhere I was. Anytime I wasn't at work he was there. A family BBQ of a friend's at a cabin I knew he knew, but hadn't ever heard of him liking a friend's house party he definitely didn't know. After about 4 times I was unsure what was going on, but felt I was in the wrong for being suspicious. Then a beautiful necklace that was super expensive. The one time he saw me not wearing it at work he acted very sad, and so I always wore it. It all ended when we were hanging out at a friend's cabin for a camping party and a guy friend of mine and I were chatting. My boyfriend was sitting next to me and was clearly getting upset. My friend picked up on it and left us alone, and I was embarrassed. Then like an hour later I got up to use the bathroom and he grabbed my arm hard and said, "Where the hell do you think you're going?" It was the biggest epiphany I've ever had. He was controlling and this was clearly heading towards something really bad. I told him the bathroom, where I was originally going, and he let me go, but told me to be quick. I grabbed a friend and we left, driving 3 hours straight to her house. I texted him to never call me or contact me again. He tried for a few months, but because our families knew each other I think he was afraid to really harass me as I'd told his and my family. 10 years later, and he has been in and out of jail and rehab so many times I stopped paying attention. Short version, was in a traumatizing car accident, and when she got home, all she did was complain about how annoying one of her coworkers was. Long version, okay, it's super long. Warning, blood and actual gore could be triggering. A few years ago, I was driving on the freeway on my way to work. Traffic came to a stop due to a fender bender, and I had to hit my brakes fairly hard to stop in time, but not unreasonably hard. The backpack I had on the passenger seat tipped over, but didn't fall off the seat. The big delivery truck behind me changed into the next lane to have a little more stopping distance, and the guy on the motorcycle behind him saw that the truck was changing lanes, but didn't see that traffic was stopped. So he sped up to fill the gap, only to find my car and all the cars in front of me at a complete stop in front of him. He swerved to miss me, but ended up slamming into the back of my car, pinning his leg between his bike and my bumper, then was thrown off his bike and went careening off toward the side of the road. I got out of the car and immediately saw that his leg had been snapped in half at the thigh and was literally folded over underneath him with mangled flesh scattered around him and blood pooling underneath him. He was clearly in shock. When a bystander, one of the people from the original fender bender, asked if he could feel his leg, his response was, "Why, does it look like it's broken or something?" After making sure someone called an ambulance, I sat with him and talked to him until they arrived, then reported what had happened to the police, etc. And finally limped my still mostly drivable car back home, even though half the bumper was hanging off. When I got home, I called my boss to tell him I wouldn't be in for work that day, and then literally had to wash blood and chunks of human flesh off of what was left of my bumper. As I was doing so, an animal control truck pulled up, and the guy asked if I lived there, then pulled my dog out of his truck and asked if it was my dog. It was the dog I had told my wife we shouldn't get because life was already crazy enough, but she got it anyway. It turns out that she had let the dog out to pee that morning, but hadn't bothered to let her back in, so the dog had been roving the neighborhood and somebody had called about her. It also turned out that my wife hadn't bothered to immunize or register her, so there was no record of her in the county database, and the guy had been about to take her to the pound. Anyway, this whole conversation was happening while I was washing human flesh off of my bumper, so I assured the guy that we would get the dog registered and tried to end the conversation as quickly as I could. Then I called my wife to tell her about the accident and how shaken up I was. Her only response was, "Oh man, that sucks." Then when I told her about the animal control incident, she was like, "Oh, since you're taking the day off anyway, if you could take care of the dog's registration and stuff, that'd be great." Like, yes, I was so traumatized I didn't feel like I could go into work, but sure, ask me to take care of the registration for the dog that I told you we shouldn't get. Needless to say, I did not take care of the dog's registration. I took a shower, put on some fresh clothes, then sat staring at the wall and shaking, wondering if the guy was going to make it, and replaying the accident over and over, trying to think if there was anything I could have done differently. There wasn't. When my wife got home, she burst in the door and immediately began complaining about how one of her coworkers was acting like a beach. Which, it later turned out, was intentional because the coworker suspected my wife was having an affair with another one of their coworkers, which it later turned out she was. She didn't utter a single word about the car accident, didn't ask how I was, and when I finally told her that I was still really shaken up about it, she just kind of brushed it off and asked if I had happened to put in a load of laundry, since I had been home anyway. I was messed up enough about the accident that I didn't want to go back into work in person, but was lucky enough that I was able to work from home for a few days. Over the course of the next week she, 1. complained that I was working from home, but that I wasn't using the extra time to cook dinner before she got home. 2. Complained that I was working in the house and not outside, since it was so beautiful outside. 3. Complained that I didn't take the dog for a walk in the middle of my workday. 4. Told me that it was fun driving together when I eventually went back to work and she gave me a ride because my car was in the shop. 5. Told me the next day that it was too stressful and she couldn't handle riding to work together anymore. 6. Told me that I'd have to figure out how to get to the rental car place on my own once the other guy's insurance finally agreed to pay for it because she had already had enough of my accident. And 7. Complained that I was a pushover for not making them give me a luxury SUV to replace my compact car because the accident was the other guy's fault and he should have to pay for it. I wish I could say that all of that made me straight up nope out of the relationship. It took a lot more time and me finding out about 2 affairs before things finally ended. But the day of the accident and the following week were the first time I realized that she just literally didn't care about me at all and that I deserved something better. Currently in my senior year of high school and had my first serious breakup about a month ago. She got grounded for sleeping over at her co-worker's ex-fiancé's, who I've never met before, house with a couple other work folks, and lying about it to her parents. She didn't tell me about this until the day after getting grounded, meaning we had zero contact for over 48 hours despite her having her phone while sleeping over at this dude's house. Due to being grounded she got her phone taken away, so we only chatted once every couple of days, a very drastic change from 2 to 3 times a day that we'd been doing. She still had her laptop, which had Discord on it, but for some reason she didn't want to message me through Discord. We kept going for about 2 weeks through that 7-month relationship at that point. And a few days before the end she said that, while she was grounded and had her phone taken away, she didn't really think of me all that much, while I on the other hand was worried out of my mind as the most stable part of my life for 7 months had suddenly disappeared. We had already been seeing each other very rarely due to her work schedule and both our school schedules, and on top of all that, she came to a realization that she was asexual. I could have worked with that, but I needed at least some intimacy and affection. Non-sexual of course, date nights, regular communication, etc. We had been texting each other good morning/good night, and she had just stopped doing that. She outright said that being able to see me regularly wouldn't work for her, so we ended things just after the 8-month mark. Not really a nope out thing, now that I think about it, just sort of my failed relationship. Not like anyone's going to see it anyways. Well, I hope this isn't just for dating relationships, because this one is about me and my father. I'm a non-binary person that was born female, still haven't come out yet. My father has always been a control freak and wanted things done his way and never gave me any privacy and freedom. He won't even let me dye my hair because I worked so hard to get it this long, and dyeing it will ruin it. I was practically bald until the age of 7. And he didn't even do anything to make it grow as long as it is now. That was all me. He also has parental controls on my phone, so he can see anything and everything I do. For example, one time I was texting one of my now ex-boyfriends and he sent me a picture of his new haircut, and because he just got it done, his shirt was off. so he didn't get hair all over it, and I told him it looked nice. A few minutes later my father texts me, "Why did your boyfriend send you a picture of him with his shirt off?" And so I now know he can see the text messages that I send, so I had to passive aggressively tell him that he wasn't sending me a picture of him shirtless, but of his new haircut, and he still didn't believe me. He also yelled at me and my siblings a lot while we were growing up. Him and my mom broke up when I was 3, so he was the one who raised us basically. So now I have really bad panic attacks when people yell at me or even raise their voices at me. So good job, Dad. And the reason I brought up my pronouns is because my dad would also call gay men and women G-gots and trans people N-nice. So I'm actually scared to tell him about my sexuality and gender identity, but my girlfriend is awesome and is helping me through it. Another thing, he also can control how long I'm on my phone for, where my phone turns off when it's 10 PM and the only thing I can see is my lock screen, and I can only get into my phone if I have my dad's email and password, which I don't have that info. He also won't let me get the COVID-19 vaccine because he thinks I'll grow another arm or something, and so now I have been ignoring him and his texts for 3 months now. Life is great. I asked him to stop bringing friends over during a pandemic, especially the friends he met off the street, and didn't know that he decided it was okay to bring into the house to sleep over. His friends were having parties during COVID all the time, and I didn't want them over. I was even more bothered by the fact that my boyfriend would strike up a conversation with someone on the street and invite him to sleep on my couch. My boyfriend didn't understand that just because he met someone downtown doesn't mean he knows them, so why would you bring him to the house? How do you know this person isn't going to rob us, reach for a knife? How do you know he's not going to find your gun collection? So I had a conversation with him about it, told him how I felt, and he agreed to stop doing it. That night, he did it again. Met someone off the street and let him sleep in my house. I wake up to see him doing shots with someone neither of us know. After I came out of my bedroom and confronted him about it, he still let him sleep over. We both paid the same rent, shared the same responsibilities, but it wasn't the first time I had to abide by his rules and he refused to abide by any of mine. I actually moved out that night, in front of both of them. It was the night of June 30th, and I told him I wasn't paying rent tomorrow. I meant it. I didn't pay rent, and the landlord didn't hold me to it. Edit. Just came here to add that last week, we met up as friends to put it all behind us and have lunch at some Mexican place. At 12 PM he couldn't stop himself from having 6 margaritas. Another reminder of why we broke up. This guy I met when I was very young, and he was almost an adult, spent years trying to get with me. He was a high school student who worked at the gifted and talented forensics camp that I attended every few months from 5th grade until high school. At first it seemed somewhat normal. He paid extra attention to me, helped connect me with other resources on the material. Then he became more forward as the years went on, asking me over to his house to swim, offering to drive me and my friends places. I never accepted because it felt weird, and he never pushed. He went to college nearby, so kept working at the camp and always requested to work with me. No other adults thought it was weird, they all thought it was cute and teased me for having a crush. I don't think I actually did at the time. Fast forward to my junior year in high school, 11th grade, all my friends start dating and stuff. I'm cute but fat and very focused on getting to my dream school, so don't have a ton of offers. Plus I'm a year younger than everyone else, which doesn't help. One weekend I'm at a party with some friends and forensics guy, FG, is there. We get to talking, and he tells me I've grown up beautifully, and he always knew I would. Basically fat girl kryptonite. He asks me to go somewhere quieter with him, and I like the idea of being seen as desirable by a hot older guy, so I go. We are hanging out in a home office in a stranger's house, and he makes a move, so I go with it. I liked kissing him, teenage hormones and all, so we made out for a while. I get a text from my friends letting me know it's time to go, so I make my excuses and give him my number. He asks me out, and I say yes, because hot boyfriend alert, and plus I have no idea how this is supposed to go. We started dating, and for the most part it was all online and by text or phone because he was in medical school. We finally find time for an in-person date, and it goes really well. So we schedule another one. That one goes great too. So far things are looking good, and I'm able to rationalize the age difference because I've always been told I'm so mature that it just makes sense. My friends know he's older, but not how much, so I just lie and say he's only just in college and it's fine by them, I guess. FG and I set up our next date, and it works out that it's during a break in school for him, so we agree to do it on a long weekend so I can stay overnight. The weekend comes, and I have a friend I trust drive me to his apartment, and she is staying with family nearby just in case. Smart move. At first things are fine. We cook and talk and watch something dumb on TV. We eventually start fooling around, and he's taking it further and further, but it feels good, so I'm going with it. Then he starts talking. Initially I'm like, oh, this must be dirty talk. Let me listen and learn. But as I listen I realize how weird it is. Then it goes from weird to inappropriate. He's saying things like, I love how you still wear your hair in these little pigtail braids, or I remember when I first met you how you'd bite your bottom lip when you were working, and all I could think was how much I wanted to bite it. That was super sketch, considering I was 9 when we met. But then, after unhooking my bra he said, man, I remember before you had these. I wish we could have done this then. That's when I was like, girl, has SVU taught you nothing? I excused myself to the restroom and texted my friend 911. I head back out and try to slow things down, but he's getting pretty insistent. Just when I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to do more than I want to with this creeper, there's a loud banging on the door and we jump apart. He gets the door and it's my friend and her grown-ass cousin coming to get me. He shouts at me to get my sheet and get in the car while he talks to this guy. I comply and my friend and I are in the car listening to her cousin shout, "You're faking 24, she's barely 15, do the math," and my boyfriend talking about how 15 is old enough and I've known her since she was little, and the cousin is like, bruh, that doesn't help your case, leave her TF alone. That was not my finest moment, but once I caught on to the crazy I noped the fuck out of there. Craziest 10 weeks of my young life. Don't know if this really fits, but here it goes. When I was 18 I met a woman in my senior year who was in my grade. We quickly hit it off, and I very quickly fell madly in love with her. I was in high school, so going to school 40 hours a week and also working 40 hours a week to pay the outrageous rent that my mom was making me pay to live in the house that I grew up in. I would get up at 7 AM, go to school, go from school to work till midnight, come home, get some sleep, and do it all again. Worked to 12-hour shifts on the weekends. Had one night off during the week. I would spend every available moment stuck to her side like a lost puppy, and in a sense that's what I was. My father had died a particularly scarring death when I was 13, and it had really rearranged my brain. I was an angry, bitter, lost person. She saw this. She knew I was desperate and weak. It was all perfect for the first few months. Then she turned on a dime. The physical abuse began. The emotional abuse began. The stalking. The cheating. I blamed it all on myself. I deserved it because I was a terrible person. My mom abused me, must have been, because I'm a terrible person. My dad died thinking I'd hated him. I was the worst of the worst, and this was the sentence I was receiving for everything I had done. But I was blindly in love, falling down that spiral, deeper and deeper. I was trapped. I constantly felt like I was in a cage. She would often say she was leaving me, just to see how heartbroken I was about it. How desperately I clung to her. She knew I needed her, or at least I thought I did. The cycle continued. She controlled me. She owned my life. Everything I was, everything I lived for was her. The abuse continued and got worse. When I would ask her to stop, she would say, "You're a man, just take it." If I ever tried to leave, she would threaten suicide. She would follow me everywhere constantly. I was in an uncontrollable pitfall and I didn't know what to do. I wish the story had a happy conclusion, but no. We graduated, and she wanted to move back to her home state to take care of her grandma. I had suspicions. She would always tell me how I wasn't good enough and her family hated me. All the men she would leave me for in a heartbeat, she made it out like she was with me for pity. And I took that as a sign of her love. 12 days. That's all it took. Less than 2 weeks. She was on vacation in Mexico cheating on me. She told me she'd found another guy that was so much better and that I was an awful person and she never should have dated me. I believed her. I told her I was going to tell people about all the horrible abusive things she did to me. She said that if I ever spoke, she would lie to everyone and tell the police that I had raped her. Obviously I didn't. I never raised a finger against her. I was taught by my dad that it's not okay to hit women, and I never have, never will. I don't have the heart to bring myself to do something that terrible to someone. But I knew that I would be arrested and sent to prison anyways. Whenever I tried to tell any of my friends or family, they would discredit me because I'm a man. So she hit you? So what? I was treated like my story didn't matter. Like I didn't matter. And I believed it. I was still destroyed by her leaving. I still loved her through all of it. And in the end, I was weak. I didn't even have the faking balls to leave. She was the one that left. If she hadn't left, I would have been stuck in that hell forever. It was just another prison. I fell deeper and deeper into my depression. It culminated on December 13th, 2019. I sat on my bed, tears streaming down my face, my pistol in my hand, ready to die. Out of nowhere, a buddy I hadn't spoken to in over a year texted me. I don't believe in God, but this is one of those things that makes me wonder if something is watching over me. He sent me a snap of him at his grandma's house, a place we used to hang out at in high school. It was about 2 AM. I asked if I could come over. He said sure. The last little flame inside of me refused to go out. The very bitter end of my soul refused to die that day. It sparked a whole new fire. It saw the chance to escape that suicide, and it grabbed hold of it with my whole life force. To this day, that friend has no idea that he saved my life. A simple act of letting someone come over and watch YouTube with you. We sat in near silence, and soon he was asleep. I quietly gathered my things and left. He had no idea what he had done that day, but I will never forget it. Sometimes, one friend can change your life. One day can drastically change the future of someone. Never forget that. Take every chance to be that saving grace for someone. Be kind. Sometimes you just may save someone's life. The next day I went out, on my own volition, to get a counselor. For once, I felt real. Like people could see me, and I was a person. Ever since that day I have raged against domestic abuse, especially those men out there who have been abused and feel they cannot come forward. I have decided I don't live for me. My purpose here in life is to give a voice to those who need it, to be the hope for those who have none. I pray that people in abusive relationships see me and realize that they are not alone. I have seen the fires of hell. Every waking hour of this life I have lived has been a battle for my life. But I refuse to go down. And you should too. There's still so much worth fighting for. Life is short, and the world is beautiful. What's the rush? Enjoy it all while you can. Escape your toxic life. Being backed into a corner is the best place to fight from, because it's infinitely more satisfying when you turn it around. Every day is a fight to the death. There is no time to lay down and be walked over like I was. There is still time to go out and make this world your own. So, was helping a friend going through more or less a year-long breakup. I was friends with both of them, but after this, not anymore. The relationship was completely toxic. They would break up. He'd come crawling back begging her to be together again cause she's the only thing that makes him happy. They'd get together. They'd break up again because they were miserable together, etc. When he thought he was gonna lose her for good, he tried to knock her up so he would have to be around her for the kid. When they had broken up, he hooked up with another woman and got her knocked up. When my friend tried to do a few-month blackout to sort her head, he didn't want to so she didn't. There was so much bad shit going on that we are like, friend, faking leave him. You two are literally not good for each other. You're trying to move on, but he doesn't let you. If you don't actually cut off all contact with him, he's gonna always be playing with your head like this. Her response, I know, but the more you guys tell me not to, the more I want to. That was my last straw. The most childish responses to why you stay into a toxic relationship. What was the point of our friends helping her through this time? Just so she can faking go back to him? This is a person I thought had a good head on her shoulders, and same with the guy. But watching this, I decided I had enough. Like fuck, the last time I saw them, I was so internally angry with both of them pretending like nothing ever happened. It was so irritating that I decided, you know what, I've had enough. I'm done with both of you. So, that's how I cut out 2 friends that I had known for nearly 10 years. This was right after graduating high school. We had gone on 2 dates so far and had only kissed 1 time. I just came out of a long-term relationship that ended because we were going to separate areas of the country after high school, so I wasn't taking this guy very seriously, and I wasn't very interested in anything serious, but he was nice enough. There was a lock-in at the high school the night after graduation, and after the lock-in was over at 7 AM, he came to my parents' house to hang out and nap the rest of the day. We watched movies and cuddled. It was nice. Until he started kissing me aggressively and saying how much he loved me. I said thanks and kept going back to the movie, and I didn't really kiss him back. At one point I sat on a different couch. It was a futon that was laid out flat. I was starting to fall asleep and I felt him lay down behind me. Whatever, I thought, he can cuddle. But he started pulling my shorts down and rubbing his dick on my butt. I turned over and asked what the way he was doing. He said I just wanted to and also bad lol what. I said no and told him to stop. This cycle continued for about an hour. I'd start to fall asleep. He'd try to take my clothes off. I lost it and told him to leave my house. He wouldn't, so I left him in my parents' basement and went to my own bedroom. On my way there, I told my mom what happened and she took care of it. I never heard from him again lol. I never realized until much later how dangerous the situation was and that he was trying to rap me essentially. I was with my ex for nearly 4 years. He was emotionally abusive from the start. I had made it very clear that I was not in good place mentally, but I was too weak to turn down companionship and focus on myself. I was also younger and so naive. I struggled with anxiety, depression, and paranoia. He played on all of it whilst working in a bar. I tried to be so supportive when he got his job, but he would constantly tell me about the women he would be flirting with, coming home drunk in the morning wearing other women's jewelry. We ended up having lots of fights as I would express how I'm feeling paranoid about his relationship with a couple of his colleagues, purely looking for reassurance, and he would ignore me and continue talking about how he had flirted with them. He did the same thing about women he'd previously slept with. He also told me to kill myself once because he got angry that I had asked him to call me whilst I walked home from work at 10 PM. He didn't. He was playing a card game with his friends. He would make fun of me to his friends in work. They all hated me and I had no idea why. He told me I was crazy all the time. His friends said the same and I had no idea why. Fast forward nearly 2 years into the relationship, and I'd find out that he'd been cheating on me with one of his colleagues and another girl who worked in a nearby club. Also found out that he lied to his friends about stuff I would say or do so that they would hate me and essentially give him an ego boost, tell him things like he's too good for me. I apparently locked him in my house once, which is hilarious considering he had keys to my house attached to his own keys. I don't know why, but I stayed with him. Sexual activity plummeted then because of the trust issues I clearly had after the cheating. So what did he do? He would get me drunk, so it was easier for me to say yes. I never thought it was wrong at the time either, figured it was normal. I was made to feel awful because I wasn't seeing to his needs. I owed him sex. I was being a bitch if I said no. I was pressured constantly to have sex with him. He told me once that when he comes to see me and we get to my room, I should basically automatically be rearing to go and taking my pants off. I should be thanking him for coming to me by giving him sex, or at least giving him head. That's how normal women are. Honestly, the thing that eventually made me nope out of the relationship was at the start of lockdown. He downright refused to come and see me when it started lifting and you could go on a walk with people from other households. He'd refused to meet me, but he met up several times with one of his friend's ex-girlfriends. I snapped out of any hold this dude had on me then, and I dumped all of his shit in front of his brother's house. I went to hang out with my ex who lived about 50 minutes away. After being there for about an hour he got a text and said he had to leave to pay someone back some money he owed. I asked how long it would be and if I could just wait for him at his place, which he said he didn't know, and sent me away. I was obviously annoyed, but went home. After another hour I get a call from him saying I should come back. I told him no. He said he had something really important to tell me and that I should come back. I said he should just tell me over the phone. He said he couldn't do that and that it was too important and needed to be said in person. After a little while smelling some BS, I did decide to drive back to hear what he had to say. So I get there and asked him what he wanted to tell me. He said it wasn't important anymore and proceeded to act like normal. I felt manipulated by the whole thing, made to drive 4 hours altogether that day. Before I left I had already decided I was going to break up with him, but wanted an answer before I left. Were you actually going to tell me something, or did you just say that to make me drive out here? He at first says it was to make me drive out there, but then says he was going to ask if we could have an open relationship. Not that I have anyone in mind, but if I did, it would be this close friend of mine. Yeah, that's a big nope from me. I officially broke it off with him and left. He then stalked me over social media and through text sporadically for the next 2 years. I never responded and would just block him, but he made several new accounts to keep reaching out to me saying weird stuff like, "It's so crazy how the world works and how our paths seem like they are meant to be." He finally stopped after those 2 years though. We were only in a relationship for a month and a half. I had a long relationship with someone very controlling, but I was also 14 and had never really had a real boyfriend to know what it was like. He would tell me what to wear and what I could say, what I could and couldn't do, where I could go. One day we went to a party at his new job. We were 16 and I was wearing a white crop top with a maxi skirt and some sandals, and he made me wear his hoodie and put on his pants because I looked too good. Mind you, he was 6'3" and I'm 5 feet, wouldn't even let me wear makeup because he said people would hit on me if I wore it. One time I was at the mall with my family and told him to meet me there, and he started screaming at me in the middle of the mall when he got there because my pants were too tight and made me buy a sweater to put around my waist. This sounds bad, but the last straw was when we were 17 by now and we went to see a rock band play at a local bar. I went after school, so I had my uniform polo and my uniform jeans. There were girls at this concert with tiny skirts, fishnets, collars and high heels. He made me put on my sweater and made me wear his hoodie around my waist. Obviously I got super hot and took it off, which he got pissed at me for, but the vibe was good, so I just told him stop, I'm literally going to pass out, and he let it go as long as I just kept his hoodie around my waist. I'm built with a really small waist and a huge butt and it's really not my issue. So we leave the concert and he tells me to put the hoodie back on, and I said no dude, everyone here is dressed super sultry, I'm not going to feel bad for wearing my school uniform. He said people were only looking at me because of my butt size and all the other girls were skinny and flat, so they didn't have to cover up. I said well that's their problem, I'm hot and not putting a hoodie on, and he said well whatever, I warned you. I won't care when you get wrapped. Now we were in a 4-year relationship and it was a 2-hour ride back home and I didn't say a word. I actually blocked him and never spoke to him again. After a year together, hanging out with her and her kids at her parents' house, having fun, brother calls, they had never met him yet, asks if he can come get my keys, needs in my place. Sure bro. As a side note, I'm pretty damn white, blonde hair, blue eyes. Dad is Germanic Russian. Mother Polish. There is hella all kinda colors in my family, but they had met only me and my parents. Brother comes over, cocks on door, girlfriend's dad opens the door and proceeds to just go the hell off on my brother with an amazing variety of racist slurs. Mind, these are small as people, yo. Girlfriend was healthy, met her 4 months pregnant. At 9 months she maybe topped 120 lbs. Her dad is a little guy too. And there's my brother. all 6 foot, 220 pounds of muscle, half black, half Puerto Rican, just staring at this angry little white man. Bro started laughing. I just stood up, said I'm out here and left. She was an amazing woman and loved her daughters so much that ended going to court for custody of them and made sure I got a decidedly not white judge and won without a hitch. She called me later that night, asked me why I never said my brother wasn't white. I said as far as I was aware it hadn't mattered. She said it did. Told her I loved her. Then told her that she was welcome to work on her viewpoint. I would gladly take her back. And hung up. Yes. In literally a year, the white supremacist, racist thing actually was never noticed. We were never in a situation where it would be, which should say something, in a large city based around agriculture. I take great pride in the fact my eldest married a kid from Mexico City who immigrated at 16 and promptly met her. Dated for 4 years, married for 9 now. And the youngest daughter had a lovely girlfriend from Iran who immigrated at 15. Who is now a stunningly handsome man, happily married to his wife, my daughter, for 4 years now. Tickles me freaking pink to know how pissed their mother's family is, woot woot. I was dating a girl when I was 17 who tried to kill me. We went out for about 5 months, which I steadily noticed signs of crazy after the first month. I started noticing her following me when I'd go places and would text me constantly. The one time that freaked me out was when I took my mother to the doctor. Mom's a 4-time and 15-year survivor of cancer now. She was sitting in the lobby all pissed off because she thought I was cheating on her because I had another girl in the car. Yeah, I pick up girls and take them to the oncologist for a date. So fast forward to around the 5mo mark, I'm sick and tired of this girl starting crap with me over nothing and I'm ready to bail. I tell her I need to have a talk with her and met her at a library close to my house. She meets up with me and I start telling her about the crazy things she's doing and basically leading up to break up, and she stops me in the middle of my speech and basically starts going off on a rant about how she will love me forever and I need to cut my so-called mother, TF, out of my life and I only need her. I at that point had enough and told her I'm done and got put and started walking home. I got just to the side of the library when I hear her car peeling out. She had a Mustang GT and turned around just in time to see her flying towards me. I managed to jump out of the way but landed in a rose bush, so I was hurting for a while. Still better than the alternative. I was free of the nut job at least, or so I thought. She continued to stalk me and call/text me for almost a year until one of my girlfriends, just a friend, got fed up and ended up sneaking up on her one day and beating the ever-living shit out of her. Well, there is my story. Sorry for blabbing, lol. It's more of a friendship, but we dated for like 2 weeks and he broke up with me. Warning, long as story, he was horribly misogynistic, saying that women had to be perfect and soft and beautiful, that no man could ever love a woman who works out. I was about 15 to 16, and he was 17ish when he would tell me those things. I'm overweight and I used to be into powerlifting, and it hurt a lot when he told me that men didn't like me, and I wondered if my boyfriend would hate me. Plot twist, boyfriend doesn't mind being carried bridal style and enjoys my big stomach and thighs. He was also incredibly racist. He got jumped once while with a black friend, mind you, by 2 or 3 guys that he said smelled black, and immediately after told me that he faking hates XXX. I don't know why I didn't drop him after that, but I started to distance myself. He would guilt me into giving him physical affection and preyed on my naivety when it came to real world issues. Oh, my mother hasn't massaged me in years despite my leg being crippled. I miss being hugged. I'm all alone and everyone hates me. That sort of thing. Again, being like 16, I thought I had to do something because no one else would. I would bring him lunches every day because he would complain about not eating, then proceed to break my containers and give away my food because it's his personality to share, and I should know that he always gives this to others. He would tell me constantly to break up with my boyfriend or take a break. I listened a couple times and we both went on breaks. It sucked. As whole dude guilted me into kissing him once and I felt sick to my stomach. He had been talking about how he was so alone and no one would kiss him, but I couldn't, all this horrible bullcrap, and of course, me being a sheltered 16-year-old, kissed him. I told my boyfriend immediately afterward, and I don't know why, but he forgave me, likely because me and him had only been together about 3 to 4 months at the time. My sweetheart's a saint. He was hardcore into lolicon and thought kids could have sex once they got their periods. I got my first period at 8 years old due to childhood obesity. He knew this. He also knew that I had been sexually assaulted in class my freshman year. The pre-breaking point was when I was 17. He called me out of nowhere telling me that he would either call me or a hotline, and he chose me with the sound of a busy road behind him. I shut him out for a few days after that, and I started to feel happier, but I told him that I would give him another chance, mainly because he wouldn't shut up about how lonely he was if he never did that again. He told me I should have known that he wouldn't have done anything, and it was my fault. I was anxious over nothing. I sucked it up and kept going. About 3 days afterward it came out that he was trying to hook up with a drug-addicted freshman girl with family issues. He was nearly 19, and she had just turned 15. I didn't even like the girl, had a health class with her senior year, but I wouldn't wish what I had gone through on her. I haven't spoken to him since. I tried to look past so many things he did, racism, sexism, general horribleness, and justified it to myself as we are living in the South. Maybe that's just his parents influencing him, but I truly and honestly could not excuse him taking advantage of a minor the way he tried to do. I was a horrible person when I was around him, and I'm so happy he's out of my life now. I hope he reads this and feels awful. Nasty cunt. Was dating a girl for about 2 months. She lived on the other side of town and, on a weeknight, was going to go on a girls' night with some friends closer to my side of town. I offered to DD for them. Well, she drives over to my house and leaves her car parked out front. I drive her and her friends over to the place they are going to and head home. Around 10:30ish, I was kind of half asleep and I hear a car door and can see a little light coming from out front. For a second, my half asleep brain thought maybe they Ubered and she's picking up her car. But then I jumped full awake, looked out the window and her car was being broken into. I grabbed my gun and let the dog out. Dog corners the guy, and I put my up but aimed low. Turns out it was a methed out kid, 16 to 17, that was breaking in. I checked what he stole and put it all back and debate whether to call the police. I call her to see if I should check for anything valuable. No answer. I text, hey sorry, but your car was broken into. Do you want me to send an Uber so you can check for anything missing? No response. After about 20 minutes I just let the kid go. Her response about an hour later, go back to sleep. Don't worry about it. I probably left it unlocked. I will call you when we are ready. What the way? Keep in mind I was full of adrenaline and wired from having held a methed out kid at gunpoint. All I could think about for the 3 hours was that I could have shot a kid for rummaging through a bunch of workout clothes. I eventually picked her up and she didn't say anything the entire ride. When we got back to my house she headed straight to her vehicle and I started walking inside. She called me back and apologized and said she didn't realize I was telling the truth about the break-in. I told her to stay since she was drunk and shouldn't drive. We hooked up. She told me she loved me. We had sex again. After she went to sleep I stayed up thinking about how weird of a situation to be told I love you. How weird it was that she literally didn't care about her car being broken into. Then, as she is leaving in the morning, she spots a bullet on the floor that had cleared out when I chambered the weapon. She was like, you really held the gun to someone? I said yeah, you didn't feel me trembling all last night? I was a nervous wreck. It dawned on me in that moment that she never even asked how I was doing or if I was okay. That was my nope moment. I ended it later that afternoon. So one story is guy who I lived with at uni who was super nice and from my city came to visit my apartment. He wanted a booty call, but during the visit I received a phone call from my ex who was crying and I was completely out of the mood. It happens, but not anymore. Yay, the guy who was visiting had a joint with me and then after telling him I wasn't in the mood and I'm cool if we just hang out. He told me it was fine and so on. Around 5/10 minutes later he tried to bet me that, if he beat me at Call of Duty, that I would sleep with him. I laughed it off, and said he wouldn't beat me, and I'm not betting, and he didn't win at all. He asked me after this about 5/6 times, until I turned around, and said, "What's the matter with you? Can't you take no for an answer?" He then promptly said that he thought he should leave. I agreed and walked him to the door, and gave him directions to leave the building. Oh, but it didn't end there. He sat outside in his van for the next 3/4 hours texting me asking me to change my mind, and that he was waiting. Safe to say, my mind did not change, and after that, I didn't invite him over ever again. Another story is about a friend with benefits who I worked with. We were literally just that. I couldn't get into a relationship with him simply because after sex whenever he sweated it smelled like the worst thing on earth. I couldn't ever imagine waking up to that all the time. He also ended up being a very manipulative liar, who lied to my face on a couple of occasions. When I found out, I called him out on his bullshit, blocked him and ignored his calls. Fortunately, I'd secured a new job/promotion, and wasn't in the same office anymore. I saw him on a work night out, and he got drunk, and asked if I was going to ignore him, and I said that he lied to my face, which shows no respect, so yes, I was going to ignore him. We wished each other all the best in life, and that was that. He was 18, I was 25. First mistake lol. I was seeing multiple guys from Tinder, and was upfront about that. I'm also poly, and told him that. He said he just wanted to hook up. Cool. First date, we do. One of the other guys I was seeing had quickly become a good friend. Informed him of this as well. Didn't have to, I'm just an open person. Second date rolls around. He's hung up on this new friend. Keeps interrogating me about him. I have to keep telling him we are hooking up, not in a relationship, and this guy's my pal, so it doesn't concern him. Third date. I thought it was just us. Nope. Family dinner with his dad, his girlfriend, his sister, and her boyfriend. Surprise. I play it cool, but I'm a bit miffed. Turns out he's told everyone I'm his girlfriend. At this point I'm just here for food, drinks, and a fact, then I'll be ghosting him. In a MCDS run, I talked to him about the fact that telling everyone I'm his girlfriend when I'm not is not okay. We get back, his dad is heading to bed with his girlfriend, but first takes the four of us aside and informs us we are not allowed to have sex under his roof while his girlfriend is over because they're gonna fuck, so we are not allowed. I deck. I ask the guy for another rum and coke, which we had been drinking all night. Guess that was the tipping point for him. He starts absolutely faking bawling that I'm friends with a guy, that I'm poly, that I don't want to be his girlfriend, and that, oh, by the way, he's a furry and I'm discriminating against him. I calm him down. I'm about to leave and we are talking. He initiates making out, and he's sobered up a bit at this point, thank God. So I think fuck it, and go with it. You can already hear his sister and dad and their respective partners going at it. Weird, but fuck it had become my mantra at this point. I leave shortly after. The next day, he texts and wants me to come over, and I tell him I'm out shopping with my new friend. He faking loses it. Walls of texts. How can I betray him? I'm just doing this because he's a furry. I'm a slut. Oh, by the way, my dad's mad at you for having sex here when he told you not to, so I disrespected his dad, and I'm not allowed back till I apologize. Also, how dare I come into his house and vandalize their belongings. I peeled a label off an empty bottle and threw it out and drink all their liquor. I had one extra drink mayo. I told him to grow the fuck up because no one wants a spoiled man Bobby as a partner. Blocked him, and now I don't date any guys that are over 2 years younger than me lol. Probably should ditched him sooner, but I learned my lesson lmayo. We dated for 6 weeks, lived about an hour apart. He managed a peony farm, and I had dreams of my apartment being filled with flowers, so he always brought me some. He was a woodcarver and carved a guitar that looked exactly like mine. He could be so sweet, but gaslighting was way too easy for him. In retrospect, I feel like a lot of these were testing the waters for him. He once told me that he already knew I was going to break his heart because all his exes did. I told him this was not going to work if he compared me to his exes, and he stopped. He told me he'd travel 100 hours to see me when I said the distance might make this difficult. He did random baba talk when we first met, and when I told him that's not what I like, he pouted but stopped. When I rescheduled a date to dog sit for a friend, he said I'd give more attention to dogs rather than him. After 2 weeks and 2 dates, he brought his oldest daughter on a date with us without telling me first. She added me on social media for 2 days then deleted me. About a month in, he told me he owed a few days in jail, but wouldn't tell me when or why. Found out it was because he cut off his electronic monitoring cuff. That's not a few days, homie. Finally, when he decided to break it off, he told me over Facebook Messenger. We had a date scheduled that night, and he told me to invite the dog. I just said, thanks for your honesty, and left him in read. He tried every way to tell me days later he faked up and missed me. Go on, miss me then. I was good to him. Some people say, why keep up with it? I think I told myself that I wasn't going to give up just because he said I would. That sheet was so toxic though. Told my ex I don't put up with people that do hardcore drugs. Sounds judgmental, but it's solely because I watch my siblings do drugs and be abusive. I decided at a young age I wasn't going to be around that shit. Anyways, he said he only smoked weed and I occasionally did too, so I didn't think twice about it. 7 or so months into our relationship, he went to visit his parents in another state. He said service was spotty where they lived, so I didn't expect to hear from him much. But I had this horrible gut feeling the whole time he was gone. He visited them once or twice a month after that, and each time I had that horrible feeling. Before we hit a year together I broke it off. We both said some shitty things in a heated argument and I just couldn't take it anymore. Sure as shit, found out from a stranger who messaged me on FB that he was doing cocaine when he saw family and sleeping with his ex who got pregnant few months before we broke up. The stranger was looking for him as he was his dealer and wanted his money. I immediately contacted the police and handed the info over, then blocked the guy. Best decision I made, and now I follow my gut feeling more. Oh, to top it off, after we broke up he surprise visited my place a couple of times. Never got out of his truck, just parked at the bottom of my driveway, idling. My then best friend, now husband, was with me one of the times. My ex had a truck that I could recognize the sound of and told my friend he was here. Ex flipped out and called me a town hoe when he saw my friend. I laughed and called the cops again. Met a girl on her way to an anime convention. Surprisingly, neither of us fit the weeb stereotype. Anyway, we hit it off in the train, and eventually after the convention ended we started seeing each other properly. This goes on for a few weeks and we even had sex, so it's not like things weren't serious. However, it was a faking chore trying to communicate over text with her. I always had to message first, and even when I did her responses were pretty lackluster. In person we had no problems with a good conversation, so I just brushed it off as texting just not being her thing or something. The thing that really annoyed me was when I was trying to set up a date to see each other. Conversation went something like this. A lot of paraphrasing because I'm going from memory and translating from another language. Me, wanna go out tomorrow at X. I don't know, I have stuff to do tomorrow and don't know when I will be free. Me, alright. Just message me when you find out so that we can either set up a time or change it to another day. Sure. I then proceed to not hear from her for 2 days. I message her to ask her what's up and got no response. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll just let her message me whenever. And that was the last time I heard from her. I wasn't willing to put any more effort into turning this fling into a proper relationship if she wasn't even going to bother with the simplest of responses. I saw her again a few months later on another convention and she acted so shocked to see me, and I just ignored her and moved on. Maybe technically she ghosted me or whatever, but I made the decision to just say fuck it and be done with it regardless if that was the case. Studied together and were friends for a year. Slept together and she started getting possessive, but I was young and excited about the relationship. She didn't have many boundaries and felt it was totally fine to call me in the middle of the night to rant about her sisters, schoolwork, or generally any minor inconvenience that went on in her life. I once fell asleep for at least a good 45 minutes during a 3-hour-long early morning call. She was still talking when I woke up. Just to give an idea of how invested she was in me during these conversations. What she was generally after was me repeatedly telling her that everything was okay, that other people were dumb, or that she was totally right about something. 4 hours. I had a bit of a personal crisis a few months into our relationship. A person close to me died, and I had to go off the grid for a bit to go home and attend a funeral and stuff. This was early 2000s, so social media wasn't really a thing yet. Anyway, she calls me one night furious that I haven't spent time with her, and I calmly remind her of the funeral and me having to go away. She is a bit dumbstruck and then quickly asks how I'm doing. Happy to just talk to someone about my grief and open up, I tell her that I'm feeling quite sad and a bit lost after the death. After less than a minute she cuts me off with the words that still haunt me. I don't have the strength to listen to this. Maybe you should speak to a psychiatrist. Yeah, fuck you. Even after all these years, fuck you. Had been in a 10-year relationship, 6 years married, and our entire marriage was open on his side, meaning he had girlfriends while I chose only to have him. I started developing strong feelings for someone, so I asked to fully open our marriage on my side as well. Ex-husband lays down all kinds of ground rules, but says we can try it. After multiple threats and intimidation tactics were used on my boyfriend, to no effect, we continued dating. I followed all my ex's rules, even allowing him to track my phone at all times. He became increasingly insecure and wanted me to end things with the new boyfriend after only a few months. Didn't want to see a counselor or discuss things, just wanted to fight. The straw that broke the camel's back was when he got put on administrative leave while they investigated an incident at work. He lied about what they were investigating, and I believed him. When they officially fired him, it was over getting caught being inappropriate with a tech at work. He was dating a coworker at the time, so imagine everyone you work with knowing you have a wife at home, caught fooling with a tech, and a mutual coworker is yelling at home because I'm dating him level of what the way. I kicked him out a few days later once I had all the details. He tried to bring us back together making promises I knew he couldn't keep. One thing I will never forgive or forget him saying is we can have a second kid if you want, when he was trying to reel me back into his control. Thanks for reminding me you never wanted the first one and are clueless in every aspect. That isn't you getting what you want from me, as whole. Happily still dating the boyfriend through all of this by the way. There was also the time I hooked up with a guy out of sheer boredom and depression. He and I became friends because we had some mutual interests and he suggested we become friends with benefits. Yes, I know. I already knew it wasn't a good idea to get strings because I was so vulnerable at the time, but I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. Our friendship felt genuine at times. He seemed to care when appropriate and showed interest in getting to know me and asking about my life. I was semi-guarded with him, but I felt comfortable enough to hang out. Our hangouts were often strange, in that he liked to take walks around to check out girls. This behavior, even prior to our hooking up, was very uncomfortable for me. But then he was also downright predatory, he would say, and do things I found disturbing, specifically towards women. One of his quips was 50 no's, and a maybe is still a yes. Since we were both tradespeople, I naively believed this was just part of the industry, and it kind of was, for me, but that's another story. When we finally agreed to be FWB, we had both put down some ground rules. He said he didn't want me getting attached, which he wound up doing himself, and that he wasn't interested in dating. I said I wasn't interested in seeing him anymore if he wanted to sleep with someone else. We both agreed and commenced. First, he pressured me to have anal sex, which I really did not want to do. I have dealt with trauma in my past, and I made this very clear to him. But did that matter to good old friend? No, of course not. What daddy wants, daddy gets. Then, he started pressuring me to see him every day, sometimes twice a day. This also accompanied spending a lot more friend time together, so here I stupidly believed we were the best of buds. Fuck, I was stupid. He would have me over under the guise of playing video games or watching a movie, but all he would do is try to have sex with me. We literally never did anything else alone together. Then, there was a girl he was interested in. No problem, we aren't dating. Enjoy yourself, I said. He would hang out with her and detail to me, disgustingly, how she was, and I practically knew everything about her because he never stopped talking about her. And before you say, you're jealous, no, I really wasn't. I just really didn't need to know what this girl's body parts smelled like. He was becoming unbearable to spend time around, but luckily he took care of that himself. Abruptly, he decided to stop talking to me altogether. He didn't call or text, didn't ask to hang out, and in fact, he took it further, going as far as to act like I didn't exist at all when we were in the same room together. While I wasn't necessarily interested in 99% of our talks being about this girl he was obsessed with, it doesn't mean I didn't want to still be friends. After all, they call it friends with benefits, because there's usually friendship. Apparently he didn't feel the same. Once I understood my place in his life, I left him alone. I spent a lot of time during this period catching up on things and just living my best life. But admittedly I was very lonely. One day, I was having a coffee alone when he showed up, decidedly my friend again, asking why I never hang out anymore. He completely lied about ignoring me, tried convincing me that it had been me who had stopped talking to him, none of which was true. But I was no longer feeling particularly partial to him, and I was feeling a lot less attracted than I had just a month before. He insisted on making it up to me. He wanted to hang out, so I agreed. Big mistake because he just wanted sex, and decided after that to fall asleep. I wandered into his kitchen for some water, and as I walked around, I began to really look at his place. I wasn't digging through drawers or anything, but I was observing details I had ignored when I had been so infatuated with him. Some major things I noticed on that day was that he seemed to never have a sheet on his bed, his kitchen was filthy, and his entire house smelled strongly of dog feces and urine. I was really grossed out all of a sudden and decided to leave. On my way home, I thought honestly about how I really felt towards him, and some things that jumped out at me were how uncomfortable I often felt around him, how irritated I was by his misogynistic view of women, how bothered I was about the way he objectified me, and even the girl he was obsessed with, and ultimately I couldn't come up with one thing I even really liked about him. I reframed the idea of him in my mind, and I have never been back to his house since. He has tried multiple times to get in touch with me, going as far as adding me on numerous messaging apps and even coming to my house. He has harassed me about being friends, even though we have literally never been friends. I see that now. And even once put his hands on me years after our last encounter. The most recent time, I threatened to call the cops and have him arrested for stalking, as I have made it infinitely clear I'm not interested in being friends or hanging out. Perhaps not a story of noping out of a relationship, but more of being disenchanted. Was dating a guy in his late 20s, and I was 19 to 20 at the time and a friend of my sister's. He'd just moved here, and he and his mother were sharing a house until they both got on their feet. I was over one day hanging out. His mom comes in and starts screaming at him. He had drank all the vodka and didn't A, tell her, and B, didn't replace it. Most of us would be I'm sorry over something so trivial and move on with my day. Instead he burst into tears. I mean, he was crying like someone just died, all over vodka, and being yelled at. I realized at that moment he didn't have the emotional maturity for someone his age, and that his living situation might not be what he stated, and that he had never left home and had no plans to. This just added to the fact that when his brother came to town he ghosted me for 3 weeks. I noped out right there. He called a few times, I stopped answering. And before people come at me for this story, first, I have no problem with men crying. Crying is human. It's about context. Crying if you get hurt. Crying if someone dies. He was crying because mommy yelled at him for drinking all the vodka. She didn't get violent. She didn't yell at him for long, maybe a minute. Most people would have just said sorry and moved on. It threw up another red flag I wasn't comfortable going past. It just wasn't the crying, it was everything that lead up to it. Found out later from my sister he was also a drug addict. Info that would have been useful before the first date. Glad I left. So unfortunately I never noped out of the relationship, but in hindsight there were tons of red flags that I just ignored. We got together the summer I was waiting for a disciplinary hearing to see if I would be expelled from college for academic reasons. Nothing fun/exciting. When I was expelled and went into a pretty deep depression that I didn't even recognize for years, she said she was happy because a long distance relationship would have been hard. She practically prohibited me from having any female friends. She tried to turn me against my family. She sabotaged every attempt I made to go back to school. When my parents moved out of state and my sister and I got an apartment together to stay local, she just kinda moved in. Never asked, she just did. Borderline accused me of cheating at least a few times a year. The end of the relationship was a process at latest a few months. She went on a trip to England with her platonic male friend, and I really didn't care. Then I decided to move to upstate New York, where my parents had moved to take advantage of SUNY's Empire State College program, remote state college, that took up to 3 years of transfer credit, intended specifically to allow working adults finish their degrees. She moved back in with her parents in NJ. At some point she found out that I was still smoking, and she lost her mind, said that if I lied about that I must have lied about cheating, and we were done. This is after she cancelled plans for us to see each other in person 3 times. Once when I had left my sister's college graduation in Philly early to see her, and instead had to drive all the way back to upstate New York. Within weeks she had moved to North Carolina with her platonic friend, and despite her swearing that she had never cheated on me, I happened to see her FB post later that year celebrating their first anniversary, months before the first anniversary of our breakup. But the story has a happy ending. A couple months after that relationship ended, I started dating a woman at work. She is now my wife. Our son is almost 1. We just bought a house, and over the years we've been together I not only finished my degree, but went to law school, thanks mostly to her love and support, and pushing me to follow my dreams. Looking back years later, I realized that I was deeply depressed after getting booted from school, and our relationship just put me in emotional stasis, unable to move on or grow. We were together for something like 4 years, and for the second half of our relationship I didn't really love her. I just didn't care enough to do anything. 15 years later I'm conflicted about whether this was fair to the woman I ended the relationship with, but we were at that sheet or get off the pot phase. We'd been dating seriously for almost 4 years, living together ECT. Marriage was the next logical step. I had concerns about her college debt. At that time she carried $90,000 for a new graduate degree that didn't translate into any sort of direct career track. It was an independent study, so the way she saw it was that she needed to go back to grad school and wanted to become either an art or music therapist. But she didn't have any money, so she was willing to finance the entire thing. At the time, that was going to be an additional $60K or more. And salary range for that profession was $45-85K annually. The thought of hitching my wagon to someone with $150K plus in debt and no realistic hope of repaying it just turned me off. We just had totally different approaches to debt/education, etc. I even had us visit a financial planner to discuss it, and he was honest and upfront about it. He didn't see how we would ever recover from that sort of burden so early without using that money to become a lawyer or medical doctor, etc. We left the meeting and I honestly felt really conflicted. Like I heard what I wanted her to hear, and so did she, but I knew it was really sobering and kinda dashed her hopes. But she agreed that it wasn't the wisest thing financially to jump into another graduate degree. It was settled. Then the acceptance letters started coming, and it was like she hadn't heard a thing. She started filing for financial aid, looking for apps to move us to one college town in particular. I just couldn't do it. I noped and moved out. Dude, she just had a ton of baggage. Mind you, we all have baggage, but she refused to work on hers, and would project all her past relationship issues onto me. She would love talking about her exes, but got super jealous and emotional if I talked about mine. She also had this super weird thing where she would shut down and answer questions with one word if I brought her to social outings with my friends. My friends are family, and this bothered me to no end. she would get really upset for not reading her mind when she wanted to leave or exit a place, an outing, or whatever. But get this, she wouldn't communicate any of it to me beforehand. No change in tone or body language, no subtle text message, no hand on the arm and look, no whisper in the ear, just, "Why couldn't you tell I wanted to leave?" Once we got to the car, like, I was done talking, but she was chatting away super animated. She also had this terrible thing about having really awful anxiety when in cars because of an accident when she was younger, but she would start fights in the car all the time, which increased her stress and mine. She also got really upset that I was able to stay calm when there was an argument. She would scream and shout, and then had the gall to tell me I was unhealthy and sucked at communicating because I didn't scream and shout. Literally 90% of my time with her I was stressed because I anticipated a fight or confrontation. We only dated 2 months, and when I told her I wanted to break up, she begged me not to leave, weeping and professing her love for me. Yeah, bye. She also dated my little brother over 10 years ago, casually, and he cheated on her. It was a high school romance for like a month, but I got the feeling that she still wasn't over him. Never doing that again. I should have left after week 1, but she was fine. Also, TMI, I would go down on her constantly, but she would never return the favor. I don't do it for the single hope of receiving it in turn, but she flat out would not. Oh, and some guy I was cool with said this weird creepy thing over Snapchat. Where do I get one of those? When I sent him and some friends a selfie of the two of us on a walk before breaking up. They're dating now. I'm a psych major now, and golly, every page is like, you get a red flag, you get a red flag, you get a yeah. Never doing that again. I know this will get lost in you, but one summer back in college I started dating this woman that had an eccentric but cool vibe that I had met at work when we had to close the shop together one night. After a few dates it was clear she was ready to get down. We didn't really have anywhere to go. She was staying with family, and I had us whole roommates, so we went to a city park and had fun on the playground equipment. Next day she didn't answer her phone. The day after she didn't show up for her shift. Totally ghosted me. My feelings were hurt, and my self-confidence kinda took a hit, but I was genuinely worried about what happened to her. Cut to 2 weeks later, and she calls me to tell me that she had been in the hospital for the last 2 weeks, in the psych ward. She tried to kill herself that night, after I had dropped her off. Turns out she was staying with family, because her parents were overseas somewhere, and she had broken up with the guy she was dating there, and tried to kill herself there too. So her parents sent her to her relatives to clear her head. She said she was sorry she hadn't spoken to me, but it was important for her to be cut off from the outside world for the 2 weeks she was in hospital, and that she really wanted to make things work. I was terrified of triggering her again, and was really sweating meeting up with her. I spent an evening writing out why it wouldn't work out between us. Best summed up as, I'm 21, you're 19. Neither of us are emotionally mature enough to navigate a relationship like this. And when I told her, she was surprisingly calm about it. We enjoyed a coffee together, and we are separate ways. I never heard from her or saw her again. That is until 2 or 3 years later, when my younger brother was doing a study abroad in the same country her parents were in, and he unknowingly ran into her there. He didn't put 2 and 2 together, and he wound up sleeping with her too, but instead of a suicide attempt, he got stuck with her stalking him for the rest of the time he was in that country. TLDR, stuck my dick in crazy, predictably regretted it. My idiot brother fell for the same trap with the same girl a few years later on a whole another continent. Cool story, bro. 1. The first date. The plan was to meet at my uni then go to the city together for dinner. But then the time was late, so I suggested to just meet in the city. He kept insisting he wanted to come to uni first. I was like, what is his deal? In the end we met in the city. I told him I was hungry, so let's just get dinner. We sat down, and he mentioned, well, if I waited, we could hang out in uni first. I was like, by the time we get to the city, it'll already be too late in the day to have dinner. I didn't understand what was his deal. Then weeks after, we went to a concert. He was late, I was standing in line alone. He then came and told me he wanted to get dinner first. He said because it won't start until late anyway. I was a bit sad because I wanted to get in front. I love the rapper and him short, so I want a good place. But then I left the line to get dinner with him at a nearby restaurant. He ate some chicken wings and mentioned something about my shirt, which I think is a bit rude. Then we walked to the concert venue. Halfway I noticed he was wearing a ring. So I asked why is he wearing a ring? He said his grandma gave it to him and he took it off. I was like, everyone was already in the venue. We got in. He bought us drinks. He said he wanted to go to the toilet. I was like alright. He then disappeared. At this point I'm like fuck him. I just wanna enjoy the concert. He then came back with another girl, introduced me to her, and said he just met her. The girl is the same race as me. He obviously has a type. I think he wants a 3/some or something. I think that was his motive. No faking way. Saw his phone, and he had a lot of girls list. All the same race with me. So that was his type. I then ditched him at the concert and went a bit in front, cause I can't see. He kept calling me, and I told him I'm staying where I am. I mean that was the second date. I don't have feelings for him. So I'm okay with ditching him. It does hurt though, that he did that to me. I tried to calm down, because I really like the rapper and I don't want my memories of seeing the rapper live be tainted by the stupid memory of the guy. Then he left early before the concert ends. Thank God. Then after the concert ends, I saw the girl again. The girl he introduced me to. I was surprised, because I thought she went home with him. I stopped her and told her to be careful with the guy. She asked if I was his girlfriend. I was like nope. She then thanked me for telling her, and she will be careful. That guy is freaking weird, man. The next day he had the audacity to hit me up back quote hey, but I never replied. One of the moments that made me realize that relationship isn't going to work. She implied that her dog was replaceable. We were both 18 to 19 at the time. I was at a Christmas event at a town, and one of the things we used to do is visit pet shops and look at the animals. Looking back on it, it was not a smart decision, especially since most of them were probably puppy mills. The both of us were big animal lovers and this was one of the few things that we had in common. Anyway, we went to a local pet shop and she found a pupper that she really wanted to buy. I didn't take her too seriously until she ran out to get her parents. I go with her and she finds her parents and brings them in and begs them to buy the puppy for her. Mind you, she had a dog, a guinea pig, and a cockatoo that they were trying to give away. Her mom, being the more responsible one out of her parents, said no. Her father was seemingly trying to convince her mom from what I remember. I remember what caught my attention even more was when she said that the puppy can replace her older dog when he passes. At this time, we lost our previous dog that I grew with a couple of years ago, and I was still grieving her even then. We adopted another doggo, and while she's amazing in of herself, I still miss her. So this really made me question our relationship. Unfortunately, I was a 19-year-old with no backbone. I didn't confront her about this. It wasn't what ended the relationship at that moment, but it was one of the main factors behind it. This gets a little long, so I apologize in advance, but the story needs some context. We were in a long-distance relationship for well over a year. I have no problem with an open relationship, and I told her this once or twice. Given that we were only seeing each other in person once a month or slightly less, I told her several times that if she ever needed more, that I was fine with it, provided we set some rules and boundaries, etc. She told me no, I was all that she needed, etc. One summer we went on a trip away to a metropolis. We both had business in nearby areas and decided to make a vacation out of it. We both had our business trips first, then met up in the city. When we were done, the first night in bed, while I was cuddled up behind her, she swiped on her home screen past Tinder. I didn't question it at the time, but obviously it rang some alarm bells. A mutual friend of ours in the city casually told me the next day, not while girlfriend was around, that she had found my girlfriend on Tinder. They had a laugh about it. When she found out that I hadn't known my girlfriend was on Tinder, she apologized and assumed I knew. Obviously I was suspicious, but tried to explain it away. When she went home to her city, I asked a friend of mine to put my mind at ease. If she wasn't on Tinder in her hometown, then it was nothing. Lo and behold, she's easily found on Tinder with a thirst trap picture, no mention of me. I confront my girlfriend about it, and she lies through her teeth, making all sorts of excuses that I can easily refute, until she eventually tells me she made a mistake. I end it because of the lying and deceit, not because of Tinder. A month or so later, I find out she's been on Tinder meeting people for well over 6 months. Glad to have ended that when I did. Long time relationship. We were together 1.5 years now. She was in my country for 3 months, and I was in hers for 2 months as we both worked remotely, so no problem. Our relationship was going beside of the distance pretty normal. We learned each other, had fun, spoken regularly to each other over WhatsApp video calls, had a normal amount of couple fights. Suddenly, as we were on a phone call out of the blue without ever spoken about this topic, she tried to guilt trap me with, "My mother said our relationship makes no sense without it getting more serious." I agree with her, so either you gonna marry me now, or I will go to another man. Well, guess what? Just told her, well then go to another man, and hung up. Later she wrote me things like, "What is your problem?" I thought it's clear we needs to get married ASAP. It was never topic, and that when I'm leaving her there is no point in living anymore, and she can kill herself and give the rest money to her family. I was calling her and told her that blackmailing me, lol, this is a total deal breaker, and I ended things. She was constantly trying to get me back after this, was throwing tantrums after tantrums, until I started blocking her. It was pretty irritating for me as it came without any warning. I was expecting another guy she was cheating with beside me. I was wrong. It turned out over a mutual friend that she came out that it was not only one guy, but several, and some of them she was pumping for money all the time. Oh god. So many. A girl I was dating was cheating on me. She had no idea it was with someone I knew. We both realized when we were telling one another about this girl and were like, huh, how about that? I confronted her and said I was fine with an open relationship, so long as the rules applied to both of us, which she got furious with me about. So I was like, nah. Another girl threw a coffee mug at me. I was concussed from the strike and most of the entire day is lost. I vaguely remember there being a fight about what I can only speculate from previous fights. I had a chip on my shoulder because she came from some money, like upper middle class to my barely above the poverty line, and I was jealous of the opportunities that afforded her. Of course, being an idiot 18-year-old, I couldn't articulate that in a healthy way at all. One girl was convinced I was cheating on her, and rather than talk to me about it, she went and cheated back. I think because she and I hadn't had sex, she was thinking I wasn't interested / more interested in others. In reality, she was so fun / hot I didn't want to rush in and screw it up. Whoops. One girl literally dated me as evidence that she was over her ex. She wasn't. I also dated a girl for a few weeks, and she told me that Eric Clapton's cocaine wasn't about cocaine. So I'm like, alright, what is it about? She says, with not a hint of irony, heroin. I realized then that it wasn't going to work out. Finally, a girl I was sort of dating, more like make out at the end of parties, came out to me as gay, which I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. And we ended up continuing being good friends after that. She taught me a lot about the process of coming to the conclusion that she was gay, the decision to come out, and dealing with people and society as it slowly advances. Her girlfriend, that I hope she marries someday, picks on her, saying I'm the reason she's not a gold star lesbian. She knew I didn't want kids anytime soon, maybe ever. We'd talked about it several times and agreed on that 2 years into the relationship, we were engaged and had an apartment together. She kept wanting to do things like move up our wedding date, then started talking about wanting a kid and trying for one. Finally, in our breakup fight, she told me she was pushing to move the relationship to the next level of commitment because she thought we were drifting apart. Lem repeat that. She decided we weren't actually connecting that well, so instead of thinking about maybe breaking up or talking about that, she was thinking about bringing an unwanted child into the world and burying us both in responsibility and debt so that we would stay together. Finding out that somebody I trusted that much would, one, hide so much from me, and two, so flagrantly disregard the humanity of a life The hypothetical kid we agreed not to have, as to use it as a bargaining chip to save our struggling relationship, left me shook. The worst part was learning a lot of women think like that, and that I actually got very lucky things fell apart the way they did instead of her just deciding to stop taking birth control and telling me about our accident too late to be able to do anything about it. TLDR, ladies, if you've decided you are unhappy with your dude, just be honest about it, and if y'all can't resolve that stuff, just move on. Don't fucking make an infant person to trap all three of you in your compounding misery of dysfunction. Mine developed a bipolar disorder and stabbed herself at the Seal Beach pier. Eventually we get her on meds. We had moved and just got a phone installed, and the next day it rang and some guy asked to speak to her. I said to us, and you're out of here. She takes the phone, whispers after 8:30 and hangs up. I asked who the fuck was that? She said just an old friend. I said we just got our phone number yesterday. If you're cheating and you admit it, we can figure something out. If you lie to me, you're out of here. She started saying that some guy asked for her number. Nope. I went to the closet, grabbed all of her clothes on hangers in one enormous 4 feet wide grip, lifted, and all of them came off. If they'd gotten stuck, I'd have been embarrassed struggling, but one fell swoop, I walked to the balcony and threw them off. It looked like winning solitaire on Windows. One long flight, and I wish I had recorded it somehow. Perfect spread like a dealer fans the deck. I turned around and said all you had to do was be honest. That's all. I called a travel agent friend of mine and said I need a one-way ticket as soon as possible for Little Rock, Arkansas. My friend called me back in about a half an hour and said there's one leaving at midnight from Lax. And that was back in the day 1997 when you could pay cash for a ticket. So I told her grab everything she could carry on a plane and dropped her off at Lax. I never saw her again, but because it was Arkansas, we got divorced through a fax machine. I love to read and have some quiet time. My boyfriend was the opposite. He wanted to be interacting non-stop. If we weren't talking, he was on the phone. He wanted me to come along on every errand he ran and wanted to tag along with me for every errand I ran. I longed for a bit of time to myself. One Saturday, I realized that I couldn't remember the last time I had read a book. I told boyfriend I was going to read for the afternoon. He was going to replant plants on our balcony into larger pots. Great, I thought. A solo activity for him. He couldn't stop himself from talking to me and asking for assistance. Could I bring him this? Could I move that? Could I help him do blah blah? And when he wasn't asking for help, he was talking to me from the balcony. I kept saying that I was trying to read. He would say, yeah right, sorry, then interrupt me again a few minimums later. Finally I said, I told you that I want to read, but you keep interrupting me. I don't remember the last time I read a book. Please let me read. Him, but I have dirt all over me, and I didn't want to run back and forth making a mess. Me, gather what you need. And please stop talking to me. Him, I'm doing something nice for us to enjoy, and you don't even want to keep me company while I'm doing it, or help out at all. I'm doing it. I just asked for a little help from you. Me, I appreciate what you're doing, but I said I'm trying to read. How would you manage to repot plants if I were not here? Pretend I'm not here. Well, that did it. He was all hurt and wounded and wanted to talk about our relationship. Oh boy. He came in, got cleaned up, and sat right in front of me, sitting on the trunk we used for a coffee table. He closed my book, took my hands, and said very earnestly, we need to talk. I need more intimacy. I don't mean sex, I mean connection. My brain exploded into thoughts like, what? Are you faking kidding me right now? You want more intimacy? More connection? Holy crap, we are so wrong for each other. We are totally mismatched. Geez, I can't even read without hurting his feelings. I hopped up and said, no. We have too much connection. We're interacting so much all the time that I can't read a damned book. Get out of my face. Shut up for 5 seconds while I tell you I'm out. You will be a great partner for someone else who doesn't need to ever be alone with their thoughts or do any solo activities. I'm going to my parents' house to read this book and will come back tomorrow with friends and a U-Haul to get my stuff. You can have the apartment, bye. And I left. rented a storage place and a U-Haul, and asked him to give me the next afternoon to move out. He was there, of course, talking to me the entire time I packed up. I stayed at my parents' for a couple of weeks, rented another apt, and never looked back. TLDR, I moved out when needy chatty boyfriend would not shut up long enough to let me read one page in a book. I was driving with my ex-girlfriend one time, went and took a sip of the coffee cup that was in my cup holder, therefore having my eyes off the road for a split second naturally. During that split second a duck walked out onto the road, and I hit it with my car. I slammed the brakes, screeching to a halt. I was praying that what I thought just happened didn't. Sure as shit, I hit the poor duck. I ran back down the road to where the duck was after stopping safely off to the side ahead to see if the duck was miraculously okay, or if I could help it, take it to the animal emergency clinic. Anything. I couldn't. It was too late. I was really torn up. I love animals. Couldn't believe that had just happened. I put the duck safely off to the side of the road out of the way of other passing vehicles, and then started walking back to my car. As I climbed back into the car, clearly not happy with the accident I had just caused, I looked over at my ex-girlfriend and she just started laughing. Confused. I asked her what was happening. She was laughing that I just hit and killed that poor duck. I said nothing. Put the car in drive, turned off the busy road we were on the next street, leaned across her, and pulled the door handle on her side. While I leaned back up straight to adjust back into my seat, I unclicked her seatbelt and told her to get out. She thought I was joking. She got out, and I leaned back over, closed the door and drove off. After I got the angry texts and calls from her, when she finally got home, I broke up with her, which I thought was pretty clear from the car incident. Still baffles me to this day that this was her reaction. I stand by my decision. The event that was the catalyst for the breakup was me cheating on him. He still doesn't know to this day. I never did that before, and haven't done it since. Not even thought about doing it. After I did it, I felt so guilty that I couldn't look at my own face without feeling sick. What I did was horrible, but it was completely out of character, so I asked myself why. I then realized that for the 2 years we'd been together, he'd never said I love you first in any of our conversations. He'd never initiated snuggles on the sofa. Most of the time, when I wanted them, all I could get was resting my head on his lap, and the rest of the time he pushed me away. He barely even spoke to me and paid more attention to NSFW roleplays on Facebook. When he moved away for university, he would answer my good morning texts either at 6 in the afternoon or not at all, and he called me once a week and spent the entire time talking about nights out he had with girls in his class. I was being ignored to the point that I was lonely and didn't feel like I was in a relationship with him anymore. He did more emotional abuse throughout the relationship, but it took me doing something shitty and realizing why I did it to finally get out of that relationship. He got a boyfriend less than a month after we broke up. The dude's been scrubbed out of his Facebook profile now, so I assume they broke up. I'm now in a happy relationship with a guy that genuinely wants to spend more time with me despite us living together. We don't argue and we're engaged, been together for 3.5 years. I went on a date with a girl a few times. She was cute and sweet. We were both young. It was summer. Ice cream, walking around, going to the beach, whatever. Then she started stalking me, showing up randomly when I was shopping, out together with friends at a park, out for a bike ride. I confronted her at her house and she confessed, saying I just want to spend more time with you. So I broke it off with her, said we could not remain friends, and she did not take it well. Then I found out during the breakup that she had lied about her age when we met, and that she was underage. I was 19, and she was 15. Not quite a crime where I live, but not something I was interested in, and a big red flag on top of everything else. She started showing up at my work when I was on shift in desperation, and I had to hide in the back to avoid her. Like she thought doubling down on injecting herself in my life would fix the situation for her. She eventually got banned after my manager dealt with it a few times. She even showed up at my grandparents' house when I was there once, though I had never told her where they lived. I'm no Adonis, and I was hardly interesting, let alone suave, at 19 years old. Zero style, zero game. The first time we met she was crying alone in a public place and I stopped to comfort her. I guess she just latched on hard. She stopped eventually, but I never caught her following me, and the whole thing was pretty faked up. I was not trusting in relationships for a fair time afterwards. Basically knew this interest 4 years as an acquaintance. Almost simultaneously admitted a mutual interest. Got together once, but they were very emotionally immature and needed counseling for trauma. I'll let it be known that I didn't think we were a good match at that point in our lives because he was just starting his career and wasn't focused on a marital future like I was, since I was set in my career and that I was exiting the try, so neither of us got hurt, but that the door was open for the future. They came back just under 2 years later and we tried again. I tried so hard to ignore so many red flags and excuses. Said they got therapy and were currently engaged in that, but showed no signs of it. They seemingly tried real hard to make emotional progress and communicate, but it felt very shallow, temporary, controlled, and conceited. I tried too hard for too long. I just wanted them so badly. But I respected them when they did not respect me, and they did not deserve it themselves. By the 7th or 8th date I had driven out of my way every single time, not even close to halfway, more like near their house for a long drive, just for their preference. That excuse started with "I don't feel safe in your neighborhood." Legit excuse, except the only time they had time for me was when they wanted to do stuff at their house, their pleasure but never mine. The same day that person said they only liked single sexual position and didn't enjoy my smell or taste, including spit. I basically said the same thing as the first try's ending but with malice, intent, and slammed the door closed. I hurt their ego. It was noticeable. They deserved it, and it felt good. It was like they suddenly realized they were in the wrong and went down swinging anyway. I grew up in an abusive place and this person was so manipulative it shocked me. I'm not a dumb or inexperienced person. They were just that twisted and sick. There's lots of manipulation I left out that was so truly done so masterfully. My girlfriend and my mother hated each other. Girlfriend and I had been dating for several years since college. I was living with my mother because mom was mentally ill and needed me around. My girlfriend resented that I had not told my girlfriend the extent of my mom's mental illness. One day, I came home from work and found that my mother had committed suicide. I did not want to stay in the house, so I moved in with my girlfriend until I could find a place. My girlfriend immediately started complaining that I was distant. I guess so. After finding my mom dead, 2 weeks later, I was at my mother's place cleaning it up, and my best friend since grade school dropped by. We stayed late talking, and I missed dinner with my girlfriend. I got my buddy to drive me back to her place, and when I went upstairs, the whole apartment was dark, and she did not answer when I called her name. I went into the bathroom and turned on the light. The wall around the switch was streaked with blood. Looked like something the Manson family had done. I whipped around, and my girlfriend was sitting on the floor by the tub with blood all over her shirt and jeans. Of course, I thought she had tried to kill herself, and I grabbed her hands to examine her wrists. There was only a big deep gash on the ball of her thumb. She claimed she had been drinking wine in the dark in the bathroom and broke her glass and accidentally cut herself. She was obviously squeezing her thumb to make the blood flow. She claimed to be drunk, but she didn't even have an alcohol smell on her breath, and she sobered up very quickly when I wanted to take her to the ER for stitches. She had elaborately staged the whole thing to get my attention, I guess. I realized right then that if she was capable of that, she would be capable of anything. I stayed in the relationship for another month or so, but at that moment I knew it was only a matter of time before I had to get out. We were at one of my best friend's weddings. I was going to drive myself home later, so didn't plan on drinking much. She offered to drive. I get plastered. At some point in the night I learned she was planning to ditch me there to go cheat on me. I confronted her. She starts walking off, and I'm naturally shouting and pissed. When she is about 10 feet from me, she throws herself into a car and starts screaming that I hit her. I'm standing there absolutely dumbfounded. a guy approaches me and starts shoving me, telling me to leave her alone. I didn't take kindly to it and said 2 to 3 times the next time he touches me, I'm going to hit him. I hit him really hard. He's knocked out, falls, hits his face, and gets a little bloody. Someone calls the cops and half the people are trying to get me out of there. I refuse to leave because I didn't start shit. Cops show up and some random strangers told him, accurately, that I only hit him when provoked. The other guy refuses to press charges. He faking knew better. So I'm off, free to go. Wrong. Cop feels like I wasted his time, so unless I got a ride home I'm going to jail. I walk into the reception with the cop, looking for a ride. I see a group of friends while the cop is explaining to the groom's mom what happened. I get punched. I look up. It's one of my good friends. Remember the guy I punched outside? That's his girlfriend's dad, who is also apparently got some kind of back disability. So now I'm the asshole and he's going to kick my ass for it. After a little scuffle I walk back to the cop and say, man, just take me to jail. He handcuffs me and we start walking outside when the groom's mom stops us and says, fuck that, I'm taking him home. She puts me in the car, drives my drunken ass home, telling me how bad she can't stand the guy I punched. She grew up with him and not to worry about anything. She gives me a cigarette and heads back to the reception. Thanks Connie. I pass out in my recliner. Sleep. Nope. Phone is blowing up. Girlfriend's mom calling, telling me I need to stay away from her daughter. That's fine girlfriend's mom. I don't want anything to do with that slut anyways. Click. Now ex-girlfriend and her new lover call. Did you call me a slut to my mom? Yep, new lover. I think you know who I am. I know where you live. I'm gonna come beat your ass. If you honestly think right now, if you came here and have anything to lose, if you did beat my ass, you're in for a surprise. Bring it on over, motherfucker. I think that calmness and general lack of anger in my voice scared him a little bit. They never did come. I walked to a buddy's house the next morning to catch a ride to my truck. When we get there I have 4 flats and it's been keyed down both sides. I hop back in buddy's truck to head home. Can't do anything with my POS ATM. I look at him and just say, what a night. Former friend relationship. Here I had a friend who smokes pot all time along with his other friends. I on the other hand are one of the few friends he has that doesn't do any types of drugs, and he respected that, which made me feel comfortable around him while he was smoking. One day I went to a college party, location, frat house, and him and his friends were all in the basement of the house just smoking and vibing. As I said hello to my friend, he looked at me and thought that it was a good time, that I can smoke weed for the first time. I told him I'm not interested in smoking anything, yet he kept on pushing me for like 5 minutes. I break. Okay, I'll smoke one blunt. Worst decision of my life. I remember smoking with him and his friends and we're all having a great time. Until I started to feel like I was coming out of my own body and yet I was still in real time. I fell to the ground and I couldn't move. Turns out the blunt my friend gave me was laced with KK hole. I faintly remember all of them laughing and calling me mean names. I didn't do anything to them. They're all just assholes. My friend and his other friend carried me out to a bathroom in the basement of the house, threw me into the bathtub with my face facing the ceiling. They turned on the cold shower and the shower head was pointed directly to my face, so the cold water was hitting my face all at once. Mind you, I still couldn't move. I was left there for hours. I couldn't move, barely breath because of the shower head only hitting my face. I was tripping, like seeing shapes move and shit. This was equivalent to being buried alive. They did this to me because they thought it was funny to them. Anyway, hours passed by, and I was able to move again. I moved slowly out of my position and crawled up the basement stairs. The party was over. Cups everywhere, bottles everywhere. I even saw one guy passed out on the ground. I pulled out my phone to call one of my buddies to pick me up, but the water from the shower destroyed my phone. I was left with nothing, and I had class the next day. Luckily, I was able to stand on my 2 feet after pushing myself 4 minutes. I Ubered myself home, and thank God that I was alive. I ghosted my friend that drugged me ever since. I heard he got in trouble with the authorities about 4 months ago. I'm not sure what he got in trouble for, but I don't give a fuck. Ever since then I never smoked pot ever again. This was 2 years ago. Sophomore year in college. I missed a lot of red flags and flashing sirens that told me to break up with my ex, but what finally had me break up with her was this massive attempt at gaslighting me. I had finally been able to convince her to see a therapist. She most likely had undiagnosed BPD that was running rampant, as well as a lot of past trauma from her childhood and high school years that came out in verbal, emotional, and sometimes physical abuse against me, and I couldn't hold it together anymore. And we decided to take a break while she sorted some things out. She emailed me a few weeks after and told me that her therapist thinks I'm verbally abusive and that is what is causing our problems, and that the therapist thinks we should do couples counseling. I don't know if it was the fact that I had been away from her for a few weeks at that point and her hold on me had weakened, and I finally recognized the gaslighting for what it was, or the fact that my dad had once told me to run if someone you're dating asks for couples counseling and you aren't married or have a kid with them, but I broke it off then and there with her. Looking back, I realized she had probably cheated on me a few times, randomly talking to guys she met online, downloading Tinder just to see what it's about, constantly accusing me of cheating, even though I either worked or hung out with her, etc., and had tried gaslighting me a ton as well as other, much more abusive things. I genuinely hope she got the help she needed, because last I saw she's married now, and I hope that guy isn't going through what I went through. We had been growing apart for months and I really was not happy in the relationship. I tried so hard to make it work, but I always came back to feeling disrespected by him. Not to mention I was always doing something wrong, looking at the wrong person too long in public for example. And one night we were in a big argument about something, probably him accusing me of cheating on him like usual, and I really wanted to end it that night, but I just couldn't. And then after the argument he asked me to just come over, just to come see him. I was sure he knew I would end things any moment now, and he was grasping for straws. Long story short, I didn't want to even go, and I was crying to my mom before I left, but I went. When I got there I was still emotional from us arguing earlier, but I was there now, and I just wanted to lay with him and talk. He kept trying to have sex with me. I kept telling him no, he wouldn't listen to me, he wouldn't stop touching me. This was a regular thing in our relationship. I'd usually just let him to get him to stop sooner rather than later. This time was different. The disrespect was too obvious for even me to ignore. I lay there crying as he takes advantage of me. He stops eventually and lays back. You deserve better than this. You really do. I lay there quietly thinking in my head, planning my next move. I knew that this was my opportunity to walk out those doors and never look back again. So I did. Then why the fuck do you keep doing this to me? I scream. I immediately started to pack my things up, my eyes fully open to the illusion now. He started acting frantic and asking me where I was going. I tried ignoring him so that he wouldn't get under my skin. As I was leaving he leaned on the side of my car through the window and said, "Wow, this really sucks." Yeah, it sucked for him because he truly lost me permanently. Since then he sent packages to my house and has tried to contact me, but I refused to give him any shred of my attention. He was a predator and I was simply prey. We were on a nice walk around town about a day after we made it official. Suddenly, he bolted down the sidewalk thrashing his arms and screaming. I laughed nervously because I had no idea what was going on and just waited for him to come back. When he finally calmed down, I asked him what happened and he said, "There was a bee buzzing in my ear." When I asked him if he was allergic to bees and that's why he was so scared, he said, "Well, no." I was so confused why somebody would react like that unless their life was in danger. He kept doing weird shit-like muttering to himself behind the closed door when he would use the bathroom, snooping around my parents' house without permission and opening the door to the basement apartment, which was occupied at the time, being horrifically awkward on social media, and absolutely exploding with temper tantrums at work. We dated for 3 weeks. 2.5 of those was me trying to figure out how to break it off. It was after he tried to initiate sex with me for like the 6th time. I refused every time for religious reasons, and he had zero respect for my boundaries. He managed to get me out of my shirt that night, and I started crying because I was not into it. I felt so violated. After I did break it off and blocked him on social media, he found my email after I moved away and started dating a different guy about 6 months later. He sent me an absolute brick of text that said nothing but fuck you, 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 and made my scrolling finger sore. He was an embarrassment of a human being. Took way longer to end things than I ever should. 4 years since I was a dumb teenager getting affection for the first time, but let me get the checklist. Would hit me constantly and for no real reason more often than not. Stopped after around a year and a half or so. Would threaten to end the relationship and eventually even killing herself if she didn't get her way with things. Would manipulate me into thinking my friends weren't really my friends and that she was all I needed, which took me way longer to break free of that mindset than it ever should. At some point, didn't want to be called my girlfriend, but still wanted everything to remain the same. She just didn't want labels, which evolved into wanting everything to remain the same, but only her being allowed to do other guys, because God forbid I even entertain the idea of me doing the same. Found out she cheated on me 2 different times even before the events of the previous point, but it didn't mean anything, since I really regretted it when in one of those cases they met up quite often. At some point I went to study abroad and coincidentally the first people I met were of the female gender. Needless to say, after I told her such jealous attacks, suicide threats and all kinds of manipulation were endless until I stopped all contact with them. Which led me to become alone over there, since I still didn't know anyone and have a really hard time meeting people. Would lie constantly about random stuff, even about stuff that she had absolutely nothing to gain from, like having eaten a boiled egg instead of an omelette or something dumb like that. All in all, a fun experience of what not to look forward to in a future relationship. Oh, I have a doozy. So I went on a date with a guy. He was cute and sweet and nice. We had a ton in common, and it was honestly one of the best first dates I'd been on up till then. It also ended with an amazing kiss. So he was from a town not too far away from where I was living, maybe an hour away by train. So we both went home, and we are talking and making plans for me to visit him the following week. In that time we talked about many things, including but not limited to sex. Especially as I was supposed to stay the night and we wanted everything to be on the table. Open communication, you know. Well, I also offhandedly mentioned a sex toy, magic wand, that I had always wanted to try, but never had the chance. So over the next week we are chatting, and he mentions a couple of times that, if everything goes the way he wants it to, we would be a couple by the end of the weekend, and that he wants us to be exclusive. I told him both times to hold up, slow down, we've only been on one date. Well, as the week goes on he gets worse about it, and I get progressively less interested. And about halfway through the week I get a screenshot from him of a purchase he made from an online sex toy retailer. He says he's super excited. Meanwhile I'm getting a little weirdest out and getting less excited. I'd told him to slow down a number of times at that point. Friday rolls around and I end up messaging him and telling him I was no longer interested, that he's trying to move too fast for me. So he said no, just come up and have a chill evening. Nothing has to happen. So I reluctantly agree. We talk for a bit more, and he ends the conversation with, but I still expect exclusivity. So I sat on the conversation overnight, and couldn't sleep, because I was feeling anxious. So the next morning I messaged him, and told him I was no longer interested in visiting, that I felt he was moving too fast, and I couldn't provide him with what he was looking for, but I wished him luck. Well, that absolutely set him off. He absolutely freaked out at me, said now I'm sitting here on my bed crying, and I had no idea that's how you felt. Why didn't you say anything? I wish you had been honest. He then sent me a picture of the toy. So I called him out, told him I had been honest, and that I didn't appreciate being guilted, or that he sent me that picture to show me what I was missing regardless of if he meant it my way or not. He continued messaging me for the next few days, until I blocked him. Then would message me every couple of months, after finding a way to continue messaging me. Eventually I told him after a year, I don't know why you're still messaging me. We went on one date a year ago. He freaked out and said I don't know why you're holding a grudge. I'm just here trying to be nice, and you're being so rude. He had just told me about how he'd had a dream about me. Huge bullet dodged. Online relationship. So disclaimer, yes, I'm stupid. Started talking with a guy online. We initially met when we joined the same D&D Discord server and had a good time for a few months. He chatted me up a lot and we started playing other games together, video calling, and taking about our lives. We talked for 8 months and I began asking, hey, do you want to meet up sometime? And he was down to travel. Before that, thankfully, there was an instance where we were playing a game I was new to. I naturally joked and talked in a way that indicated we were dating. Suddenly, another girl in the call just chimes in with super explicit shit they did with my boyfriend. Turns out, I was just part of his open relationship with who the fuck ever. I learned he was sending nudes and other explicit convos to other people and random people. It took some time, because this came out of the blue and it hurt badly, but I fully cut him off. No mutual servers, not on friends list, no more typing, calling, talking. What hurt even worse was that these other people he was sexting knew that I was talking with him and that I had the expectation that it was a closed relationship at that point. They knew he was too afraid to tell me the truth and they still jerked me around anyways. I'm not trying to talk people out of open relationships here, it's just not my cup of tea, but it should be mentioned up front if that's your intention. My friend in college introduced me to a new girl on campus she just knew casually. She was sort of shy and quiet, which I don't mind, and, while she'd go out, she wasn't a crazy blackout party animal. She didn't seem to mind me drinking though, so that was okay. Turns out my friend didn't really know this girl at all, or she didn't see the side of her that I did. This girl had never had a serious boyfriend and me being on a night on a white horse sort of kick decided to ask her out. That was a mistake. This girl was quiet and reserved in public but in private, she started yelling at me, cussing me out, getting really angry about things that didn't seem to be very important. Then a month or two later, she started hitting me when she was going off. She also started saying things like you're just a piece of shit and nobody likes you. And who would ever want to date you? I hate you sometimes. A lot of the time I didn't even know what set her off. It was confusing and very uncomfortable. Did I mention there was no sex? None. At all. Not even making out or anything. There was one incident though. Check this sheet out. This girl wasn't romantic and didn't want to talk about sex or have it etc. One night though, she came to my dorm, got naked, and laid on my bed. I was shocked for a minute, but then got naked and joined her. I kissed her, talked to her, touched her and went down on her ECT point which received no reaction. In my experience, that's a bit odd. She also didn't touch me, try to give me a BJ, crawl on top of me, start playing with herself, none of that. I ended up getting on top of her, and right before I was about to enter her, I asked so you did get on birth control right? We had discussed that maybe a month or two ago, and she said she would. She says no she didn't. What the hell? I mean if I hadn't stopped to ask, and why didn't she tell me before I was 1 second away from being inside her? So I stopped right there and got off of her. She said she didn't have condoms, and if I didn't have any, then she was leaving. I actually didn't have any but that afternoon, we were right in front of the drugstore in town. If she had an idea that this was going to be going down, perhaps she should have mentioned that. Anyways, she just got up, got dressed, and started to leave. I said next time I'll have condoms, but since this is both our faults, would you help me out? I mean I would have gone down on her again if she had wanted me to, but she didn't seem to want that at all. She just said no. Why would I help you out with anything like that? I was left to finish myself off and wonder about what the hell that was all about. That was the only time anything like that ever happened with her. I left her after a few months because something was really wrong with her and she was rarely a good / nice / sweet person. Not to be an ass or anything but she didn't deserve me. I wasn't full to bursting with self-confidence, so it took a little while for that to sink in for me. The kicker is that once I left her, I found an amazing girl I totally clicked with, and it was great. It was great until my ex started pretty much stalking me and lying to people about me, including the new girl. It got really bad, and she broke up with me, which almost killed me. I didn't get over that girl for years. The thing is, once the crazy ex managed to destroy my relationship that I was really happy in, she didn't even make a move to try and get me back. Not that I would have done that anyways. I wish I had never met that crazy bitch. Had been dating a guy for a few months, and we got to a party one of my friends was having. It was just a backyard bonfire thing. There were 4 other couples there. The guys go pee in the woods at the edge of the property and the girls were going inside to go to the bathroom. Everyone is hanging out, having a good time, drinking, etc. I go inside to go to the bathroom. One of the girls is in the bathroom, so I wait for her to come out. One of the other girls also comes in, so we are standing in the hallway talking. First girl comes out, I go inside bathroom to do my business, I come out. The other 2 girls are still chatting, and we laugh for a minute. I see dude standing at the other end of the hall, and he's freaking out. I go to see what the issue is, and he starts quietly going off on me that I just let 2 dudes fuck me in the bathroom. And I'm like, what the way are you talking about? All the guys are outside with you. And he keeps going off, getting louder that I'll let these guys run a train on me in the bathroom. We leave right then, and he's going off the entire ride home. And I'm like, what the way? How, even? Like, did they hide in the bathtub while the other girls were going on and out? And he couldn't realize that all of the other guys were accounted for outside where he had been. So I dropped him off at home and bounced out to that one. I had to meet up with him to get some of my stuff later, and he kept insisting you can't convince me nothing happened in the bathroom. Turns out, he was a massive alcoholic. I had my suspicions, but really got to see a different side of him. He put me through some craziness those months we were together. I went through a horrific heart-rending breakup about a decade back, then was unfortunately latched onto by a sociopath and abuser a few years later. Went from serious psychological torture and warfare between 2 people who really should never have fought in the first place, to straight up gaslighting and domestic and psychological abuse. Me and the person in the previous relationship, told people that we didn't care less about what happened to the other, but the moment something really bad or traumatic happened we appeared in each other's lives, like we were summoned by ritual. And we do love each other, we just can't talk. Anyway, after this nurture/nihilism treatment, and then seeking therapy, to find out the extent of the damage that EV did to me, it transpired that the only reason I'd shrugged it off, because the first relationship had seen such horror visited upon me it seemed amateurish. Since then in 2015 I ran into 2 people displayed massive red flags of having been turned into sociopathic abusers, and got the hell out of there. I hasten to add this isn't an attack on women. Men abuse far more often than the opposite sex. I just unfortunately tried to pick up the pieces and got kicked around as a result. Because of the abuse they suffered they are now on a subconscious revenge trip. I laugh now, but I taught women self-defense techniques and we were talking earlier today about the time my ex hit me with a right cross out of nowhere while my hands were at my sides. I just turned to look at her and said your punching's too weak. If you ever get attacked by a guy, aim at the throat. Turned around in front of my stunned friends, who were unable to react due to shock, picked up my keys, and left the house for 3 days. They were visiting from abroad. It was my house I left. I slept next to a campfire at -10°C in the woods next town over, middle of January. It was that, or throw her out, and I'd just look like the bad guy. I'm glad I've learned to see these folk for what they are. Lost. Do friendships count? I became friends, call him B, with an old classmate of my sister, 4 years apart, but she started hanging out with some people I graduated with so there was a lot of group mixing. He seemed nice, we hung out at the mall, and I thought I was making a friend. During this time I started dating one of my friends from high school. FB officially was a thing back then, so we did that after a few dates. Me and B. Conversations then went from normal to him starting to be sexual, asking about sex. I was a virgin, so I would say I wouldn't know more than born, so he started asking about what born I liked. In hindsight I probably should have seen this as a red flag, but at the time I didn't want to judge him. My sister thought he was weird, and I didn't tell him anything I wouldn't tell anyone else, and I thought it was small talk. It's a month later, everything is fine. He MSG me if I'm going out, since he's at a house party. I was planning on going to a friend's party and asked him if he would like to come, as well as give him a ride home. We haven't hung out in person in a while, so I thought it would be nice to chill. He agreed. Then later in the night, sends a MSG saying it's his birthday. I say happy birthday. Then he texted, "Can I get a blue job?" I was so shocked, and I quickly asked him, "You know I'm dating someone, right?" Then he proceeded to go back on his TXT saying he was drunk and it was a joke. I said okay, but that's not a joke. I'm not a cheater, and he knows I'm dating someone. He continues to try to defuse the situation, apologizing and saying he's drunk. I drop it. Then he later tries to start a conversation that he's just so horny and drunk, while I'm already on my way to pick him up. I was going to forget it and give him his out, but that was it for me. I picked him up, told him I'm not going to a party, and came to give him a ride home. He acted as if he didn't send the text till I was near his house, and he apologized again and said he wasn't serious, strangely sober by the way. He thanked me. I said happy birthday, then took off to the party. I told my sister, and she said, "Told you he was weird." That was the last time I saw him. He tried to go back to normal through MSGS, but my sister the next day also let him have a piece of her mind, so he knew he faked up. He asked if we could still be friends, and I said nope, and that was it. I don't think it was even his birthday. I was dating this girl for about 7.5 months before we broke up. We were driving around just chilling, and we started talking about some therapeutic type stuff. She was questioning why she gets so nervous and flustered and turned on by powerful men. This was weird enough, but I was compassionate and was only supportive. Until she said, "What if my dad touched me when I was younger?" And then her eyes got really wide and she started like doing a psychotic stare into space while rambling. "What if my dad touched me as a child?" So I slow the car down and tell her to relax. I say, "Did this really happen? You remember your dad touching you?" And she says, "No, I don't think he ever did. I'm just wondering what if he did. Maybe that's why I'm this way." And she's hyperventilating like I've never seen before, like she's acting crazy, staring into space, wide eyes, rapid speech. So I tell her, "Okay, let's take a break and breathe. You don't know if this really happened. It's just a thought." And she stared at me and screamed, "Did you just say this didn't happen?" And I was like, "Yeah, you just said you didn't remember it happening." And she said, "Well, it could have. I can't believe you said my dad didn't touch me." And she screams, "Let me out the car." Mind you, we are nowhere close to either of our homes, but she gets crazy, trashing, screaming to let her out. So I did, and the next day I broke up with her. Another time she called me first thing in the morning crying, saying how she accidentally deleted my past lives. She was dead faking serious and having a serious depressing panic moment. She said she was doing some technique and oops, she deleted my past lives. And so she called this expert who told her, "Don't worry honey, his past lives are still good." Holy fuck. Batshit faking crazy fuck off out to my life. Me turning up at her place to spend an evening together after work, and she was already completely trashed, drunk, followed by a trip to the hospital. We'd had discussions before about her worrying tendency to put away more than a bottle of wine to herself a night, often more, and various promises were exchanged to try and do better. Slip-ups are fine and understandable, but this time it came with a whole load of lies, gaslighting and general deception. A story was spun about how she fell down the stairs and was only behaving drunkenly because she banged her head. So if she was concussed enough to be slurring speech, disorientated and barely able to stand, off to the hospital we go. She tried to insist she was fine and hadn't drunk anything, but if we were sticking to the concussion story, then she was being seen by a doctor. We drove for 30 minutes and then spent another 4 hours in R&D before she was seen. I wasn't allowed in with her, and when I did interact with the nurses after a suspiciously long time, I got some of the dirtiest looks I had ever received. Seems she may well have spun a narrative about how I may or may not have been involved in her falling down the stairs, which the hospital staff seemed to take as an indication of domestic abuse, and thus assumed I was a wife beater. She seemed more than a little keen to be out of there once all was said and done, and seemed to want to find any possible avenue to avoid discussing what went on and how we got to where we ended up. Never been more mortified, frustrated, upset and saddened in a single night. Needless to say, it made me question a few things that had been already bothering me, even after I looked back with a cool head. The breakup followed not all that long after. We were married, and she made these suicide attempts that looked more like attention-seeking outbursts, and they happened to occur at very critical and important times for me. The first time, I took it very serious, but as time went on, I started to suspect this was some mechanism of control. The biggest example was when I graduated from a specialty school with my entire family coming to town to watch the ceremony. Something I worked many years at in my dream career, and 2 nights before my whole family arrives, she shows me a plate filled with every pill we had in the house and cake mixed together, and told me she ate the whole thing and wanted it to end. Very matter of fact like. I took her to the hospital, the whole 9 yards, and still had to balance that with somehow giving her/us some level of privacy by not broadcasting this to my family as they start to arrive, acting like everything was fine. But it wasn't, and instead I went that whole weekend, in what should have been a huge celebration of me finally reaching my dream, instead a mentally checked out zombie just in shock over what had happened. I don't even remember it, it's all a blur. I even had friends that traveled halfway around the world to see this, and I barely spoke any meaningful word to them, and it should have been one of the biggest moments and memories of my life. She did it again later that year on my birthday. It was so matter of fact, like I did X, you should be worried about me. Then again after some mundane argument over how to cut fruit, we did counseling, therapy, got her seen by doctors, therapists, and specialists. She refused to be diagnosed though. She didn't want any label which made her feel different, thus no possibility of talking treatment, or medication, or anything. She was seeing these people to placate me and prove she was fine. The final straw was her telling me she would bruise herself and call the police if I tried to leave, which could certainly have been a career ender for me, even if it was just an accusation. It was at that point I knew I had to leave her. It's been several years now, and as far as I know she is doing well, and that is a relief for me. But I finally was able to start enjoying the big moments in my life, even though I will never get back that graduation weekend which still haunts me. I was living with my ex up until a few months ago. We met during a pretty confusing and painful time in my life not long after I'd moved to Berlin in early 2019. She seemed very sweet and very helpful when we met, kind, generous, caring, empathetic. In early 2020 I had to go back to Australia, I'm from Oz, for family reasons, and got stuck there for 9 months due to sea. We did long distance, and though I was dealing with a lot of family issues at the time, we seemed to be doing well. I got back to Berlin last November, 2020, and the city has been heavily locked down ever since. This lockdown was really hard on our relationship as my ex had lost her job, couldn't be faked with her uni, had lost her grandma to sea, you know, she was having a hard time. The year's end rolled around, and we were having some small drinks with some friends overnight. My ex was nervous to be there, which I thought was strange as she's met my friends a lot, and my friends are very warm and welcoming people. My ex ended up getting way too drunk and vomiting around 11 PM, so just before midnight struck, we got out of there. I was tired and happy to be gone, and of course I had to take care of her. We got back to her place, and she started having a panic attack as soon as we walked in the door. I've supported friends through things like this before, but this was something different. She was erratic, sobbing, speaking gibberish. It was really unsettling, and went on for a couple of hours. I tried to play it down to the difficulty of the year, but it just felt so off. For the following week she was like a completely different person. She gave me cold nothing answers when I asked how she was doing, kind of like an angry child. She looked at me as though I was evil, with so much hate and accusation in her eyes. She started making spiteful little jokes about the fact that I was working too much. I do music work and have worked really faking hard to get to where I am. Shouldn't she be happy that I'm keeping my shit together throughout the pandemic? She started blaming me for little things, like when her pants would fall from where they were hanging, or saying that I was saying things to be mean to her on purpose, all with this newfound venom in her face and voice that I'd never seen or heard before. She started picking fights and accusing me of things like cheating. I've never cheated before and never could. I'm far too loyal. This went on for a couple of weeks and scared the shit out of me. Unfortunately, I've got a history of a few different forms of abuse in my childhood as well as adult life. I was so fucking confused. Who was she? Who was this new person who seemed so off? I've been trying to figure it all out ever since this started in January of this year, and to be honest, it feels like a nightmare, which is similar to someone I used to live with and be friends with who gaslit me a lot and who I now know is a rapist slash child molester. She, with the way she was acting towards me, reminded me of him. As I began to confront her about what was happening, she told me that she had been acting really cold and distant to me to see what I would do. This really sent my head spinning. Who was she then? Was she the person I fell in love with? All of a sudden other little things started to freak me out, such as when she said that she would hold on to my stuff and care for it while I was in Australia so that I would come back to her, or the joking ways she used to accuse me of cheating early in our relationship. I thought all of these things were just jokes. I don't know what really sealed the deal for me, but the fear I felt in seeing how paranoid and willing to be sinister she was scared me, as I couldn't fall back into the insanity of an abuser who tried to gaslight me. I broke it off and moved out in a really dramatic fashion, as I still don't know many people in Berlin, and it's really hard to find a room here. Then, after the breakup, I tried to confront her and ask her why she had been so awful to me and why she would accuse me of cheating on her. As I said this, she looked horrified, as if I had accused her of some unfathomable crime and played innocent. How could she ever say that? Would she really say that to me? Was I just making it up? She stuck to this hard. I then felt the insanity of being gaslit that I felt a lot over the past 10 years due to this other person I was living with, and it scared the fuck out of me. As she said this, I felt fucking terrified, and I put my phone on voice record so as to have some form of protection if she really tried to fuck with my head, and then I got out of there. I still feel bad for her. I think she is in love with her own self-pity. It's helpful for me to write about this, as it's taken me a long time to really see with almost complete clarity that she was beginning to gaslight me in earnest, even though I still kind of doubt this. And I still feel bad for her, like I did something wrong. Thank fuck I got out. The moment that I made the decision to leave, committed to it, and then walked out into the living room and told her that I was doing it was one of the scariest moments of my life, like something from a horror movie, but real. 'Cause the fear is in your skin, not a screen. Almost as scary was the sheer look of terror in her face, a sick, deranged look of fear and insanity, which was masked in a split second of course. That's which was also so terrifying. I feel gross writing about it. I've played it down in my head in the 4 months since I left. It's still quite confusing. I don't know exactly what made me nope out, but I'm really fucking proud that I had the strength and self-respect to get out. Edit. Apologies for the essay. I haven't really been able to tell anyone about this in such detail. Thanks Reddit. Called my dick some kind of Alaskan worm. Like Alaskan cattle worm or something. I forgot the actual name. I remember it bothered me, and I could never find what it was. It shouldn't have been mentioned while initiating search, though. I've never ever been compared to a worm in my life. Ever. Usually the complete opposite. Regardless, I just couldn't get it up after that. I have no idea why anyone would compare someone's dick some kind of obscure worm to their face. I have no idea what the living gods she expected or was used to if I was a worm. I have no idea where it came from. She was no biologist or cattle farmer and never mentioned Alaska. Hit me completely out of the blue. It just never left my mind and I just could not continue. And the look on her face was like straight up surprised at this worm, so much so that she literally cursed and tried to hold back a small laugh. Felt like an ice dagger straight into my soul. To this day I have no idea how the hell that woman is satisfied by any human being that walks this earth. I'm well above average downstairs and everywhere. I'm not a small person in any sense. I just had to pull my pants up and respectfully go. I wasn't feeling like any kind of intimacy after that. Nope. Fortunately never had any kind of even remotely similar experience ever again in my life. To this day I sometimes wonder if she had some kind of perception or psychological issue. Just so bizarre and genuinely confusing. Like, imagine if you met someone for the first time and they acted all shocked and said they didn't realize you had curly hair when you 100% very clearly do not by any standards straight as an arrow and have been asked how you get your hair so straight by everyone your entire life. It wasn't much of a loss to me, but that's my nope story. Also the one that made me realize just how plainly crazy someone could be. Maybe it was some kind of strange fetish roleplay or something. I don't know, and really don't care. I had an Italian girlfriend, Stefania. She had worked as a hostess in a Camorra-owned nightclub in Napoli. She did something to piss the mafia off. I don't know what. She wouldn't tell me, and had to leave Italy in a hurry. After working as a stripper at the Casa Rossa in Amsterdam, and working as a merch girl on a world tour by the Police, the band, she ended up living with an aunt in Birmingham. Which is why I met her. She moved into my flat in Bourneville and at first everything was great, except she would insist in ironing all my clothes, including my jeans, which looked ridiculous. Anyway, her increasing erratic behavior and extreme jealousy really got me down. Things came to a head one evening at home when a female colleague who was on call phoned me because she couldn't get the CT scanner to start up, so I gave her instructions and got it sorted. Stefania was so outraged at my talking to a woman she attacked me with a carving knife whilst screaming at me in Italian. I escaped with a few defensive wounds to hands and wrists and threw her out that night. Fast forward 2 years and there is a call on the hospital tannoy that my sister is waiting for me at the reception desk. Which was weird, because I have 4 brothers and no sisters. At the reception I find a heavily pregnant Stevie. We go to lunch. She tells me she had a relationship with a British soldier who in the time-honored fashion had dumped her when he discovered she was in the club. She wanted her child born in Italy. I said hang on, don't the Camorra want you dead? She said that wouldn't be a problem because they have a kind of code where they don't whack pregnant women or those suckling a baby. So she would be safe. We kissed goodbye and she promised to get in touch when back in the UK. The rest of the story I heard from a former colleague of hers. She was too late in the pregnancy to fly, so she took the train to Napoli. On the train in northern Italy she spontaneously aborted the fetus. She was rushed to hospital because she was bleeding heavily, and of course she was no longer pregnant or suckling, so her life was in danger. Anyways, she asked to see the hospital's Catholic priest to ask him what would happen to her lost baby's soul. He told her as the baby had not been christened it could not go to heaven and must stay in purgatory for all time. Stevie apparently had a total meltdown and was eventually admitted to a psychiatric hospital. There for me the story ends. I don't know how long she was in hospital for, or if the Camorra ever found out she was back in country. I don't know what country she is in, or if she's even alive or dead. Periodically, I Google her name or that of her ex-colleague, but I can find no trace. I think about her all the time. She used LSD while I was at work hours away and then started having a bad trip and wanted me to leave work to help her calm down. I couldn't leave cause it was a solar install job where I traveled to the job site with 3 others in a single vehicle, meaning if I left everyone must leave and I'd lose my job most likely. I tried my best to help her over the phone to try to calm her down, which seemed to help. But thinking back, that was probably the first of many red flags with her. How irresponsible can you be to use acid alone when you know you have mental health issues? What if I couldn't calm her down over the phone? Even if I had left work it would probably be 3 to 4 hours before I'd be home. What if she hurt herself? One time one of my tires was a bit low on air from a small slow leak or something, totally drivable, and we were stranded in a bad part of town, and it was late, so the tow company said they couldn't come. So I made the decision that we could drive the 3 miles home. After all, tire was still mostly full. While we were driving she started crying and freaking out saying we were going to die, and then she started pounding on my passenger door over and over. I thought she was going to break the plastic interior panel. She was into occult, and I tried to be supportive of that, and was legitimately interested in her belief system. But one time she asked me to join her in a ritual that included smoking weed. I don't really smoke weed cause it gives me anxiety, but I used to smoke a ton, and used to love it, so I agreed thinking it may be different this time. Yeah, we did the ritual while I was higher than the moon, and my anxiety was going crazy because she was like speaking Latin and it honestly felt too real to me, like she was summoning the devil or something, ha 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 ha. Anyway, I told her I had to go to another room and she finished her ritual. That stuck with me though. It was in my mind so crazy seeing her like that, speaking in tongues and stuff. I think she knew it bothered me cause actually from then on she wouldn't really done any of that stuff around me. She may have had an anxiety disorder or maybe other mental illnesses, maybe depression. I have depression as well, and eventually I just couldn't be supportive anymore. Our relationship ended long before we broke up, but we were young and broken living together. I think the moment it really ended was when I was driving us home from somewhere and she said something like I'm starting to seek attention in places I shouldn't be and I wanted to let you know cause I think maybe you can stop me, something like that. I didn't really understand what she was telling me. I sort of felt like she was saying that she wanted to cheat on me, but the way she said it was so vague I really didn't know, plus I was driving and a bit focused on that. I don't remember what I said, but basically she ended up cheating on me, and her reasoning when she told me and broke up with me was that I didn't stop her and that I wasn't supportive of her. I didn't support her weight loss goals cause I still ate unhealthy foods while she was trying to cut them out. I didn't support her goals for me cause I wanted to work a trade instead of go to college. Like, girl, it's not my job to hold your hand through every aspect of your life. Don't blame me for your failures and lack of motivation. I don't force you to eat unhealthy, and I'm a guy who is already thin. I don't want to lose weight. We have different needs and most of all we both should be accountable for ourselves. I saw her a couple times after we ended our 4-year relationship, and the most recent time she had lost lots of weight, but she was also addicted to caffeine pills to get her through the day. I think she basically developed an eating disorder and kept herself going with those pills. She also had dropped out of college. I feel bad cause despite these red flags, she really was awesome and we had some great times, but at the same time I feel I dodged a bullet and now I've gotten to work on myself a lot now. We were truly just young and immature, trying to grow up too fast and also thinking we knew everything. Hope she's doing well now. The guy I was seeing had been sort of a whirlwind romance. We were in Europe as part of a summer program in college and just had the best of time. Cute, charming, loud. He was all around a perfect type of guy. He was crazy in the good way. Hint, I was wrong, and made me laugh. He climbed medieval village walls, tried to throw me into a historical fountain that happens to be internationally recognizable. Made me walk all the way out of this major foreign city with him and our 2 friends because we'd missed the last metro back due to his shenanigans. It was all just wild, good fun. Drunkenly singing stereotypical songs in the streets at night, crashing a random concert of some foreign pop band. You get the idea. As all good things come to an end, we had to go back to the States after this program, which meant being 1,000 miles apart. He was in an on/off relationship with a girl in his hometown, middle of nowhere, USA, and I'd pretty much lost interest and wrote it off as just one life experience. We'd speak occasionally, but that meant singing happy birthday over the phone, or commenting on posts, or normal catching up chatter. After a bit of time, maybe 2 years, we've started talking more, flirting, taking about visits, etc. Then, he wants to FaceTime me. I'm like, sure, why not? Except it was like 11 PM, so I told him I needed to go to bed soon because of my 8 AM theory class. So, the FaceTime call starts. I say maybe 4 or 5 sentences before he begins to talk and talk and talk for 3 hours straight at me, all one-sided. The contents is what freaked me the hell out. He went off by talking about religion. He is deeply Christian, and I'm not, and then that started to slide into his concept of people, their connection to God, and the like. Though no one was connected to God, like he was except maybe me. He wanted me to marry him. He wanted to write a book about his religion. He wanted to teach his religion. The truly enlightened were us, the enlightened that stay one step below other teachers. The level below those were scholars and philosophers. Below that tier were average people, who he believed weren't real people, because they serve their purpose, to take his food order or sweep the hallway etc. And then the rest were just empty nothings. It was so similar to solipsistic thinking, which can slip into Capgras syndrome really fast. I sat there and listened as he talked about fate, destiny, knowledge, true knowledge, and the tiers of humanity. When I questioned his thoughts, he insisted. He straight up said he doesn't care to help anyone else if it doesn't affect him. He would let a woman die if she was about to fall onto a train track, even if he could have grabbed her first. So, I'm seeing Jim Jones and suicide cults and sociopaths all over inside my head. The whole call, I'm getting a pitted feeling in my stomach and a cold sweat. My spine feels like someone is crunching it, and I felt like passing out. It just went on, and he was so sure in his thinking. It was honestly terrifying. I stopped talking to him at that point. I'm someone that was assaulted by my boyfriend when I was a teen, and this was still somehow more terrifying. With the assault, I knew it was only me that was in immediate danger, which was somewhat comforting. With this guy, I felt genuine terror for the rest of the world, because I'm smart enough to see through the charm. But who says the next person he latches onto will be? What if they believe him, follow him? What if others do? What if he leads a following to hurt themselves or their families? Oh man, where do I begin? X-1 always reduced me to an object. When I wanted to help out, they would say just sit there and look pretty, as if all I was good for was my looks. Guilted me into having sex with them whenever they wanted, even if I wasn't in the mood. The last straw was when they decided to literally choke me during sex. I couldn't tell them to stop because I couldn't breathe, and I almost passed out. Never seemed to prioritize me in any way. They were incredibly selfish, serving only their own needs, and would constantly blow me off, downplay my feelings, and would rather spend their time with those they saw regularly rather than me. We only saw each other on weekends. Conversations were boring, and we couldn't relate to one another because we took different life paths. I felt as though we weren't on the same wavelength anymore. Threatened that if I broke up with them, that I wouldn't be able to hang out with their group of friends anymore. Was rude to their own mother in front of me. I can't respect someone who doesn't respect the woman who raised them. X-2 There was really only one solid reason with this ex. They had a super creepy relationship with their mother. Their whole family was insanely dysfunctional. During our entire relationship she would act inappropriately and say things that made me really uncomfortable. When they hugged she made sure to hug them longer than I did and even looked me in the eye sometimes. It felt like a warning glare. They told me that they regularly cuddled their mom as an adult, and I thought that was really weird and kinda disturbing. They told me they would stop after we started dating. She called them by a childhood nickname that sounded like a pet name for a lover, not your offspring. It creeped me out. Not to mention, when I overheard them on the phone or sometimes, when I saw a text pop up on their phone, she literally talked to them the same way a girlfriend would. It made me want to barf. Anytime I brought this up to them, they deflected and would just say things like I can't believe you, she's my mom. And then would tell me I was jealous of their mom and their close relationship. They literally didn't understand the difference between a healthy relationship with a parent versus enmeshment. I realized that this was something only they could figure out on their own. They broke things off with me, but looking back, they spared me a lifetime of frustration with their crazy family and I couldn't be more grateful. There was a girl I had been talking to a lot from the internet. We realized we had a lot in common and progressed to phone calls, texts, etc. We finally made plans for her to visit sometime after the holidays and see if the connection remained in person. Before that could happen, a mutual acquaintance from the same corner of the internet told me she was coming to visit her family in my hometown with her fiancé. She wanted to know if I would like to get lunch with the two of them, which I happily agreed to. I tell this to girl I'm interested in, and she immediately gets jealous. She doesn't want me hanging out with this other girl, and she thinks I'm betraying her. I explained to her how this is completely innocent and this other girl is engaged, and the fiancé is going to be with us. Doesn't matter, she's still pissed. So I tell her I'm not sure that I want her to come visit anymore. That's when the mask really slipped off. She became enraged and started accusing me of all sorts of things, calling me names. Keep in mind, we had not even started dating yet. I told her I was hanging up and to never call or text me again. I never looked at another text or listened to another voicemail after that. Not really a relationship, but you know, still a time I noped out of a situation. The other girl and her fiancé ended up not being able to visit her family, so all that rage was for something that never even happened. TLDR divorced abusive husband, after chatting with a buddy one night, went from meek and submissive to confident queen in a matter of a few hours thanks to the convo. Remained good buddies for a few years and, after having coffee one day we hugged goodbye and suddenly realized we never wanted to let go. I married at 19 to my HS sweetheart. We'd been together 4.5 years by then and it was generally accepted we'd get married. He was very possessive and controlling, but like so many victims of domestic abuse I didn't register this was abuse because he never hit me. Being that I was 15, when we started dating I was essentially groomed into this dysfunctional dynamic, and while I accept no blame in his actions I also don't blame him entirely as his relationship skills were a product of his upbringing. Just shy of my 24th birthday I went out for drinks with my coworkers, male and female, but I had to say I was with the girls, only so he wouldn't be mad. Somewhere between sober and unable to drive it clicked that I shouldn't be afraid of being honest, but that's not the moment I up and noped. We all bar hopped a bit, and I found myself at my coworker's house laying on the sofa with a friend desperate to stop the room from spinning. We talked all night and suddenly it was 4:30 am. My first thought was holy Jesus, he's going to beat the shit out of me. I rushed home and arrived at 5 am, heading straight to the shower because I smelled of cigarette smoke and I was not permitted to smoke. In a rage he left for school before I got out of the bathroom and all I could think about was how he was going to kill me. Genuine terror. I was home when he got home from class and before he could say one word I looked him dead in the eye and said I want a divorce and walked out the door. Somewhere in my fear-driven shower thoughts I realized that I had just spent the last 12 hours feeling free, respected, and beautiful. Harmless flirtation between opposite-sex friends made me believe someone could, in fact, find me attractive despite being told daily I wasn't. True friends build you up, and if all it took was one night out and a couple compliments to make me feel joy and confidence for the first time in years, I needed to get out. The epiphany that I was worthy, that I had value, paired with knowing I may only have a few hours left to live, made me stand up for the first time and take control. After 9 years together it took just 12 hours to wake up and nope out. The divorce was final 2 days after my 24th birthday. The male friend, the one I spent that fateful night talking to, and I remained long distance friends for a couple years, and one day he said he would be driving through my city and invited me for a quick cup of coffee. I happily accepted. I hadn't seen my buddy in 18 meters and was excited for a visit. I knew from other friends his 3Y engagement had been called off about 6 months earlier. Toxic relationship, all our friends hated her so nobody ever really talked about their relationship. He didn't even tell anyone they'd gotten engaged knowing the friends wouldn't approve, but didn't think anything of it, except to say I was sorry to hear about the breakup. We met up at the coffee shop, talked as comfortably as always, and as we were leaving we shared our customary hug and a cheek kiss. But the hug lasted a moment longer than normal. Then he turned slightly when I went for the cheek kiss and the corners of our mouths touched. Still hugging I leaned back to look at him, and like a scene from a romantic movie we met in the middle for a real kiss. Fireworks exploded in my head, my belly suddenly full of butterflies, my whole body unable to move. Been together 18 years now, still get butterflies when I look at him, and he treats me like a queen. My narcissistic ex would get upset if I wanted to sleep at my own home when I had work the next day, so I would sleep over. He would then get mad that I took so many showers at peak hours of the day to get ready for work. One time he gave me a gross dirty towel to shower with, so I intended to just use the one he had used the day before, which was hanging in the bathroom. Get out to find he had taken it while I was showering. He also would beg me to stay over when I had work the next day, but then play music at full volume and yell while I tried to sleep. One time I asked to turn the volume down just a few from literally 100, and he said I was stifling his individuality. We took a bunch of pics together with silly filters on his phone. I wanted to delete just one of them because I didn't like how I looked, and he got so mad, claiming it was his property. One time after pestering me for sex all night, I agreed around midnight with the condition that it not be ours. Well, we have sex for about 2 hours and then go for round 2, which is another 2 hours, at which point I say I'm tired and want to stop. He says he's about to finish, so we continue 30 minutes. I say again I'm tired and want to stop. He tells me again he's about to finish. 30 minutes later I stop him. He yells at me, well, at least one of you has got to finish, and huffs and puffs. I went the fuck home. Edit. One time he was playing video games and I had my laptop with me. So instead of going home, I decided to go to the other room and get some writing in. He opened his bedroom door, put his game full volume, and started yelling at the TV. Lol, he wasn't doing this until I left the room. After a bit of trying to concentrate, I ultimately decided I would go home. He texted me when I got home and was upset I didn't clean his place while he was gaming. I replied to this by saying, let me know any day you want to get some cleaning done and I'll be happy to come help you. He got so mad that I wouldn't clean it for him while he gamed because I stayed over all the time. He hated when I'd go home. He felt I owed it to him. I told him if I made a mess or saw a mess, I would clean it, but I'd pay rent at my own place, and if I'm going to be cleaning anywhere it will be there. I worked full time and he didn't work. I hate to say I got back with him for more narcissistic abuse. It was a year of being in a fog of confusion. I was constantly over-explaining myself and walking on eggshells. Covered was an escape. I was able to use it as an excuse to distance myself while I got my head around the idea that I was being manipulated. Once the fog started to clear, I cut that the fuck off and didn't look back. I cannot believe the things I just went with. He made it so I was confused if anything was really even happening to me. I didn't trust myself. He spoiled me and was so different when we started. Crazy that even when you know how abuse can start, you don't realize it's happening to you until it's happening to you. This guy would never show me true affection. He would always find something to blame, make fun of, berate, or belittle me for including my weight at the time. For 2.5 years I dealt with his shit and ignored red flags. I had enough of it when one day my car battery died. I needed to get someone to come help me jump my car so I could drive it down the street to replace the battery. Naturally I called him since he was my partner and he was highly knowledgeable when it came to cars/repairs. He decided to go off on me about how he shouldn't have to come to help cause my battery is warranted. He insisted I should be able to just get it replaced. I understood all that and was trying to do that exact thing, but I can't leave if the car won't start and didn't have roadside assistance at the time. He was trying to use my request in some weird form of arguing it against me to make me feel wrong and just haul it to the shop by foot. Also, it should be mentioned, I was trying to leave work. I parked 6 levels up in a parking garage. I was so pissed thinking back, does he really expect me to haul a car battery down 6 flights of stairs and walk it to the nearest auto store 4 blocks away when he could just help me jump it since he was already off work himself and didn't live too far. He refused and started to blame me for my battery issues. I told him to just go fuck himself, I'll find someone better to help me, and that it was over. I blocked him on everything, refused to speak to him or his family, and left the relationship at that point. The only instance I ghosted someone as a form of breakup and enjoyed it. Me and this girl had been dating for a short amount of time, about 3 months or so. We met in a theater class during my sophomore year of college. I talked to her and ended up getting her Snapchat and later messaged her. Here's the first red flag. After asking her out to an ice cream date, she agreed, but told me she had to break up with her boyfriend first. This made me anxious at first and told her I don't want to go out with someone that is currently dating someone, but she told me she had been trying to dump him for months, but he wouldn't leave her alone. Made sense to me, so I bought cause I was a dumb 20-year-old. Red flag #2 she refused to ever tell her parents or anyone in her family that we were dating and just told them I was her friend from a play we were both in. Keep in mind I was spending the nights with her and constantly at her house. She would mention her ex-boyfriend to her parents as if they were still dating. I brought this up and she hand waved this away saying her parents were super controlling and it was just easier this way. Red flag #3 she refused to show any type of PDA, like wouldn't even hold my hand or hug me in public ever. I asked her why and she just said she didn't like PDA, which made sense to me. Her ex-boyfriend also attended the same college as us. You getting the idea yet? Red flag #4 I had been having some serious mental health issues and the 3 above mentioned things were really straining my mental health because I felt like she was possibly still with her ex-boyfriend. And one night I saw her send message that said I love you too and I'll see you tomorrow to him, and I kinda lost my cool. I'll admit I freaked out and that wasn't cool and damaged our already fragile relationship. The 5th and final red flag was that she was going to a concert alone with her ex-boyfriend and tried to gaslight me into think she had already told me even though she hadn't, and was trying to hide who she was going with. Cue me booking an emergency appointment with my then therapist, who told me that I have 2 options, the one he recommends which is dumping her and the other which is just letting her know that I trust her through a text message. I chose the later because once again I was a dumb 20-year-old. Flash forward a week where she is talking about going over to a friend's house and seeing 2 boxers, the dog breed she hadn't seen in a long time. The only person who had boxer breed for a dog was her ex-boyfriend. She then asked me if I trusted her, which I replied yes to. I then asked her the same thing and she replied, I don't know, sometimes you do really shady things. Keep in mind I only ever went over to my friend's house to hang out with who she called my brothers to drink a little beer, maybe play some Mario Party, and went to school/work/the theater for rehearsals. I just replied, oh my faking god, I can't faking do this anymore. At first she was confused and I just explained it as this constant bullshit between us. It's so faking tiring and I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I'm leaving you. I went to college the next day and sure as shit she was all cuddled up with her ex, holding his hand. All that bullshit. I just solace in the fact that I knew she was faking playing me and that I finally stood up for myself. Oh, and if this helps explain any of her actions, she was massively bipolar and refused to take her meds. Long one and on mobile, but here goes. Dated a girl in high school for just over a year, but broke up when I moved to another city. She was the first person I loved and was devastated when we broke up. We lost contact until after I graduated and left for boot camp in the summer. I come back from boot camp and training and we reconnected and got back together. I moved from VA to CA and we made it work, eventually marrying a year later. She moved all the way to CA and we were together for a total of 6 years. I have to say I was happy for a long time. Then she told me she cheated on me while in college back in VA before we were married. For some reason I looked past all of this and continued with the relationship. Then around 4 years in, things changed. She became abusive and stopped working and going to school. If she did get a job, it was only for a few months until she quit. She blamed everything on depression, which I accepted and tried to understand and help her deal with. I didn't mind at the time that she wasn't working since I could support both of us, but then she started getting heavily into drugs and alcohol. I eventually started drinking with her daily since that was the only time we both were tolerable to each other. Of course I didn't realize at the time how detrimental this was, and it was like a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. I think it was because I was afraid of being alone or not finding anybody else, but who knows. Then it happens. We argue one night and I get put in the hospital with injuries requiring stitches, and she gets arrested. You'd think this was the end, but alas, I was too stupid or naive to change. I got her out of jail and no charges were filed. We attended counseling, which turned out did not help, but things continued for another couple of years. The fighting came back and drinking as well. She sunk more into drugs with the drinking and threatened to kill herself if we broke up. My time in the military was coming to an end and I was getting ready to start college while working a full-time job with her, doing nothing. This of course caused more problems, which again I tried to look past. Then the abuse started again, and I tried every day to be as peaceful as possible in hopes of making it work. That didn't happen. But there was an opportunity that presented itself for me to get out. She said she was going back across the country to visit her mom, which somehow turned into an argument, and I told her I wanted to end things. Her flight wasn't for a couple days, and those were terrible days. Eventually though, she left, not saying if she was coming back or not. I was alone for a month with my dog and cat. They were my saviors. They kept me going every day as I spent what little money I had on alcohol. Soon I realized I needed to figure out a way to get out of that place. I called my mom and she flew all the way across the country to pack up whatever we could in my car and drive back to Val. Anything that didn't fit got thrown away. In that time, she returned and took her stuff as well as the animals without incident. I was stuck with paying all the fees when breaking my apartment lease, but I had just enough to make the trip home. Once home, I did all the work to file for divorce, and it was finished. I was finally free, and I have never felt so great in my life. I was still depressed and completely broke, not knowing what to do, but at least I was free from a daily torment slowly breaking me. Fast forward to present day and I'm with the love of my life that I had cast aside as a friend in high school. We somehow reconnected, and I realized what a difference in a person she was from my ex. I'm going to school for something I love doing, and I'm planning a wedding to be with someone who truly loves me. Dated a girl for 2 years. In the last 6 months we dated, I had an uncle die very early from liver failure, my grandma died from kidney failure, and then to top it off my stepsister's grandmother had just passed away unexpectedly. She had lived in the house I grew up in my entire childhood. She was my favorite grandparent figure. The day of the funeral, after it has finished, she asked me what was wrong. I felt numb all day. I had barely dealt with death. And at the age of 21 and 2 of the people I was closest with in my life died unexpectedly. I had no idea how to answer what was wrong. I guess I paused too long, because she started going off about how I didn't even care that she was there, and that I did not want her around. She told me I had not even considered her feelings all day, and that, while she understood my uncle dying was hard, she didn't think I should be so upset about someone I wasn't even blood related to. I sat in silence while she berated me about this. Once she finished, she asked, "Are you just not going to say anything? Do you care about me at all?" I had really loved her up until this moment, but after that I had no doubts in my mind. The only thing I said in response: "We need to break up. You should leave now." Clearly upset, she asked if I was serious. "Just go and don't make a scene. This is a very hard day for my family, and now I know that I don't want you to be part of it." She left, and I wish I could say that was the end of it, but I was young and dumb, and she lived too close by to not see each other on lonely nights. Thankfully, just a few months later I met the love of my life of 7+ years now. The only downside is that ex stalked me for a year after that, breaking into my home multiple times. I was in a 6-month abusive relationship with a girl whose baby daddy and her were still friends due to the child. She would berate him constantly over his hard drug use and how he was a 43-year-old man-child by putting his dream of being a successful bassist of a rock band above raising his own 5-year-old son. However, she was a hairstylist whose own business fell apart and needed to make some changes in her life by now working under someone else. She would cope with this by doing hard drugs. Near the end of our relationship, my ex and I went to a night party that her baby daddy was also attending, and this was to be the first time in our 6-month relationship that I would be meeting him. She wasn't lying about how much of a train wreck he was, as everyone was wearing hipster casual. Our dude was wearing a Dr. Frankenfurter costume with a fresh white Coke sachet and a 24-pack of Dos Equis Amber under his arm that he would always have on him throughout the night. After our quick meet and greet, he followed my ex around for an hour and gave out Dos Equis to everyone that was near her, except for me. His goal was to try lure her to the bathroom to do obsessive amounts of blow, which he was successful. I didn't know where she was during this time, and neither did anyone else till 5 minutes before the ball dropped, when everyone was congregating in the living room and getting ready to ring in the new year. My ex stumbles out of the bathroom with fresh white spots on her dress and crazed look in her eye, with a shirtless version of her baby daddy right beside her. At that moment, I was done. but the rest of the night was a shit show. They started making out. When the ball dropped, I left her without any transportation, so they decided to sleep in the drug den bathroom together. Since then they got back together and are apparently expecting another child. I'm happy for them. I dated this girl for almost 2 years. During this time, she had been dating a girl online for the entire time. They'd been seeing each other for 2 years prior to me meeting her, and she told her that I was her roommate, claimed she was a lesbian, but slept with a bunch of guys behind my back, got pregnant, got an abortion, and didn't think I'd notice that she had her period for 3 weeks straight. Had an account on a dating site, and slept with half the girls in the city we live in. She'd come see me at work to be cute, but really it was to make sure I was there, so she could bring them back to my place. Started telling all my friends things I had said about them, so they would distance themselves from me, until I had nobody took my credit card to buy drugs and alcohol. I didn't know any of this until her best friends all broke down and told me, because they couldn't witness this any longer. They also knew she was abusing me, since I had went to the police when she stabbed me. When I was trying to find a safe way out, she broke up with me because I had confided in her that I was trans, and she told me not to do it because she needed to be the cool one in the relationship. Then she tried playing it off like it never happened, and she was drunk when she said it, so it didn't count. I kicked her out after that, but a week or so later, she broke into my apartment in the middle of the night, grabbed a knife, and hovered over my bed for a good 30 minutes before she decided not to do whatever it was she was planning and left. She got deported a few weeks after that. Calm as a beach. Summary: we went on dates for a couple weeks and he pretended to die twice to get my attention. We met on Tinder and he asked to be exclusive after a week, and I was honest and said no, as I liked spending time with him, but was still feeling out the emotional side of things. Again, it had only been a week since we met. Red flag to when things should have been that he asked me to be his girlfriend while he was driving me home through a rural area I wasn't familiar with, right after he laughed and mentioned the bag in the backseat was his guns. Then, I guess he got paranoid about my uncertainty and having a life. Often, I worked and hung with friends/roommates during the day and he would message me so much if I didn't answer. Once in a single hour, he called 5 times, texted a bunch, FB messaged, Snapchatted, created a Twitter account and met me. I should have ended it there. So many red flags, but I know how it feels to like someone more than they like you, and it's no fun feeling like you haven't been given a fair shot. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. On 2 occasions he pretended his heart failed and had his friend text me from his number about it. He texted me paragraphs about how he had fallen in love, but his life was complicated, so he understood if I wanted to leave. Like, way to put me in that position. I'm dying, but you can end things. He knew I was too nice to do that. When he would pass out, or go into surgery, or when I took too long to answer, his friend would text. The friend was pretty rude and blunt to me, to sum that up. And outside of all that, I started to realize he wasn't the kind guy I thought, based on some phone calls and him phrasing things as a joke, when he was really just being offensive and demeaning. I was at his place a couple days after his open heart surgery and I saw him shirtless and all he had was a strip of duct tape because he doesn't trust hospitals or doctors or whatever, and that's also why he was discharged before the doctors wanted him to leave. Real fishy, but I was alone with him at his apartment, an hour away from where I was staying/went to school, and for my safety played along, though I was over it all at this point. I knew. I didn't admit it to myself till I was back at my friend's, safe, and away from him. Almost 3 weeks after we met, I ended things via phone call. He virtually stalked me for over a year, and I had nightmares for that entire time every night, that I was being chased. And that's why I had no interest in dating my senior year of college. Was just happy that the summer we went out I was couch hopping, and he never actually knew where I lived. It all escalated so fast, and I know in the moment he'd lied pretty well about things, but this all seems so crazy to me now. I mean, it did then, but it was hard to process and believe, especially when I was in danger. He lived near Syracuse, New York, and probably still does, So message me a name if you're worried about someone you dated who's in their mid/late 20s now, and I'll confirm if it's him. His first name starts with C. Stay safe out there. Side note, he lied about a lot, but I did my research enough to know he wasn't lying about his identity, so before some of these events, I felt safe enough to get into his car and go to his apartment. And my friends always had my location. I cold beaten him in a weaponless fight too. Married for a few years, had a kid, then moved my best friend since childhood, friends for about 15 years at the time, and his pregnant fiancée into the house because they fell on hard times. I had been there before, and he helped me out, so just being a good person and friend at that point. I worked graveyard shift at the time and came home super early on account that when there are no deliveries, we just take the day's pay and go home. Walked in on my wife and best friend in the living room doing their thing, while his fiancée and my child slept in their respective rooms. I left within the hour, but not before I woke up the fiancée and told her everything. Nicely enough, she was the one who let me crash with her for a bit at the apartment they were going to move into the next day. We both found out later that the kid I raised for 5 years wasn't mine, she was his. 6 years later I remarried, not to the fiancé, although we still keep in touch, and even though I'm not that little girl's father, I've been trying since the day I left to be in her life, because I was all she knew, and I still loved her like my child. It's been 12 years now, and I still haven't seen or heard from her. My wife now is great and hopes that I can reconnect with the little girl one day. She even tried finding her, just so I could see what she looks like now. I know I have no obligation to her, but when you raise and love a child believing they are yours biologically or not, it doesn't change anything. If that kid ever showed up at my door, she'd be welcome with open arms while nothing ever happened. Oh, I remember another one. Years ago met this chick on POF. We talked for like a week via text/phone calls and decided to meet up for dinner. I lived less than a block from a restaurant, so we decided to have our dinner there. The night if the date, my son's mom tells me he's really sick and she's probably be bringing him home early, so I informed my date of this and asked if she wanted to reschedule. We could. She said she still wanted to do the date, and so I told her when my ex tells me she's bringing him, I'd have to leave, which she said was fine. I gave her the restaurant address, but she insisted on wanting to park at my house and walk up to the restaurant instead of meeting there. Eventually I gave her my street, but not my house, and we met up. She was nice. She definitely had some old/doctored pics on her account, because she was significantly larger than her pictures. But we had clicked and everyone fudges their profile a bit, though this was a good bit more than a bit. Anyhow, we went up to eat. The whole time is just her talking. I mean, she talks over everything and anything I tried to say. Whatever, some people are nervous talkers. But then she started being a beach to the bartender too. But the kicker was when my phone finally went off, so I checked it was my ex saying they were leaving soon. I let my date know and asked for the check. The moment I sat my phone down on the table, this chick grabs it and shoves it down her bra. This was a brand new Note 2 with a price leather case, the whole of which I'd only had for a week or two. This is a large woman with large frontal equipment, and we all know how that starts to perspire after some time. I basically had to tell her, this woman in a restaurant, to get my faking phone back. The moment she handed it to me, I bolted, literally ran. I told the host I lived down the road and he'd come back to pay. They had all seen this happen, and I was a regular, so they understood. This chick stood in the middle of my road screaming my name, asking to come in and kick my ex's ass. I don't know where the fuck that came from. I was pretty cool with my ex back then. Needless to say, I blocked every method of contact I had for her while she still stood in my street screaming. Eventually someone yelled they were gonna call the cops and she bailed. 2 weeks later I got a phone call from a local number that I didn't have saved. Answered if and she was begging for a second chance, asking what she did wrong. I told her if she ever called me again I'd file whatever I could to get her to leave me alone. Never heard again. My high school ex was a trip. She was a senior while I was a junior. She was a pretty depressed girl, and at times she would use it against me. At first it was the general stuff of just being down and insecure. but over time it got much darker and more talks about suicide, but just like joking around like suicide isn't a big fucking deal. She did this so I could give her attention and console her and stress out about her all day and worry if she's gonna kill herself. She would send me pictures of a handful of pills and say how she takes them all at once to feel numb. Send me pictures of her fresh cuts and say it was my fault because I'm not helping her. I was helping her. I'd always talk to her when she was down and call her and listen and try to offer advice. I even helped her lose weight and get in shape. She asked me to help her. I didn't force her. Spent hours doing research on how she should work out for her body, help her with her goals, make meals plans for her, and adjust them for stuff that she liked. I did so much for her. I supported her with everything. And yet still, none of it was enough. I broke up with her after a couple months of that her cheating on me and manipulating me with her scares and carving my name in her arm and her showing up at my work to try and get me fired. We'd been broken up for about 2 to 3 weeks and I had to call the cops on her and get a restraining order when she started following me and my friend around saying that she was going to kill herself and she has a gun in the car. It was her mom's car and her mom always kept a gun in her car. Pulled over to talk to her, but like had to pull her out and calm her down while my friend looked in the car for a gun. All while I'm absolutely sobbing to her begging her to stop and that I love her still. I did not. I just didn't want her to die because of me. Just begging and begging her. All of this happening on some side dirt road out in a country town at like 10 PM. Mind you, she was also 2 years older than me at the time. I had to give up because my mom was calling asking where the fuck I was. I told her I loved her then I left. I had to be home 2 hours ago. I was never late. I'm a good boy. Called the cops on the way home like a blubbering fool. Got a restraining order. She and her family tried to get me in trouble and try to start shit with my family because of that incident. Because I was trying to save her from herself. I was being her punching bag. I called the cops because I wanted them to take her to a hospital to calm her down. They didn't understand. For almost a year, after she was stalking me and would pop up on fake accounts or new numbers asking about girls I was talking to, she seriously faked me up and made me lose a lot of trust in girls. That was years ago. I'm good now. Now I'm happy as could be with my lovely girlfriend of 2 years and we live together. We have our ups and downs but everything is perfect with her.